morning, everybody. Let me just send a message. I'm sending a DM message out. Welcome in, everybody. Let's see what's going on in the Discord here. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Sunday. A little bit of a slow start this morning. Just having some coffee. I was listening to Daniel this morning. Hi, Daniel. A little bit raspy. This is the first time I think I've spoken out loud in feels like weeks. It also feels a little loud. Does it sound loud? Let's turn this down a little bit. I'm a little bit discouraged this morning because I have not yet found Jesus. You know, so we're gonna get a little help with that, and just hang out for a few hours. That's the plan. You hear my rings banging against the keys. That's a nice sound, right? Hey, Daniel, feel free to get some rest. Or if you want, just join up in this live and stay awake for 6 days straight. That's what that thermometer thing is that you have, right? It's how many days you have to stay awake without rest until you, I assume, just pass on. That's the way it goes. I'm just opening everything up here. Let's see what's going on. We got YouTube. I'll have to refresh that. That's old. Here's my work calendar. If you guys want me to read off my work calendar here. Jess is going to be off Tuesday. She has a doctor's appointment. Like a military helicopter going by overhead. You hear that? That's a double blader. So anyways, Jess is off Tuesday, September 2nd. Now, it says she has a doctor's appointment, but her birthday is Wednesday, so I'm a little suspicious. I'm not going to say anything. But I'm a little suspicious. Don't say anything. Yeah. Okay. Let's close that up. Okay. Awaken your spine with artificial intelligence. I probably don't need that. My spine hurts. I'm back on the ice pack. I think you love liberty. I appreciate that. Whatever that comment is. Okay, here we are on the tube stakes. All right, everybody. Sounds good. Okay, and then if I skip the ad, I can see you guys. Let me click no to 8 things, and then I'll say a quick hi. All right, and I've been careful not to do too many eyes. That should be fine. I've been doing too many eyes with my highs. I think I fixed it up somewhere. Love liberty. I'm not sure what that means, Peg. I'm not sure who that is. Sorry. Laura sits. I'm doing that. I'm doing that right now. Good morning to the Discord freaks. Welcome in. All right, let's get everybody. Let me get my cheat sheet here. Let me get I have some emails that I email myself. Do you ever email yourself? Okay, here's my Amazon order of baking soda isn't going to be here until 2 weeks from now for baking soda. That's crazy, right? I'll probably just get some at the store. There was a specific kind I needed, but I don't think that's going to be good at some point. Okay, and then I have a spam message here. Oh, this is my final warning. That's probably fine. Okay, the most merciful. Oh yeah, that was for Oh man, maybe I should play this Tethered song. Where did I save that? Remember that Tethered song? I think I saved it. Freya, stop eating cat food. Stop it. That's not it, but that's nice. This just might have to be the tune today. Yeah. Could you help me find the Jesus? Could you help me find the Jesus? Could you help me? Oh God, could you help me find it? Let's see here. Too many things open. What should I learn, sax or clarinet? Neither. Those are for dorks. Play electric guitar. Get laid. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I think saxophone might be cooler. My grandpa played trombone. Trombone is it's just so like slidey, you know. Jazz flute can be cool. I think saxophone is kind of fun because sax is one that like can be really corny but also can be cool, you know. You can actually make really nice sounds with it, and you can do like some fucking wham. You know, if you want to like just get real 80s with it. So I think that could be good. Those are big though. Clarinets are a bit smaller, right? All right, Tube Steaks. Hi everyone over there. Good to see you. What else? Oh man, I was up late last night watching Born Again Atheist. What a great show. Fuck, she puts a good show on. So fun. This is what I need to unclick. There we go. Okay. That guy with the "Are you serious?" thing was just yeah. He has to be in on it, right? My conclusion was that they planned that ahead of time, and they're splitting all the profits, which I contributed to happily. But there's no way someone can say, "Are you serious? Stop rage baiting" 8,000 times. 8,000 is too many times. I think it's too many times. Do I look a bit pale? I feel like I look more pale than usual. Is my lighting pale? Maybe I haven't been outside in weeks. That could be it. All right, so people go ahead and request up, right? Like, try that. It's the glasses. I think you're right that the because when I take them off, it adjusts differently. I think that it's adjusting. I'll put these ones on. These might be worse. Those are all right. Oh, I know. It's a blue kind of day. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I look like a Greek god, but like a marble statue of one. Yeah. It's like a marble statue of a god. I tell you what we'll do. Let's listen to a little bit of each as far as these sounds go. And by the way, trumpet is in the play. That's like a muted trumpet. Have you ever thought about flugelhorn? Jesus Christ. Here's a trombone. It's just like a bit too Dixielandy. Nahili Yahus, welcome in. What's your age? What's your religion?
22 and atheist.
All right. Well, it's Atheist Sunday School. You're allowed to come up and say one thing.
Yeah, I saw you on Ian's live, I think about a week ago, and you were mentioning some things about new letters from Einstein.
Well, they're not new.
Or
he died.
Or I guess like new. I guess new to me. Like I had never heard about this. I was curious, like where I could find them.
The thing I read them in was in Skeptic magazine. If you Google Einstein Skeptic magazine, you'll find the article that says, "What did Einstein believe about God?" And it's a nice read. It's not too long of a read, and it has some of the scans of him throughout the years. There's this great story that happens where he gets a letter from. Let me see this. And by the way, if Einstein was a full-blown Mormon Christian, I don't think it would matter, just to be clear. But it is kind of funny that they, it's one of those things that the cult always like points to. Like, we have Einstein, he's on our side, and it's like not really. Like they were just taught that. It's just like the missing rib thing that just isn't true. And anyway, so he gets a letter from God. Who is this from? Someone in New Jersey, some friend of his, and it's like, "Dear Mr. Einstein, I had quite a discussion last night with a Jesuit priest. It's a Jesuit Catholic priest, and in the letter he says that it was a party and there's a Jesuit priest, and that the priest says I cooked Einstein. Basically, the priest says like, yeah, I had a conversation with Einstein. I ran these logical syllogisms against him, and he had no response to it." He remembered two of the syllogisms, but he couldn't remember what the third one was that he used on you. And it's this long letter about like, is this like, what's your response to this? This guy says he cooked you. And Einstein, a few weeks later writes him back and is like, "I've never heard of this guy. I've never had a conversation with a Jesuit priest at a party. I don't know what you're talking about. And I have always considered myself an atheist. So I have no idea why that guy's lying about me." And so in that letter, he says, from the viewpoint of a Jesuit priest, I am, of course, and always have been an atheist. So while he does say later famously, like, I believe in Spinoza's God, as far as a Jesuit priest goes, like a personal God, he's saying like, no, it's not that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I was just curious because although I don't think it's a good argument, I just find it very unintuitive when people bring it up and then try to use that as a jab. So I wanted to to find some peace, because I saw you mentioned it and I thought it'd be really useful to have just to kind of shut that train down.
Yeah. Well, there's this other one later. So this is in 1949. And he's writing to some other guy, Mr. Rayner. I don't know who these other fucking people are, but like, I'll read this word for word. Dear Mr. Rayner, I see with pleasure from your letter of the 25th, your convictions are near to my own. Trusting your sound judgment, I authorize you to use my letter of July 1945 in any way you see fit. So they're talking about these other ones. I have repeatedly said that in my opinion, the idea of a personal God is a childlike one. You may call me agnostic, but I do not share the crusading spirit of the professional atheist whose fervor is mostly due to a painful act of liberation from the retters of religious indoctrination received in youth. So he's saying, like, the reason I don't use the word atheist so much is because a lot of atheists are like church hurt, right? And he's saying, like, I think the better word for me would be agnostic, right? And that's kind of what he's saying. But that the idea of a, like, personal God that you can talk to is childlike.
That's so brutal.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. So when people say they claim him, I think that this is like, I don't think we could claim him either, right? Like, I don't, as far as like, he's an atheist, even though he says that in the, like, compared to a Jesuit, but like, he was like, an agnostic's probably the right word for it. He's like, I don't know. Like, it depends on how you define God is probably what he would say, you know?
All right. Yeah, cool. I really appreciate it, and I'll get out of your hair, and I hope you have a good rest of your morning.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming by, everybody. Give it up for, I don't know how to say his name, Nihilias, and his question about Albert Einstein. Now, and just to be clear, is this the Albert Einstein? It was a common name back then. This is just from like a different Albert Einstein. Nope, it's him. He wrote his equation here. Yeah, it's an interesting point. Like, you know, the other Einstein. That's a good band name. We should write that in. Let's add a band name. Add band name. The other Einstein.
Hi guys.
That's kind of good.
I'm a brother.
Oh, Tamar.
I am from Syria.
We don't do camera stuff though. You got to turn your camera off. Okay. If you don't mind having your camera off and you want to, are you a Christian?
My brother.
Are you a
I
Christian?
am from Syria. Need help, please.
Yeah, but are you a Christian?
My brother is
do you believe in
English. Comment.
Do you believe in Jesus
comment,
Christ?
sister. My brother.
Do you believe Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior?
You speak Arabic, small English, my brother.
Tamar,
Comment.
do you believe in Jesus Christ?
I am from Syria. Need help, please.
Yeah, but do you believe in Jesus? He's not answering. This guy's what a coward. Answer the question. He can't answer one question. What a coward. That guy ran. I'll cook Syrian scammers all day. The other Einstein. Yeah, that's a good band name. 226 band names in the Discord, guys. Not bad. Well, some of them are bad. Actually, that's not true. Lots of them are bad. A lot of bad ones. Let's do a quick test. Command band name. This one says Stone Virgins Meekly. Yeah, that's a bad one. Who put that band name? That must have like happened in some live I don't know about. That's a bad one. What are you talking about, Ken? That one sucks. Scorching Crotch is nice. That one is nice. Yeah. That one's pretty good. For those of you who don't have any fucking clue what we're talking about, buttworms is good. We have in our Discord here, in the Bad Bible Debates Discord, a Nightbot character that I wrote the, like a ton of different codes for years ago when I was doing Twitch music. Cause it would like interact in the Twitch panel in the chat. And so, there was a whole like, there's a whole stories you can do with it. You can attack each other. You can do magic spells, and it reads it out to you like the Nightbot is like a dungeon master in a what's that game called? Dungeons and Dragons, right? There's a good band name, Wet Puke. It's pretty good. Better than a dry heave. Yeah, I think I'd rather actually get something out. Anyways, one of the things that someone else actually helped me write was this band name saver. So you can, if you come up with a good band name, you say add band name, add the thing, and it adds it in. And then later you can just hit command band name, and it like randomly generates one of the old ones. Like here's mouse fad, kind of like mouse pad, but just like, it was just a fad. Hey, thanks for the gift. Appreciate you guys. Let me change my gift goal. It does this like auto gift goal thing. I don't want that. Fuck, I don't know how to do this. Oh, live gifts. Okay. Fuck. Let's just make a crazy one. I like to make really big ones so it never happens. That's the goal. And then if it does, it's actually worth it that like it interrupted. You know what I mean? Okay, here, we'll do this guy. Okay, we'll set that goal. And perfect. Help me achieve my first goal and I'll sing a song. I don't know if that's true. Why does it say that? Okay. That was the trombone. Now the mute trombone is nice. That's all right. But here's the flute. See, that's the problem. He put the bear up and I thought my beat was messing up and everything got ruined. Thank you for the bear thing. What was who gave the bear thing? I don't know how to check for that. I guess I have to scroll up. Is that how you do it? Oh my gosh. It doesn't even tell me. I'm trying to find the bear thing and this astronaut thing is showing up. I don't know. Can someone tell me who sent the bear thing? God damn it. Non-Shidge? I don't know who that is, but thank you so much. And yeah, now I can't see the caller. These are terrible. I got to turn these off. Small John?
I sent you the bear and I fucked it up. I'm sorry.
You sent that?
Yeah, I did.
Well, thank you so much.
Son's
But
trying to pull my leg off.
oh man, I got to turn these gifts off. They're terrible. And then I'm trying to find out who you are, and then they're sending other ones that it like blocks you. I can't see. Like it's just TikTok is a disaster. It's not your fault.
Well, I mean, if you want to send me my money back, that's fine.
How do I do that?
Oh, I don't know. You don't have to. I'm just
I
kidding.
can send you a gift. Let me see. I don't have enough things for that.
Idiot.
I can send you a rose. That's probably pretty even, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll convert it later. And I'll send it back to you. And TikTok will get half yours and half of mine, and we'll both be broke together. It's perfect. It's a perfect plan.
Yeah, we'll just pay TikTok fees and call it even.
That's honestly why I don't subscribe to other people, like other creators. Because if I subscribe to them and they subscribe to me, we're both just giving TikTok money together. Like it's kind of like it kind of like defeats the purpose, you know.
Right.
But you know, some people like to do that. So, anyways, thank you so much. I do appreciate you.
No problem. Hope you're having a good day.
Absolutely. Did you want to say one thing as an
My
atheist?
son's tried to say something. Did you want to say something, buddy? He says hello.
I have no response.
But,
I'm cooked. He wins. Yeah, I have nothing for that. I have nothing for that.
I just wanted to say you're beautiful. And where's Joel?
I don't know. He's probably asleep. I would imagine. It's pretty early.
Loser.
Yeah. Wait, me or him?
Him.
Oh,
Him
okay,
for
good.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not you.
Him for sure.
Him for sure.
All right. Thanks, Small John. I appreciate
All
you.
right.
Thanks for coming up. Thanks for letting me know
See
who
you,
you
buddy.
are. Okay. Or Small Johnson. I just realized the name is Small Johnson. It's probably a dick joke. Yeah, here we go. Somebody just got skinned in the you got to be careful in our Discord over here. You got to be careful over here. All right, so how do we feel about the flute? We haven't had any Christians yet. Is it going to be this kind of a day? I'll do music all day. Who was saying, by the way, there's a was it Barbie? I think it was Barbie in the live was promoting this old song of mine. I haven't played that song in a long time. Tune. That is called Stay on the Path. It's an old tune. There's this story that I read long ago, which actually might be relevant to some of these conversations when it comes to like morality and evolution and things like that, and what we learn and how just how evolution can play into our learning, right? And which plays into our morals. There's a old story. I don't know if it's true, but it actually sounds like it could be where, do you guys know that ravens can talk? Have you heard that? Have you heard these like people who have pet ravens and they teach them to talk like parrots kind of, but the way ravens talk is, as you would expect, haunting. So when you teach a parrot to say, "Who's a good bird?" it goes, "Who's a good bird?" like that. But when you say, "Raven, who's a good bird?" it goes, "Who's a good bird? Who's a good bird?" And they say it like it's a nightmare that you're having while you're awake, right? Who's a good bird? It sounds very much like that. It's absolutely nightmarish, and as it should be. It's wonderful. It's really great. And so there's the story, though. Yeah, nevermore. It makes that like warped lake. Absolutely. When you think of quoth the raven, if like that actually happening, like the way, like it's not just like nevermore, where it sounds like a parrot. It's like nevermore with like deep breathy, like old man ghost. Yeah, it's nuts. So there's this great story of in England, merry old London town, foggy London town, you might even call it, where the guards in some area would always be walking around. I think it's London, and they'd be telling people, "Hey, stay on the path. Stay on the path." That was like the main thing, just on repeat. When people would wander a bit, they would say, "Stay on the path," and it was like the only thing that these guards would stay. And the ravens around the area picked that up. So as people would walk by, the ravens would go, "Stay on the path. Stay on the path," which is, and no one's around. You know. You just like walk, you take one step off, and then you just hear, "Stay on the path," and then it flies away. You know, like that bird just scolded me. I don't know if it's London, but I always thought that was just such a like delightful story. I read about in some book. I don't know if it's totally true. Let me find out like where it was from. Maybe it's not true. Could have been crows. Who knows? And yeah, it's not a common phrase. Amazing bird that doesn't. Yeah, I have to look around for it a bit. It was in a book, so it wasn't on the internet that I read it, but it was in a book that like was somewhat trustworthy. I remember reading it. It wasn't just like some random fiction story. It was like a animal rights book or something like that. So I'd have to look into it some more and find it. It was really old though, so maybe they heard from a friend. But anyways, I wrote, it was not the Bible. And it was a different book than that. Anyways, I just thought of like, that's why that song was named Stay on the Path anyways. But if true, then what we have here is a learned moral passed down to an animal who are then teaching it back to us. Hey, stay on the path, follow the rules, right? And I was thinking about that today, just another like moral thought, and how they're all just like learned things, because puppies will piss right on the floor, right? You ever step in puppy piss on the floor? And sorry, Freya. And then when they get older, they'll like feel shame about it, if that makes sense. You know, like you'll see them if my dog pees on the floor now or shits on the floor, which they do sometimes, and I come out in the morning and they're there, they kind of like go and go outside, you know, sort of like I fucked up. Yeah, like they have a sense of remorse, but that's just because the first like 20 times that they did it when they were puppies, I was like, no, bad, no poopy, go outside, you know, and like taught them that, so they feel like that they're supposed to do it that way. So I mean, it seems, at least it looks very much like they're feeling some sort of shameful remorse, guilt type of a thing. Hi Tracy, just 1 second, I'll be right with you. And it's all just taught from us, right? Because the puppies that aren't taught that, they'll piss and shit all over the place and not give a damn. Tracy, hi, sorry about the language. Welcome in. What's your age? What's your religion?
What's good? I'm 27. I'm Christian.
All right. Well, we're looking for Jesus today. And I would assume the Christians might have a clue as to where to find him. You want to help us help us track him down?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be Isaiah 53.
Okay, let's take a look here. I have my Bible. Okay. Is there a specific verse, or do I just read the whole thing?
Well, I mean, you can read the whole thing, but like, I think for the most part.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Well, it's kind of long. What does it just say that like Jesus is coming?
Well, it says like the servant is going to be, crushed and wounded for our transgressions, and like that's
Yeah.
Jesus. That happened to Jesus.
Oh, I don't know if that did happen to Jesus. I mean, I think that like they probably read this thing in Isaiah, and they were like, we should have that happen to Jesus. So then when they wrote the Jesus story, they said that happened too.
Well, but that's an interesting argument. You're saying that Jesus, he wasn't tortured and crucified and didn't die?
I don't know if he did or not, but whether he did or not, that it was for our sins was written to match the old stuff. They had the people who wrote the New Testament, whoever they are, they read the Old Testament. It was like their favorite book. They read all this shit, and then they would like write their stuff to kind of, match it. So I don't know. I've heard this kind of stuff before that like in the Old Testament, they mention the stuff in the New Testament. In the New Testament, they mention the stuff in the Old Testament. I'm like, yeah, that's why they were all writing about the same stuff. They're just talking about, the same kind of things. And that's like saying, episode 7 or episode, I guess would be like 6, 7, 8. What is it? 3, 4, 6. Yeah. Episode 7 of Star Wars must be true because it mentions all this other stuff from episode 5, Empire Strikes Back. It knew about it. Like they mentioned it. It's like, well, yeah, they all were writing the same story together. Of course they're going to mention stuff,
You know what? That's crazy. I don't understand how these people do this shit. I'm actually a friendly. I was trying to like, dude, I don't know how these people run these scripts, man. I actually had to focus on what you were saying.
Tracy, do you know though that like I don't care for that?
No, you're good. I had an argument with a Christian. I was trying to run it by you to see if you had a better argument than what I did. My bad.
No, I mean I know I'm good. I just like I don't really care for when atheists pretend to be Christians. I don't think that helps.
I know I fucked up.
That's all right. Just you can just he's gone. Yeah, just like say, hey, I'm a friendly, and a Christian said Isaiah 53 to me, and I'll just tell you what I think. Like that's just like the honest way to approach it. It's a lot better. Yeah. Because now it's like I feel lied to. The whole point of this, of like leaving religion, is that religion duped people, right? It tricked people. And we don't like that. That was funny. I don't like that. No, you're good. I know I'm good. It's you. We're talking about you. You messed up. It's all right. Like now you know. It's not a big deal. And like you're welcome to come back next week or something like that. We do let atheists up, but it's the trickery thing is like doesn't. Yeah. I don't ever trick people. I mean, I guess we do the one like prophecy thing, but other than that, I never trick people. I guess sometimes we do like the whiteboard. We'll do like the prophecy thing and the whiteboard drawing, like if they don't know. But we try not to trick people. And there's the LeBron, like I have the LeBron letter. So the prophecy thing, and then the whiteboard stuff, and the LeBron letter. But I don't ever actually like trick. Like I don't use trickery too much. Well, I guess like sometimes we'll like pretend to agree a little bit in order to that's like a bit of a trick to like you pretend to agree with them in order to show the flaw. It's like kind of a tricky thing. So there's the prophecy thing, there's the whiteboard stuff, the LeBron letter, and then the like kind of like false agreements. But I wouldn't say I ever trick people though, other than those things. And that's probably it. Yeah. Sometimes I used to do this bit where like I would like tell them to get this certain Bible, but it was this children's Bible. I'm like, yeah, I'm reading it out of this, but it was like actually like not a real, but it was like the children's Bible. So there's the prophecy thing. There's the whiteboard stuff, LeBron letter, the false agreements, and then that children's Bible joke. But like, I don't think it's like a tricky. I don't know if trickster would be the right word. I don't like that. No, you're good. I know I'm good. It's you. We're talking about. Artie, are you like an hour behind? Do you not mean to come up, Artie? I don't think Artie meant to come up. And sometimes like we'll do like the way we do top of the hour. Sometimes it is the top of the hour, and sometimes it's just like maybe a bit of a troll. We're doing like a little bit of a troll. So I mean, there's the prophecy thing, the whiteboard stuff, the LeBron letter, the false agreements, the children's Bible, and then like the top of the hour trolling type of stuff. Artie Bacon is back. Sean, whoa, Cash App coming in. Hold on, let me see if I'm not sure if I'm supposed to read people's names. Hold on. Artie, are you here on purpose?
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, there you go. That's all good. Hold on, I have to read this Cash App that says, I got my 23-year-old son into Star Trek. Hell yeah. That's a good age to get into Star Trek. I hope they're starting with the next generation, but wherever you're starting at, you'll find your way in. Live long and be prosperous, I believe the quote goes. Go boldly into it, as they say on the show. Artie, welcome in. What's your age and what's your religion? I think you've been up here before, right?
I have, yeah. Good morning, Mezzo. How you doing?
I'm very good. This coffee's starting to kick in.
Ooh, what kind of coffee, if you don't mind me asking?
I got a Robusta bean from Vietnam. I've been looking for this for a long time. I can only, in every store around here, there's only Arabica beans, which I read are like less caffeinated.
Less potent.
And there's a thing called a Robusta bean. And so I found some online and ordered it, and it's fucking good. It's actually like
so fake.
I know it does, right? Like the Robusta bean, it just sounds like a made up.
Yeah.
Like it's like Black Mirror had to make up a fake Starbucks brand. Welcome to Robustas,
Straight out of the lab.
Yeah, but it's really like delicious. Yeah. I don't have the can. It came in a bag. Someone said show the can. It's in a bag, and I poured the bag like into a different can, so I don't even know the name of it.
There's got to be a brand. Do you remember that?
I could look it up on my Amazon account.
Just for those that want. For TikTok purposes, I'm 36, and yes, I am not a believer. I'm an atheist. Do you
know my Amazon login account info?
Your username is probably Joel's my best friend.
Oh man, I think you might be right.
Password? Ooh.
If that works, that's crazy.
That'd be fucking wild.
Oh, it's sending me. I have to like log in with. This is a nightmare. Oh, here it is. Okay, nobody knows that my thing is 421858. Okay, don't say that to anybody. Wait, I wrote it wrong. I'm really gonna find this coffee bag thing. Hold
I'm curious too.
Okay, here it is. This is Tarmo. Fuck, that sounds so fake. Tarmo. Tarmo Power Blend. This is a low acid ground coffee. I don't have a grinder. I don't get whole bean. They sent actually like some sample whole beans. I just like chewed them up. I can't do anything with them. So it's a blend. It's Arabica and Robusta blend. But look up Tarmo, and yeah, it's really, really actually like it tastes really good. I thought it was going to be like too strong tasting, but it's delicious. Do you watch Star Trek at all, Artie?
I don't.
Man, you got to get into Star
I know.
Trek. It's a
I
good
should.
time. It's a good time. Okay,
But,
you were
the
saying
one thing-
Isaiah 53 or something?
Yeah, Isaiah 53 came up, and it's something that's been on my mind, and I hear it often from Christians as to like prophecy wise, of course. But why in the fuck would God be calling one himself a servant? What, and does that really make any sense to anybody who reads that and like tries to correlate it to Jesus? Why?
Jesus is a servant to God or to
Himself? It doesn't make any sense.
mankind, maybe? I'm
Maybe?
trying to be generous here. Like if he
Yeah.
serves us by dying or something, like obviously the story's stupid, but if that were
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. Like when they talk about the servant, they're talking about Israel, right? That's the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess that's probably the way that they're thinking about it in their heads. It's not like a servant to God. It's a servant to the people.
My whole thing with it is like, if it said, in exactly 400 years, a man named Jesus Christ will be born to people named Mary and Joseph, but Joseph won't be the real father. It'll be God. And he will walk on water. He will turn water into wine. He'll feed the 5,000. He'll do a sermon on a mount, and then he'll die on a cross under someone named Pontius Pilate that you've never heard of. And then 3 days later, he'll rise again. And then later, a guy named Paul will have a dream about him. I still wouldn't like think that was really prophecy, because they would just read that and then write it again later. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't. It's in the same book.
Yeah, they're working with the test answers, right? And then purposely making it vague and ambiguous to the point where it just confuses people. Essentially, the
classic like astrology and medium and like psychic move. You know, like people who do these like false mystic arts to just like be vague enough that it feels like it applies to whatever. And that works with prophecy too. That's why people thought Nostradamus was onto something, because he just wrote weird poetry and said it was the future. And then you can like, just like with regular poetry, even if they're talking, this is why sometimes people play like breakup songs at their wedding. You know what I mean? They'll like, they hear a certain line from it and they're like, oh, that's us. That matches us perfectly. But if you actually read the whole lyrics, it's like, this is about breaking up. Don't play this at your wedding. You know?
Yeah.
Like it's just like you pin into a certain part of it and then apply it to this other thing, even though that's not originally what it was about. So
yeah, no, that totally makes sense. Well, that's the only thing that's been like kind of eating at me with Isaiah 53 recently. But you're absolutely right. And people playing the game with the answers, it's no longer a game at that point.
I wish that they would dig through other ancient texts and do the same thing. If they would, because like the way that they look so closely at the Bible and every single word and try to like do the numerology and do the math and stuff, if they did that to the Tao and ancient Vedic texts and tried to make them all connect the same way that they do with this one, it would be more interesting if they're like, we tried, we could only do this, but if you do this with other texts, you get the same thing. They all can tell the future if you look at them vaguely like that. So anyways, it's just more dumb stuff. But thanks, Artie. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mezzo, and I'll talk to you later.
W's for Artie Bacon in chat. And DK to RK is back, but I think they were an accidental request last time, so I'm going to check Crazy Boots first, and then we'll try DK again. Maybe I'm wrong. Crazy Boots, welcome in. What's your age? What's your religion?
Sorry, Mezzo, that was an accident.
Hey, no apology needed. It's we accept accidental requests, and I'll just drop you back down here, and we'll try DK, who might be the same thing. People in chat or in Discord here talking about Next Gen, yeah. The one with Captain Picard. It's really good. I like that one and Voyager best. I think those are the two best ones. And then if you like those, you can branch out into some of the new ones are good, but a little bit too something about like the era of television that was a little bit more quiet. It was a little bit easier to like pay attention to. Everything has like camera swoops and music and explosions and lasers and stuff now, and it's a little bit like harder to like get the philosophical value. I think it's still there, but it's a little harder to find it. In the old ones, it's like quiet and they just say it, and it's kind of nice. So, anyways, DK, welcome in.
You right, man?
Is this like a Donkey Kong reference that your name is?
Nah, it's not Donkey Kong. No.
Not too bad. I never really played too much. I did Donkey Kong Jr., where it was like he was wearing diapers. Remember that one? Anyways, what's your age? What's your religion?
I'm 18. I'm Christian.
All right. Well, you want to help us find Jesus today?
I think the best way to find Jesus is to read the Bible.
Well, just to be clear, the last guy that said he was a Christian was lying. Are you lying?
No.
Okay,
no.
good. All right, yeah, so where in the Bible should I read about Jesus?
Well, to read about Jesus, you'd have to read the New Testament if you want to get detailed about his ministry, innit?
Okay, and I can just go anywhere in here?
Yeah, if you want to read about the laws that he gave, you can go to the Old Testament, 5 books of Moses.
Jesus gave those laws?
Well, of course.
But some of those laws are bad.
Are they?
Yeah.
Well, like, what makes you think they're bad, though?
Like the ones that say you have to, like, burn women sometimes. You can have slaves. These are like people have to die if they work on Saturday. Like, these are not good laws.
Okay, so you would say what most people would consider to be very extreme. Or
I don't care about most people. I guess I'm just like, let's just talk about you and me. Do you think that like these are good laws?
well, I mean that one of the laws.
Sorry, if you're driving a motorcycle right now, you probably shouldn't be on the live. Are you on the back?
Nah.
If you're on the back, it's fine.
Nah, there's people outside of my house, innit?
Okay.
Nah, I think one of the laws comes from Deuteronomy. We're not allowed to doubt God, is repeated in James. So, whatever God has spoken, if it's a law, I'm not allowed to condemn it.
Yeah, I think that's a big problem. Right? Let me really quickly find this this list here. Let's see, Deuteronomy. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, here's the one where in Deuteronomy, if someone has a stubborn and rebellious son, then his father and mother take hold of him and bring him out to the elders. And they say to the elders, "This son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He's a glutton and a drunkard." So what do you think the rules should be for a son who's like a glutton or a drunkard?
I know the one you're referring to. The elders of the city stone him.
All the men of the town do. The whole town gets together and they stone him to death. So like to me, I read that and I'm like, Jesus, this law sucks.
But like, would you have the authority to say that though?
To say it sucks, yeah.
Okay, but you would realize that that's mainly just your own opinion.
Do you not share that with me? You like that one?
I have to accept every law.
Well, no, you don't. That's not true, DK. You're allowed to say, I don't like that law.
I mean, I could say that, and then I would be wrong.
That you don't like it?
Yeah, so if I said...
You can't be wrong about what you like.
So I'll give you an example. Let's say I said the laws about capital punishment are bad, they're barbaric, or whatever. And I said that. Then I would be in the wrong.
Why?
Because it disagrees with the scriptures, isn't it?
Yeah, but these aren't like... You don't have to do these. Like, you can read this and go, ugh, I don't like that, and then not partake in it.
Of course.
It's okay to go like, this is a bad law. Whoever gave this law was like a product of their time. Like back then, that's what they thought was the thing to do. whoever wrote this law is a piece of shit, and then just move on from it. You know, this is ancient stuff. You don't have to follow ancient authorities in any way.
That's what I'm saying. I don't personally partake in these laws. I mean, these punishments would be in the hands of, let's say, an authority figure. So, like, you know, the police, the government, that would be the people who have to dish out these punishments, not me, myself.
Would you do it if it was up to you?
Like, I wouldn't just personally go around doing it. If I was commanded to, then I'd have to.
Like, if God commanded you to kill, like, children, you would?
I'd have to accept anything that he says.
Yeah, so if he said, DK, I need you to, like, take a pew-pew to the nearby school, you would just do it?
Well, then you would get into the question of, why would he command that?
The same reason he commanded this other one. He's a monster.
So
but it doesn't matter. He commands it. Are you saying, I mean, that's good. You're saying you would question God. You're like, well, why? Why God? That's what you would say?
Well, no, because God wouldn't command certain things.
Why?
Because if it goes against, for example...
Because it's bad.
Well, I would tell you, for example, lying. Like, God himself can never lie. So he would never command someone to lie.
Okay. So lying is bad. So yes. He would never command someone to lie.
Because it goes against.
So killing children is good. We must assume because he did command that.
No, I'm not saying that is good. I'm saying that there's obviously certain circumstances, but he would never command it now.
Why not?
These are like very, I wouldn't say special, but these are like rare occurrences that happened. This is
a drunk son?
Oh no! Well, these laws.
That was me in college. I was stubborn, rebellious. I was a glutton and a drunkard. This is like a really common thing that happens all the time still.
I know it happens all the time, isn't it? Oh, so you're talking about the laws. Well, the laws are for all time. You can't, except when it comes to following some by the letter. You could follow some to the letter, but that's kind of debatable. But when it comes to, for example...
Seems like that's what you're doing, though, right?
Of course, I mean, I feel... I could say easily right now, I'll follow the whole law. Right now. I'll follow all 613 commandments. But just not to the actual letter itself, innit?
I don't know if you do. Do you really?
Of course.
All 613?
I mean, I'm not saying that I don't slip up. Of course I slip up.
Oh, okay. You try to.
Of course, I try.
Yeah. I might do that also.
Well,
do you think there's any that I don't follow?
Well, I mean, for example, Jesus' greatest commandment was to love God with all your heart, soul, and mind, isn't it?
That's not one of the 613, though.
Well, it's part of the Shema prayer in Deuteronomy 6. That's pretty much a commandment. So it is a commandment, and Jesus did say this is the greatest commandment, and then the second greatest commandment is to love thy neighbor as thyself, because that's what the whole law is based upon. It hands on those two laws, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess I don't do those. So I do 611 of them.
Well,
pretty good.
And then we get into the book of James, and then it says if you break one law, you break the whole thing, innit? So
yeah, so then you break all of them. You said you try, but you mess up. So you break all of 613 laws.
Of course.
Okay. So don't say you follow them if you don't. That was kind of like misleading, I think.
No, as in if you break them, you've just broken every other law.
Yeah. You and I are equals in that. Yeah. We follow the same number of the 613 laws. We both follow 0 of them. We've broken all of them.
Well, I say I follow 613, and then when I break one, I break the whole law, and then I go back to following all of them. I'm not like...
Yeah, me too. Look, I'm doing my best here, but I can't do just those 2 laws, right? The love the Lord your God one. Just because I don't believe in God.
Of course, so you don't obey the greatest commandment, so you can't be obeying the law.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm right here saying, help me find Jesus. We're doing our best here. But it keeps on, like, every time someone's like, yeah, here's Jesus. He's really good and he's invisible. And I go, well, I can't see him, so that checks out. But then he's really good, and we read that he says to stone these kids. So that doesn't check out.
Of course, I mean, like, personally, like, I'm with some other people who do street preaching, and, like, this is kind of something that comes up all the time. Like, you know, here's some laws about stoning children, or, you know, slavery, or this thing over here. And this is
Bad
something
stuff.
that people, you know, people can't really accept it.
Well, also just that God kills people himself. Whether he's like commanding someone to, I think is monstrous. And then also just doing it himself is like, what a absolute piece of shit, you know? Like, you just can't tell me that this guy's good after he's done that much bad.
Well, God has appointed everyone's death before we was even born.
Terrible. And sometimes the appointed death is at God's hands. He said, I made this person to put them to death later, and he knows about it. Right?
Oh, no, he's done that. He's done that with everyone.
He kills everybody?
Well, the Lord Yahweh makes dead and he raises up, you know. That's in book of 1 Samuel in the 2nd chapter. But what I'm saying is, you got Hebrews, it says for every person there's an appointed death.
Yeah.
So before before I was born, it's been appointed when I'm gonna die. Yes. No one can delay it, and no one can bring it quicker, innit?
Right. So when he makes like a baby who is gonna live for 6 months and then die from like SIDS. It's that's just God's, like, he just wants to kind of make the baby have a shitty short life where they die and then the parents suffer from the sadness. So that's the appointed thing.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily put it across as what you're trying to do, like God is taking pleasure in that. I wouldn't necessarily say that.
I didn't say he enjoys it, just saying he does
or
it.
Like, I wouldn't say that he appoints it so that this baby can have a really bad life and the parents suffer from the grief.
Well, what's the purpose of a infant dying at 6 months old? They didn't get to experience anything but like dying.
Well, for example, I'll tell you, like the flood, you know, in Genesis 6, obviously, I know there's some really strange people out there who say there weren't any children at the time, but...
No, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, like, there obviously was, innit? But you see that thing, as the book of Romans tells us, that everything, and even Ephesians tells us, everything that happens, whether it's good or bad, is ultimately being worked by God according to the counsel of his will. So
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's the bad stuff of those that we're talking about. He's done enough bad things that we can't say he's all good.
Yeah, so
when people say God is this all good entity out there that does bad things, you've listed a direct contradiction. He's both all good and bad. So I go, well, that can't exist, which means I can't believe in it, which means I'm stuck still not following the first commandment.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Every bad thing is allowed to happen. I mean, God could easily just stop sin altogether.
No, he could stop. He's doing the killing.
I mean, like, he does kill people himself, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's
he could stop doing that, is what you're saying? That would be great.
That wouldn't fall under the law of murder, because the law of murder is an unjust killing. As in, like, let's say, for example, I just go out and I chop someone's head off. That's for no reason.
Well, God would have stopped you if it wasn't the good thing to do.
He could stop me easily.
He could stop you, but he let you do it, which means it's in his will that it happened. So the reason is God wanted that guy's head off.
Yeah, so it happens, and whether that person is a believer or a disbeliever, I don't know. But if I'm a disbeliever and I do that, then he could let it happen so that, let's say I die 2 minutes after it, I go to hell and I be destroyed. It's all for God's glory, as it says in Isaiah.
Are you a real Christian? Did I already ask you that? It just sounds like you're saying stuff to make Christians look bad.
Oh, no. You see, obviously, like, I don't know where you're from. I don't know if you're from America.
Listen to what you just said, DK. You said, if I go and murder somebody, then I get to go to hell for eternity for God's glory.
Oh no, not eternity. No one is that whole doctrine of suffering.
You don't believe in the Bible when it talks about forever and stuff? Okay, that's fine. Well, you still get to go and be tortured for a bit.
Oh no, you torture
for God.
Yeah, you're tortured and then you die for the second death. That's why it's called the second death. No one ever says, "Oh, you're gonna burn forever." That's
eternal. I mean, let me just read it and make sure.
Eternal punishment.
Let me make sure I'm reading that right. Maybe it's wrong. Likewise, in the same manner, they indulged. This is talking about Sodom and Gomorrah. They serve as an example by undergoing a punishment of eternal fire. So, what's the punishment of eternal fire?
As in a fire that consumed everything. I mean, if we go to the Middle East today and we see a place that's continually burning, like, for example, Edom in Isaiah 34, if we see a place that's continually burning with no end, I could believe that.
Who's getting punished?
The people of Sodom and Gomorrah. They were punished with eternal fire.
Are they still being punished?
Oh, no, they're dead right now.
Oh, the fire just is eternal, but they were just punished for a minute while they were burning alive.
Yeah, the eternal fire is, and it's not quenched.
So you think, and you do think sometimes burning people alive is the right thing to do?
I mean, if God does it, I mean,
let me ask it to you this way, because like I think it's worth getting these just like on the books to kind of make sure. Would you say like maybe repeat after me? You can say like, as a Christian, I believe that if God commanded me to burn someone alive, I would do it.
Let's say again. I couldn't hear you.
As a Christian, I believe that if God commanded me, you don't even say I believe. As a Christian, if God commanded me to burn someone alive, I would do it. Would you say that?
If God commanded me to burn, for example, a harlot.
You got to say as a Christian.
Yeah, as a Christian. If God commanded me to burn a harlot, as it says in the book of Leviticus, I would have to do it. Or else you're a disbeliever if I don't do it.
What if it was just like a kid walking by? Would you do it?
Well, then, because you see, like,
this is only for harlots.
Well, that's the punishment for harlots, isn't it? In the
but sometimes the punishment for children is to throw rocks at them. So it may be not for burning alive, but if a kid was walking by and there was a rock and God was like, DK, you need to pick up that rock and throw it at that kid's head, you would just do it?
But God wouldn't command that.
Why not?
Because, I'll explain it to you. Because
that kid could be a future Hitler.
I mean, they could. Well, I mean, that's another thing. Hitler himself was raised up, like Pharaoh was raised up so he can be destroyed. That the end party from Germany was raised up so they can be destroyed, man. And all these...
Why didn't he destroy him earlier, before he did all that?
He could have. But the fact is...
No, the question is, why didn't he?
I don't know.
Did God kill Hitler?
Well, I mean, Hitler took his own life, but that was when he was appointed to die.
Yeah. So could God have made Hitler appointed to die at an earlier time and stopped the Holocaust from happening?
He could have if he wanted to.
But he wanted the Holocaust?
Of course, it works everything to the counsel of his will.
So God commanded and ordained the Holocaust to happen?
I wouldn't say
he willed the Holocaust. He wanted it to happen.
Well, that was part of his plan.
And then you go, God, you're so great. Nice Holocaust. I'm going to worship you and pray to you. And then sing songs to you. That's what you do?
Well, that would assume that these Jewish people were believers. These Jewish people were disbelievers.
It doesn't matter.
So, I mean...
DK, by the way, Jewish people weren't the only people who died in the Holocaust.
Of course. I mean, you had Africans, you had other people of different countries, other ethnicities.
You had a lot of believers die.
Of course.
But, so God wanted Christians to die?
So that's part of his plan. So even if God killed literally everyone on earth apart from me, I would still be commanded to worship him, innit?
You just don't have to. Like this is a whole story that was made up by ancient people, right? Like they just everyone back then was trying to make up why storms happen. and why there's weather, and they attribute it to these different gods. And some of these stories got out of hand. This isn't the only one. Some of them got out of hand, and people still believe some of these to this day. You don't have to believe this ancient story especially if it leads you to say things like the Holocaust was overall good, and if God told me to, I'd burn some lady. Like, you're a monster. You're an absolute monster. Like, you have a psychotic, it's like super psychotic mind, and it's because of this cult, this religion. You don't have to do all that. Like, it's okay to set it aside and be good.
Of course, I could tomorrow just say, you know what, I'm not going to do anything.
You could do it today.
Or even today.
Do it right now. Just say, I'm not going to do anything for you, God. I'm moving on from this. And you can start to, like, break free the chains of religion, you know.
I would agree with you that, you know, religion is, or at least Christianity is a kind of a chain religion, isn't it? But as I'm saying, I wouldn't say the Holocaust itself was good. I wouldn't say that.
You think God willed a bad thing to happen?
Oh, I would go back to Joseph.
Do you think God is all good? Is that in your viewpoint?
Well, of course, if someone says God is not all good, that person is a disbeliever. Like, they're going to.
So if God is all good, I mean, all, the word all means in every way, then everything God does is good, right?
I'm sorry?
Everything he does is for good.
Well, everything he does is good, but also everything he intends for is good as well.
Yeah.
So I will go back to...
Yeah. So he can't do something that's, like, not for good.
It's impossible for him to even desire anything bad.
Right. Which means he wanted the Holocaust, right?
That was part of his plan. But that's what I'm saying. Hey, for example,
does he not want his plan?
Well, I would go back to, for example, Joseph.
Hold on, don't move on. Don't step aside from this. We're doing something right now. Did he want his plan to happen?
Of course.
Okay, and part of the plan is the Holocaust.
Yes.
So he wants the Holocaust to happen. And he doesn't want anything bad. What does that mean that the Holocaust is?
Right, so I'm going to answer it, right? So like when Joseph was sold into slavery and his brothers saw him when he was like ruling Egypt or whatever.
This is a dodge and a pivot.
No, I'm going to...
This is a dodge and a pivot. I'm not letting you walk away from this. Try again.
Right, well, I'll try and answer
First, answer the thing, and then you can go talk about Joseph or something that's unrelated to the Holocaust.
Okay, so what's the question again? So he wanted this plan. Yeah, he wanted this plan to happen.
Follow the step through here. Everything God wills for is good, right?
Yes.
Okay. He willed for the Holocaust, right?
Yes, that was part of his plan, yeah.
Okay. So does that mean, would you say, as a Christian, I think the Holocaust was good?
No.
Then God willed for something that wasn't good.
He intended something bad for good.
He intended something bad for good.
As, for example, with Joseph and his brothers. They said it.
I don't care about Joseph and his brothers. So you think, like, the Holocaust seemed bad, but all things considered, it was actually good? Is that what you think?
Yeah, human beings...
Then just say that. As a Christian, the Holocaust seemed bad, but it was actually good. Like, say that.
Yeah.
As a Christian...
Right, as a Christian, Hitler and his followers committed an evil deed, right? But God took that deed and intended it for good.
No. He intended them to commit the evil deed. That's what you said before. He intended for this to happen.
Of course, if he didn't want it to happen, it wouldn't have happened.
Did he intend for an evil thing to happen?
Yes, he allowed it. He intended for this to happen.
Then it was good.
But for good.
So why are you like weaseling and stuff here? You keep on saying the Holocaust was good because God intended it, but then once I say to say it in one sentence, you won't do it. To say, as a Christian, I think God intended for the Holocaust to happen, and it was ultimately good.
Yeah,
as a Christian, I think the Holocaust was ultimately good. That's what you would have to say.
Yes, God is good. The Holocaust was an evil deed committed by evil humans, but God intended it for good.
So you see how you have to weasel these other things in there to try to make it seem less horrific? Why do you want your view to seem less horrific?
I mean, like, of course, people. I mean,
It's because you know that what you're saying is horrific, right?
I literally got told this like 2 months ago.
I don't believe you is the thing. I use this this thing where I make you say as a Christian as like a test, because I can't make you swear on the Bible since we're on the phone. So it's kind of my way of saying, like, do you really believe this? Can you actually say this out loud, like on the internet? Do you truly think this is like actually real? And no one ever does it. Like, no one actually believes it. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody were to come up here and say, as a Christian, I believe that ultimately, all things considered, the Holocaust was for good, then that would blow me away. No one actually says that, you know? You have to stutter through it and add all these things and this stuff. So I don't think you actually believe that to be true. You know that it was bad. And in order to like justify it and justify God's control of the universe, you have to like sneak in all these things. Like, someone else also had will. Someone wanted to do it bad, but God used it for good. That's not what you're saying originally. You're saying God willed for this to happen. He willed for this evil thing to happen.
Because I'm saying it's not like, it's not as straightforward as you're, putting it across as. So of course I can say, as a Christian right now, the Holocaust was an evil deed committed by evil people, but God has intended this for good.
God intended the Holocaust to happen?
For good.
Just to be clear. Okay, so God intended the Holocaust to happen for good. Okay. Do you think he would ever like harm someone not for good?
Do you mean as in like, well, just like, could you give me an example?
Like would he say like, I'm going to have all these people killed with swords and not for good?
No, that would be impossible.
All right. Well, let's read the Bible here. Let's take a look here at, do you ever read Amos? I learned to say it Amos instead of Amos recently.
No, I read it, I actually read it just the other day actually as well.
Do you have a Bible with you?
Not a physical one, no, but you can read.
Well, in Amos 9:3-4, it says, though they hide themselves on the top of Carmel, I'm assuming it is. And though, or from there I will search out and take them. And though they hide from my sight at the bottom of the sea, there I will command the serpent, and it shall bite them. And though they go into captivity in front of their enemies, there I will command the sword, and it shall kill them. And I will fix my eyes on them for harm and not for good. Signed, God.
Yeah, as in, for example, if you go to other verses, it does say that he intends this for harm upon these people.
And not for good.
Yeah, upon these people. It's ultimately.
So the thing that you just said was impossible, he couldn't do, he just claimed to do in the Bible. You feel a little bit of a contradiction there?
I mean, that could seem like a contradiction.
That he can't do anything not for good, and he did something for not for good. That does seem like a contradiction. I think you're right.
Well, I mean, if you're taking it as in, well, God's saying this for his own purpose, I'm saying that purpose, that was for harm for these own people. I mean, they're being driven to death by the sword. I mean, I don't think that's really good for them.
Right.
And of course, people going to hell, like, for example, Hitler and his followers, they're going to hell. That's not going to be good for them.
Yeah. So is it bad?
It's bad for them, yeah.
Yeah. So he did something bad to them?
Well, as I would say with Job, I mean, could we expect good from God and not bad stuff? Of course, he can bring bad stuff upon us.
Yep. So that's what I'm saying. When he's all good and he can do bad, that doesn't make sense. Yeah. That's the whole, you nailed it. That's the whole contradiction. He's both all good and does bad. Is a fucking like direct contradiction. That's why it's impossible to believe in him. He's a logical contradiction. He's a square circle. He's a married bachelor. He's an all purple, half yellow cat. You know, he's a boat that always floats and sinks. Like it's just a like impossible thing that can't exist. At least not the way that you're describing him and worshiping him. So when you say help me, I'm going to help you find Jesus, and then you just like run into a bunch of impossible contradictions, I'm going to keep on not believing in Jesus. And then even if it turns out that this contradiction is real, He seems to be a moral monster because, as you say, he intended the Holocaust to happen for good, and he slaughtered all these people and made all these bad laws and stuff. So luckily for us, these impossible contradictory gods can't happen because they would be monsters, Jesus and God, and we wouldn't want them in charge of the universe. And DK, I think that you are the third monster in the Trinity, God, Jesus, and yourself. I think you're brainwashed, and I think you should try to like get some like therapy, like some sort of help outside of the religion to undo what has been done to you. Okay.
Well, someone told me this 2 months ago, man.
The same thing?
Well, not necessarily the same thing. They tried to claim it was like, apparently, I don't know what religion he was. He was an ex-Muslim, and he's trying to phone the police on that, based upon a lie. But no, I've been told before that my views are, or the views that of the people I'm with as well, is quite extreme.
Yeah, you're a religious extremist. That's the right word for it. Yeah. You have the exact same viewpoint as people who like do and command like horrific mass I think we have to say schmurders in that case. You know what I mean? Like you have the same exact mindset as like cult leaders, like Charles Manson, that kind of stuff. Jim Jones, like all those like bad cult leaders. What was that other guy's name? David Koresh. That wasn't his real name, but that was his internet avatar name, Dave Koresh.
Well, I mean,
just like the random like manifesto. Do you have a manifesto?
Of how I came to it?
Like, do you write any of your ideas down and stuff?
Not really, no.
Okay, that's good.
No, but I mean, I nearly got arrested for it, so.
You never did?
I say I nearly got arrested for it.
Yeah, but a manifesto is just when you like if you have your own journal where you write down like all the reasons that you like. Do you have a Bible study thing where you're like, here's why my views are right?
No, I don't have that.
Okay, yeah, don't do that because you're one manifesto away from being like on the front page news because your viewpoints are just like generally horrible. So,
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that.
No, I'm saying that you wouldn't say that. I'm saying that. This is me. Who are you? You're DK?
Yeah.
What's RK?
DK and RK, they're just initials of people I know. They've died in it.
Oh, okay. You used their initials.
Yeah.
I'm Mezzo.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the one that's saying that you're we're also getting some people in chat. Can I get ones in chat if you think this guy's horrible? Let's get some ones in chat. Look, sometimes when I talk to people here, and thanks Mojo for the sub there. Sometimes when I talk to people here, the goal is to help them deconstruct. I think you're past that. I think you're too deep in. But it is nice to showcase for people who are kind of on the fence or people who are still believers and going like, well, what's so bad about being a Christian to showcase like where it leads, and you're kind of like the road that some people are going down, just like believing contradictions and bad ones, like the most evil things you can believe, and accepting them because you need a contradiction to be true. Anyways, I'm probably going to move on to another guest. Does anyone else in the chat have a question for DK though before we drop him? Are brainwashed people horrible? Not all of them. I would say that's not all of them, but this one, yeah, for sure is. For sure has been. Yeah. I'll put the glue back in the cover. What's up, man? You're not using it safely. Hey, Tuma, welcome in. Are you a religious person?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 19.
Okay. Well, we just moved on from that guy because he was saying that the Holocaust was good. That was weird.
Yeah, of course.
Anyways, you want to help me find Jesus?
Yeah, basically, man, I want to say you're a fucking bitch, man. I hope you burn in hell, bitch. When you fucking die and you fucking wake up in hell, I can't wait, bitch. Fuck you. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking chopped. Where the fuck is your jawline? With your big ass forehead. With your big ass forehead, man. Look at your forehead.
So look the Bible, at it, or where are we looking?
With your bitch. Sorry, my mother. Wait, my mother? Wait. Yeah, shut the fuck up, nigger. Nigger. You fucking nigger. Fuck you, bitch.
Do you know that's like not very nice to say these things?
Nigga, with your big ass forehead. Where's your jawline, man? You need to looks, Max. You need to looks, Max.
I tried to exercise recently.
Buddy, you got a big ass forehead. You got a big ass forehead.
Old.
Go to Turkey. Go to Turkey. And
What's
get a
Turkey?
hair transplant with your big ass forehead, with your no
Did they do
jawline.
hair
Man. You ain't
transplants
got a
in Turkey?
jawline. You ain't got a jawline, buddy.
Cam up. Let's see yours.
You get no hoes. You get no
cam
hoes,
up, dude.
man.
Let's see it.
You get no hoes, man.
Let's see your
Come on,
jawline. Cam up, man.
What are you doing with your life? You get a job.
Hey, if
Get
you're
a
not going to
job,
show
man.
yours,
I'm
you're
not
not
gonna
allowed
help
to
you
say
find
anything
Jesus.
about mine. You got to
That's not
cam
my
up.
job, man. I got a job.
What's
Where's
your
your job, man? What's your job?
I don't share
What's
my
your job? You jobless. You jobless, little bro. You jobless.
What's your job?
Nah, man. You jobless, bro.
Also, where you work, are
You're
they
a fucking
hiring?
idiot. You're a fucking idiot, man.
Tuma,
You're just
are
an
they
idiot with a
hiring where you
big-ass
work?
forehead. You got no jawline. You got glasses on.
Hey guys, don't
Why the
report
fuck
this
do you
guy.
have
This is
glasses
good.
on?
This is good stuff.
Take them off. Take them the fuck off.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Good boy.
Do you
That's
think
a good
it'll help
boy.
me get a job if I
Listen,
take the
man,
glasses off?
Why is your forehead so big? Why is your forehead so big? If you answer
I don't
this,
know.
I'll
I
help
guess
you.
it's just the way God
If you
made
answer
me.
me why your forehead's so big and you don't have a jawline
I can do
and
this if
your
it
chin's
helps.
recessed, man. Your
What does it
chin
look
is...
like
I
when
mean,
I'm,
you're
like,
nail
fully bald?
polish. I mean, your chin recessed, bro. You ain't got a chin. Yeah, and that's big as shit. That is big as shit.
Is that
Fuck
what
me.
you want?
Fuck me. And your jawline
You want
recessed,
me to
bro.
fuck you?
Do you mouth
You're like,
breathe?
take your glasses
Do you
off
mouth
and
breathe a
fuck
lot?
me.
I think you need double jaw surgery.
Tuma, you
definitely
gotta
need
cam
double
up and
jaw
show me
surgery.
what I should look
Come
like.
on,
I
bro.
want to know.
Come on, man. Come on.
Show me what a true man looks like.
You need some help, man.
Hey, either cam up or drop down,
You
dude.
need double jaw surgery.
I would
do.
get it, but yeah, hold on. Who's that? Is someone there?
And I think you need to get some.
Is your mom in the background?
Chin fillers. Because
Is your mom in the background right
and
now?
get a hair transplant. And maybe you can become mid-tier. You can become mid.
Come on, if you're not going to cam up, then step down. Oh, you do know where the buttons are, so you can unmute, which means you can cam up. Let's see it.
Man, fuck you. Fuck
Yeah, that's
you,
what
man.
I thought. That's what I thought. You're an embarrassment. Go ahead and cam up or step down.
Baby.
Cam up or step down, baby.
Debate me on why you're so chopped.
Yeah, step down. Or cam up. Or put your mom on the
Yeah.
phone, maybe.
Nah, you're just a nigger.
You're just trying to have me block you because you don't have anything to
you're a
really
nigger.
offer.
Yeah.
Do you have
Sorry
something to
say
offer
that. I
for
think
real?
you're half nigger. You're
What
not
does that
white,
mean?
buddy.
Are you?
You're not white.
Are you white?
Yeah. Yeah.
What came up? Let's see it.
Come to Puerto Rico, buddy. Come to Puerto Rico.
Sure. What's the address? Let me write it down. Where should I meet you?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, you don't? Nothing? You don't think I will?
Nah, man. Of
I can
course,
give you
of
my
course, man.
address if you want to come
People
here.
saying that with my camera on. I mean, I don't have enough
Tuma,
followers. If you
I'll
give me
give
the
you my
followers,
address if you want to come
I
here.
can
I'll
turn my
meet you
camera
right
on.
now.
I swear to God, I'll turn that on.
Can you afford a plane
I don't have
ticket?
enough. I mean, if you want to see what I look like, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not insecure, you feel me?
Yeah.
But this
put your
dude, he
camera
don't
on.
got a jawline. His chin's recessed, man.
I have no
He
jawline.
ain't got a
My
chin.
forehead is big.
It's so
I
far
paint my
back
nails.
from
I'm
the
a
mouth
piece of
breathing.
shit.
He's done his
Come
whole
and find
life,
me,
man.
Tuma. Let's go.
And
You don't
by
think
the
I'll
way,
show
man,
up?
You're an atheist. You're an atheist, dude. Like, you're the worst.
Yeah,
Man,
that's
fuck
why I have
you.
nothing to lose, right? So,
Yeah.
so do you want to actually talk about atheism?
Yeah. I gotta go, buddy. I gotta go. I got a job. to get to.
Do you have to like mow your mom's
And
lawn
can
right
try
now?
and
Why are
breathe
you
through your
leaving?
nose? Can you come on? Let's do an exercise. In through the nose, out through the mouth.
Camera
In through
on,
the nose,
camera
out through the
on,
mouth.
or step down.
In through the nose.
Run
out
off
through the
and
mouth.
mow your
Come
mother's
on, do
lawn,
it.
or step
Do
down.
it. Come on.
You said you were going to give me your address. Do you want to DM it to me?
I'll give you my address. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
What are you gonna do with it?
I'll just come by. You said you wanted to come to Puerto Rico. Is that
You
where you
swear to
live?
God you come?
Sure, yeah.
On God.
Yeah.
And you want to debate?
If you want to debate, sure. Or like, were you trying to like fight me or something? Or why were you...
No. I wouldn't. I swear to God, I would never fight you.
Okay.
But you would debate me?
Yeah. Either we can do it right now. We don't have to do it like in person. But if you'd rather do it in person, sure, yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather do it in person.
Okay.
To cook you in person.
Can you afford a plane ticket? Because I can just give you my address too if you want to come here.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, yeah. Do you have a pen?
1 second. All right, I got it.
5225.
Are you gonna give it on live? You're gonna give your address on live?
Yeah, I'm not scared. Are you scared?
I mean, you know, what are these people putting up on you?
These people are all good people. You're the only bad person.
And I'm a good person, man.
5225 Figueroa Mountain Road.
Yeah.
Los Olivos, California, 93441.
That's your address?
Yes, sir.
On God. I mean, you don't believe in God. On Mother Nature.
Absolutely. Come on over.
If I knock on your door and you're not there, what should I do?
Well, I'm probably just at the store. Just hang out for a minute and I'll be right back. I'm usually home. I don't have a job, you know?
Yeah,
I don't have to mow my mother's lawn.
I mean, do you want a job? I can help you get a job.
I said, can you help me get a job before? You kept like just doing slurs over it. Like, let's be friends here. Let's try to make this happen.
No, because you're just a disrespectful guy, man. You're disrespectful.
Hey, you came up and said a bunch of insults. Like, I think that if we're talking about disrespectful, I don't want to point fingers here.
But words are just words.
Yeah, and that's how you.
And if they want my full name, my name is Alien Smith.
Alien Smith?
Yeah.
Your name is Alien?
Alan, sorry.
Oh, you forgot how to pronounce it.
Yeah. Alan Smith.
So are you going to come by or should I come to you?
I'll come to you and I'm going to bring a pen and paper and I'm going to cook you.
Hey man, like when you're done mowing the lawn, just like come back up and we can do it here too. Like I'll come by or you come here, we'll do that. But if you want, I'm happy to just talk on this as well.
Nah, I'd rather do it in person.
Okay. All right. Well,
you swear to God, that's your, I mean, you swear on Mother Nature, that's your address.
100%. You have it written down?
5225 California.
Figueroa Mountain Road.
Figueroa?
Yes.
Mountain Road. Figueroa.
Yeah.
All right.
And the zip code is 93441.
Bro, are you going to set me up? Am I going to get jumped?
What the fuck would I jump you with? I don't have a gang. I have a family. I have 10-year-old twins. Like, what are we going to do? What are you talking about?
I don't know, man. You might be a gangster. I mean, who gives the address online?
That might be. People who have conviction. People who have.
No, who gives the address to 400 people?
I don't care. Like,
I give it to you, but these people will put up on me.
These people, they're not going to come. These people are all broke. These people can't get a fucking bus ticket.
All right, I'm going to come in a week.
A week?
Yeah.
Okay, well, come around this time. I'll be live.
I gotta
we'll
take
hear
2
you knock
days
on the
off
door,
of
and
work.
it'll be fun. Yeah.
I got to take some time.
What's your job?
Me? No, I'm in high school as well, by the way. I'm in high school.
You're not even old enough to be here?
No, I'm 18, man. I'm 18,
bro. Okay. Well, you were all saying that you have a job and I don't, but your job is that.
Yeah, I do have a job.
Okay. What is it?
Man, like I work in a trade, man. I work on a site part-time.
On a site?
Yeah, I'm a laborer, you know? I pick stuff up, you know? Yeah, man. It's a trash job, but I'm in high school, so get some money, man. Get some money.
Yeah, dude. Like maybe eventually you can afford a car and you can just drive over here.
I mean,
or plane ticket. I'll pick you up from the airport even.
You will pick me up.
Yeah. You can get into LAX probably.
Bro, I'm gonna follow you. And I'm gonna DM you when I get there.
Sure.
And I'm gonna give you my number. I'm gonna share my location on WhatsApp. Yeah. And you will pick me up, yeah?
Yeah, Tuma, this thing where you go on people's lives and like try to say slurs, it's just...
I will genuinely meet up with you peacefully.
I will do that.
I'm more scared of you right now.
Absolutely. I'm a gangster. Like, you're right to be scared, for sure. People don't do what I do.
I'm scared.
But like this thing where you like just go on people's lives and say slurs to try like get the live in trouble, it's a little bit childish. And I know that you're in high school, but like we can kind of move on from that, okay?
Why are people asking for my address, man? They're gonna jump me, bro. They're gonna jump me.
Hey guys, don't jump this guy. He's fine. He's growing up. Look, honestly, when I was in high school, I was a piece of shit. No joke. Like I was a full piece of shit, and I probably would have done the same thing that you just did. So you'll grow out of it. And I think it's time to start thinking about maybe like, not doing that thing where you just like go up and do slurs to try to get lives shut down.
Right.
It's not very cool. Okay.
All right. So when you pick me up, right, you can record it, right? I mean, but I'm gonna cook you, bro. I'm gonna cook you.
Okay.
We'll do it in public.
What do you want the
'cause,
topic
I don't
to
wanna
be
go in your
about?
house.
What do you want the topic to be about, just so I can prepare?
Christianity.
Christianity's. You think it's true? That's the thing.
I think atheism is illogical, right? So
Okay.
I mean, we're gonna do it in person.
Yeah. I just want to make sure, like, you're going to do like a logical argument for Christianity. I was like, for all I know, you're Muslim.
Yeah, I'll DM you. I'll DM you.
Okay.
All right, peace
Cool.
out, man.
Well, I'll talk to you then. Thanks.
Take care.
Bye. All right. I would say W's in chat, but I don't think that guy like deserves quite a W. But hey, we turned that around. That was almost a bad caller. I mean, I think he was still a bad caller, but we turned it around.
Hi, Mezzo. I just wanted to say your forehead is cute and you have a really nice jawline.
Hey, cam up if you're going to talk shit about. Wait. Sorry, I was in the wrong.
I can cam up.
Hold on, I was in the wrong. But thank you very
I
much.
just wanted to say you have a really nice forehead. It's proportionate with your eyebrows and your hairline. It's really nice. Your jawline is very sharp and defined, and those glasses really suit you.
I'm gonna honestly, I take his side more on this, but I was getting in better shape, and then I hurt my back, so I'm back into although the hairline thing just kind of happens, but that's why we usually have Joel up here. It makes mine look better.
Oh, is his? No, Joel has a nice hairline too.
Well, it's just farther back though.
Yeah, but it's
also
okay.
like if I part it the other way, I think like this is better, right? If I go that way.
Yes, he just makes the forehead smaller, but it's a nice forehead. It's very nice. It's proportioned with your entire face
What if
structure.
we go up with it? God, that's
Just
a
with
bad
gel
look.
and spike it up.
Holy
Look
shit,
like Bart
that's
Simpson.
That's a bad look. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know. The guy's in my head. He's in my head. He's gonna cook me.
I just wanted to say that you have a nice hairline and your jawline is fine. That's all I
thank you
wanted
so
to
much.
say.
Yeah. Honestly don't care at all one way or the other. People saying camera. Don't be creeps, guys. Don't be creeps. All right, thanks, Judge.
Okay, bye.
Appreciate you. If you guys want to see the judgmental cam up, go follow her in some other live. Yeah. Okay. Progress of addiction. Welcome in. How old are you?
Me, I'm 31.
31. And what's your religion?
Well, I'd say Christian, man, if I had to pick a religion, but I have a relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ.
Okay, well, that's who we're looking for today. Is he on the other? Is he on? Now look, I got like hair shadows. Ah, that guy's.
So you want to know how to find out if Jesus is real? I'll tell you two very simple ways.
Okay.
That are guaranteed.
What?
Number one is
guaranteed.
Look at all the celebrities. Yeah. Number one is have a look at all the celebrities, like, for example, The Weeknd, Lady Gaga, all these celebrities at the top, the satanic ones. Have a look at these and look at who they worship.
Let me just look it up really quick.
They tell
The
you the truth.
Weeknd religious views. At their religious views, you mean?
No, well, basically the word.
Or they're just. Oh, The Weeknd is an Ethiopian Orthodox Christian.
Yeah, mate, he's very satanic, brother. Have a look at his music videos and stuff, man. Well,
I'll tell you something. I don't know if you know this. I have a piano in front of me. I'm a bit of a musician myself. So are you saying that if I follow Satan, I can get like a booming music career?
Yeah, you could do a ritual yourself, brother, and yeah.
Okay, let me write this down. Let me get some.
You can sell your soul to the devil, bro.
Okay, what are these steps? Step 1.
I wouldn't advise it. I don't want you to do that, man.
Yeah, but I could get a booming music career.
Yeah, but you'd lose your eternal life.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just live it now. So what's the first step?
Real places, man. I've seen both. The Jesus showed me both of them. I was 15 years doing, well, as you can see, addiction. Oh
no, sorry. I was asking, what are the steps to do the ritual for the music career?
Well, there is tutorials, bro, but I don't want to tell you this.
There's what?
I can't tell you this because I believe in Jesus, and Jesus won't be too happy if I turn around and say, this is how you do a ritual.
Yeah, you're right. He might not like that. Do you think I could? Do you believe that there's like?
He loves you more than anything, brother, and he doesn't want you to do this. So.
Let me ask you this: do you believe that blasphemy is like the one unforgivable sin?
100%, yeah.
I've done blasphemy.
Right, you have the Holy Spirit?
Yeah, I was like, the Holy Spirit's a piece of shit. Fuck the Holy Spirit. I'm better than them. And
Well,
so I say that, I like yell that at the sky. So
Well,
now that
yeah.
I've done that, I have no chance of going to heaven, which means all I have before I go to hell, progress, is this life. And the best thing I could do in this life before I get there would be to experience a moment of joy, a moment as a musician.
Okay, I can fully
So would
answer
you
that
tell me the
question.
steps so that I could at least have some joy in my eternal existence? Because the rest of it's going to be bad. So if we
So
could
what
just
you
have this life be good, what's the first step towards a good satanic ritual here? Do I need chicken blood?
Okay, I can't do that, but what you just said there about blasphemy, I can answer that for you. So you haven't got the Holy Spirit to blaspheme to start off with. Now everything you
Well, I
just
used
said,
to when I
God
was a
forgives you
Christian.
for that straight away, man. You are forgiven, brother.
So there's nothing unforgivable?
Well, if I've got the Holy Spirit in me, I got forgiven by God because I repented for my sins and He saved me from all my addictions and
I
stuff.
did that.
And I had a radical encounter with
I did
the
the
Lord.
same thing, progress. I used to speak to God on the regular when I was in high school. And then I
Yeah, but have you had
then
an
I
encounter
denied
with
him and I told the Holy Spirit to fuck off.
Okay.
So I'm
You
good.
forgive
I'm
it.
blasphemed. I'm like doomed for hell eternally and there's no forgiving it.
Not exactly, brother. I know loads of people who hated God and now they love God.
So then it is forgivable.
Yeah, it's forgivable.
So
but
there's
it's what I'm
so when it
saying
says there's an unforgivable sin, that's not true. That's a lie in
yeah,
the
but
Bible.
it's what I'm saying. If you let me explain, is say I've received the Holy Spirit. If I turn around now and went and willfully did sin until the day of my death, then it would be unforgivable on Judgment Day. However,
What verse is that?
If
Where does it
if I
say
do
that?
a sin, I repent. I feel bad for it. So I'm not blaspheming the Holy Spirit. But if I was to do sin all the way up until death, now
You're just
that is
making this
blasphemy.
up. It doesn't say that in the Bible.
Blaspheme
Are you just making up your own religion right now?
Waging sin till death. Yeah,
That's dangerous, dude.
No, I don't do that, but
People go to hell for that. You got to be careful.
I don't do this, bro. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, I'll tell you what. If you don't have to tell me what the steps are, but I'll just tell you what I think they are, and then you can be like, or and that way you can kind of like fly under the radar here. So if the first thing that I do is strip naked, paint a pentagram on the ground with chicken blood, and light like a ring of candles, and cover myself in the blood, and like like I'm crawling around on this like pentagram. Is that like step one? I know it's like several steps mashed together, but just
well, it does say in the Bible, pray people into the hands of the devil if they're not listening. So
there you go. There we go.
Because you'll have no way out, and you'll have no other choice but to shout on God's name to get out.
I have a chicken, and I lopped its head off, but it's draining into a piece of Tupperware over here, so it's not quite ready. But when it's done draining, I'm thinking of I'm gonna pour it into a circle with a pentagram, and then have candles around, and then I'm naked, and I pour the last of it on myself, and then like roll around on it. But so that's step one, and then I think what I'm gonna say is something like Dear hellish Satan, I ask you into my heart, please help my booming music career, something along those lines. Like, what do you think the right words are?
I don't know, brother. I don't know, but I'll tell you another way you can find out if Jesus is real.
Is there any way that I could get Jesus, eternal life, and be a famous musician? Is that possible, or do I need to be
100%? Yeah, of course.
Well, why don't we just do it that way? Why are you trying to get me to follow this Satan step?
I'm not trying to get you to follow Satan at all, man. I've not said
You brought
that.
up The Weeknd and Lady Gaga.
I'm saying this is how you find out if Satan is real. So if you listen to me,
who's a famous musical Christian?
That tells you the truth. There you go.
Harry Styles, right?
Harry Styles, what? Sorry,
he's a Christian, isn't he? Or no, the Coldplay guys.
Yeah, but they're all in the occult, brother. They all say they're Christians, but they're all in the occult. They're just fake, bro.
So are there? You just said I could be a Christian and be in the music career, but they're all in the occult. Like, it seems like that's the only way in.
It's like you're wearing a mask of a Christian, bro. But
is Jars of Clay still a band?
Is who? Sorry,
Jars of Clay.
Jars of Clay. I never heard of those.
DC Talk. I haven't been in the Christian music. Creed.
Yeah, MGK there, Machine Gun Kelly sold his soul.
Yeah. Dang it.
Devil. So you believe, but even when you sell your soul is still God's until death, you know?
Yeah, I'll just sell it to the devil, and then that way I can like have this music career. Listen to this. This is like I'll play like a song or two here. This is one.
Yeah, please.
Kind of nice, right?
Amen.
I made this.
Powerful.
Is it too slow, you think?
Nah, talented, brother.
Kind of nice one. Do you think that that's good enough to get me to the top, or do I need to do that and sell my soul?
Well, you can get so far through the music industry before they come for you, yeah. But
I see what you're saying. So your talent, your own talent gets you in, and then once they see you're good, then they come
once you reach a certain level, then you have to then they'll come for you.
Got it. Oh, that's a bummer. I wish I could just do it now and kind of like make it faster.
You can do it. There was a girl called
what would I say to make that happen?
Podcast. She's a scouser. She's on the James English podcast. She sold her soul to the devil, and then she went to all these mad parties and stuff. And
how do you do? Like, does the devil come up to you? Like I don't get how that happens.
He can come up to you like in a suit, or he can come up to you in loads of different ways, brother. Like, you know, he can come up to you like as a normal person in like a suit and stuff. And
would it be possible? Could he like maybe even come up on like like as a guest on the TikTok live?
I don't think he'll do that, man. No.
It might be though. If you don't think it's going to happen, then the best trick he could do would be to make that happen.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
because like if I never knew about this and I had never heard about this, then the best thing the devil could do, if he was like the ultimate trickster, the devil would like come up on my live and be like, "Oh, you got to stay away from the devil. You got to watch out for the devil. He could be anywhere and he'll make you rich and he'll make you famous, like The Weeknd and Lady Gaga. So don't do any of that mess." It sounds like, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm starting to think you might be the devil.
Yeah,
because that's exactly what the devil would do. It would come up and be like, you don't want to be all rich and famous like Lady Gaga on The Weeknd. What you want. I fucking found you out.
I'm the devil.
I just caught you. You're absolutely the devil.
God bless you, sir. Can I pray for you then? If I'm the devil, let me pray for you. And I'll pray for you.
This is a trick.
Is that okay? Well,
yeah,
I'll pray for your exalted musician business.
I'll give you a little background. Here, go ahead.
I'll exalt you.
Yeah. How much do you want from me?
Pardon? I don't want anything from you, brother. I just want you to be honest with me, you know.
Do you care about what I do with my eternal soul?
Yeah, I care what happens to your soul, yeah, eternally, yeah. Mm-hmm. Of course I do, bro. Care about everybody's. I was living in
darkness, were to, like, give my soul over to your hands so that you could guide me, would you maybe give me
I would ask you to say the salvation prayer, bro. That's it.
How do we, like, this is like something we have to kind of secretly do here. Okay. All right, do the prayer and we'll see what happens.
Right, I'll pray for you. What's your real name, if you don't mind me asking?
It's Mezzo.
Is that your real name? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Heavenly Father, just pray for Mezzo right now, Father God. I just pray for his forgiveness of sins, Lord. I pray for a supernatural encounter with you, whether it's in a dream, a vision, or in physical form, Father God. I just pray right now in the name of Jesus Christ that you will show him the way, Lord, that you will show him the light, and you will shine your marvelous light upon his face, Father. I just pray. I come against every principality of darkness and I break the chains off him right now in the powerful name of Jesus Christ, Lord. I just pray that every principality of darkness, will bind them up and I make them weak in the name of Jesus right now, and I rebuke any enemies that are within him, blinding him right now. Take the scales off his eyes, Lord, so he can see, his eyes to see and his ears to hear. Give him the heart to feel your true presence, Lord. I pray for a supernatural encounter in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. There you go, brother.
In the name of the Dark Lord, we come from you. We are ready to give you your raging, now powerful music career. You will be right next to Lady Gaga and The Weeknd as soon as you can deliver your soul to me, the deal is done.
Do you know what, right? I love you, man. I love you, man, yeah? I really do love you,
I love you
brother.
too. In fact, I'll even say it like this.
Thank you for that. I love you too. Amen. Amen. But do you know, Geese, right? I'll tell you a little story. You don't have to believe me. I was in addiction for 15 years. I was going to unalive myself.
Oh, progress. Hold on one second. I have another guest.
Cool.
There we go. Okay. Sorry, I just had another guest. Hey, Adam, welcome in. What's your age? What's your religion?
Yeah, I'm in my late 20s and I'm Muslim.
Okay. Well, welcome in. Can you help me find Jesus?
Well, we don't believe he's God, but we do believe he's a prophet of God.
So
Highly
he's in
respected.
heaven right now, right?
Yeah, we believe he will come back.
Shit.
To usher in a new,
So the only way to find him now would be to like die or something?
Bro, I've seen a lot of videos about near-death experiences, and people do say that they've met Jesus, but I think that's their subconscious mind.
How do you without getting us in trouble on TikTok, how could I do a near unalive, man?
I can't help you with that, bro.
There was that movie Flatliners. Did you ever see the movie Flatliners, where they would intentionally induce death and then let them see the other side and then bring them back? It was like a science experiment or something. I don't remember that. Is that how that movie went, chat? It was something like that, right? That's not a bad idea.
But if you did that, you wouldn't see Jesus. You would see what your soul deserves to see. I mean, all you're going to see is a reflection of your inner self. That's it.
So it'd be like, sorry, I'm not going to keep doing that.
Maybe, bro. I mean, it depends how dark your soul is. I don't think your soul is that dark, but
I don't think it's dark at all, if I'm being honest with you.
it definitely has darkness in it because you gave up hope.
No, I have hope.
Well, what do you have hope in? It's
I have hope in my music career. I hope, honestly, sorry, jokes aside, I do hope that I can continue to pull people away from the indoctrination of their religious upbringing. That is something I am hopeful for, even though it's an uphill battle, right? Like there's more of you than there are of us. But I think over time, I think that I'm making a little bit of a little bit of pushing the needle, just by doing my part here. I'm trying.
Okay. Can I ask you something?
I have faith it'll work. Yeah, go ahead.
So where are you bringing them to? Like they have guidance, spiritual guidance, and you're bringing them to darkness and relativism and moral ambiguity. What are you bringing them to?
Sure. So for people who are indoctrinated, they are by Abrahamic religions like yourself, they are forced to succumb to what I call dark moral reasoning, and also just be susceptible to other scams. So when we leave religion, when we deconstruct that, we can deny the horrors of these ancient texts. These stories that have what we feel are bad. Inside we go this seems bad, but we have to say it's good because we're scared of God. You're allowed to have this freedom where you go, that is bad. And I can't tell you, it's hard to explain to someone who's still religious, but people in chat are going to confirm this, that when you undo the threads of religion, you untangle that out of your mind, there is a weird feeling of freedom, because right now there's moral dissonance happening within you, right, Adam? There's times where you say, yeah, that's okay because God commanded it, but inside you're kind of even in your subconscious going ooh, that one hurts to say a little bit, and hush it down.
I don't have any of that.
Hush it down.
I wish you wouldn't project that onto me.
You really you think everything that's commanded in the Quran is feels good to you? That's okay?
I would say I know who my Lord is, and he wouldn't command injustice. He has perfect knowledge of what happens before, what happens after, eternity itself.
Right.
He has
so when he
perfect knowledge of
commands
everything.
that unalive, to go kill unbelievers, you're yeah, that's good. I feel good about that.
there's a lot of context around that. Those unbelievers were harassing the prophet for many years, basically ran him out of his city, etc. There's reasons for that.
You think death is
and they
the
were
right?
at war, and then the unbelievers, while they had a peace
The
treaty,
pagans
broke
just
that
go
peace
kill
treaty.
them. You're fine with?
No, they broke the peace treaty. Now the Muslims didn't even want to fight them, but they were forced to fight them.
Okay, so you do have issue with it.
I don't have an issue with it because God commanded it, and God says, sometimes I'll command a thing for you which you don't like, and sometimes I'll command a thing for you which you do like, but you don't see the knowledge in yet. So
Right. So some of it you don't like, right?
doesn't matter.
That's what I'm saying. I get you. So there's stuff you don't like, but you're not giving like, it doesn't matter. What you're saying, what I think doesn't matter. What Adam thinks doesn't matter. You're disregarding your own feelings to trust God. And what I'm saying is that as an atheist, we don't, hold on, Adam. What I'm saying is as an atheist, we don't have to do that. You start to go, I'm Mezzo and I matter. And you give yourself some value rather than just being a pawn in God's game.
Well, I get what you're saying, right? But when I really consider it, I'm not a non-contingent being, and I don't have perfect knowledge. I'm just a human. My feelings, they pass. My emotions, they pass. My thoughts, they pass. There is something eternal within me, but that is a gift from God. That is the being of my being, whatever is animating me. And that belongs to God. So who would give it better guidance than the one who created it?
Yeah, but
I mean, so I don't have any problems.
Right. So you're saying like I'm some dumb idiot. I don't know anything. Whatever God says is the real thing. So I'm kind of like pointless here. I just have to do whatever He says. And what I'm saying, because the original question was, what do you bring people to when you bring them away from religion? Well, you bring them, like you empower them. You give them a sense of self again. You give them their identity back that has been stolen away from them by the gods and the religious leaders of your book, right? So absolutely, we have something to offer, and of course, like reality. Like you don't have to think that ants talked to Solomon anymore, or is it Samuel? Who did they talk to? Solomon or Samuel? Whoever they talk to. You know what I mean? Like
there's nothing wrong with that.
No, to humans though, right?
Yeah, but if Solomon was given the ability to understand,
right? Yeah.
Like,
so you have to believe that really happened. That a guy talked to ants, and that's just another thing. So there's the moral stuff you don't have to like hang on to anymore. There's a sense of identity and the kind of like obviously silly like mythological stories. We can go, that never happened. That's fine. And so that's what we have to offer just on atheism, just to answer your question. But did you want to help me find Jesus?
I can help you find God, not Jesus.
Is Jesus God?
No, we don't believe Jesus is God.
This might not be the right conversation for you then.
Well, are you only trying to talk to Christians? I mean, I told you I'm Muslim. We don't believe Jesus is God. We believe He's a prophet of God.
Yeah, I do Muslim conversations, but it's Sunday. It's the day of the Lord Jesus Christ, so we're doing Christians today more.
Okay, you know what? That's fine. I'll get off then. Thank you.
Okay, I will get off as well. Thanks, Adam, for being here and giving us something to talk about. Thanks for the bear. So now,
hey, Mezzo, how's it going, man?
Bear thing. Hold on a second, because I got to figure out how to get rid of these bear things. You guys, stop giving these dumb gifts that look all huge on the screen. It just makes me look stupid when you do that. Like I'm talking to these people, and like there's like shit on my head. This is terrible. Got to remember to turn it up. Great. Okay. Yep. Can you guys do it where it makes them look dumb? I think it'd be better if they looked stupid. Right? Like they should make one where like it like makes a toilet over here or something. That'd be a great gift. God damn it. Egyptian Christian, is that your name?
My name, how's it going, man?
How old are you?
I'm 30 years old.
30 years old. And are you an Egyptian Christian?
That's right.
Okay. So you're the true name there.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, you want to help me find Jesus?
Yeah, sure. So for me to argue for Jesus, right, it has to be in stages. So the first stage, I have to argue for the existence of God. And then from there... Oh, you accept God?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. Then we move on to the second stage, which is proving the resurrection of Christ, for example. Okay. Have you heard of the minimal facts argument by Gary Habermas and Mike Licona?
No.
Oh, okay, so this is an argument where they gather facts, right, about the life of Christ that's accepted by all historians, including secular historians, right? And then they do, abductively infer the resurrection of Christ, like the inference the best explanation, right? So the facts would be that that's accepted by everyone, right? The crucifixion of Christ, everyone accepts that Christ historically existed and he was crucified. He died on the cross. He was unalived on the cross. Sorry for using that term, right?
No,
and then
he got killed.
Oh, but I didn't want to use that term on TikTok, right? Because that's why I used the word unalived, right?
Or murdered or whatever, yeah.
Okay. And he was later seen...
It was an unjust killing, right? Like that's how you would say it. So like that counts as murder?
Okay, but then he was later seen post-mortem appearances of Christ. But of course...
Wait a minute, whose plan was this to kill Jesus?
Can we just go through that argument? Then we can go on like asking other things.
I just want to make sure, like, because I don't know if that really happened, but whose idea was this to have Jesus die?
Oh, the idea of Jesus. Well, we would believe that it was Christ himself.
Oh, he came. It was his own.
Yeah, he loved mankind and he wanted to sacrifice himself so that we can.
This is a word you can't say, but like a self-unalivement.
Well, no, I mean, would you say that if someone sacrifices himself on behalf of another, that he self-unalived himself? No, we would say that's a noble, beautiful. Oh, you would say that? Okay, then if you want to use that terminology, that's fine.
Yeah, it's like a slew slide, I think is like the way you have to kind of like say it.
Okay, that's fine. And that doesn't matter. Yeah, you can use that term if you want to.
We can do that? I thought.
Yeah, why not?
I thought that was against the rules or something.
Rules? What rules?
Like God's rules?
I don't know. Like, if you want to use that term.
You're allowed to take your own life in Christianity, is that true?
Oh no, us human beings we cannot do it, right? But Jesus Christ, in virtue of him being God, loved us.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So he wasn't like us, right? He's like the incarnate God. We're not incarnate gods.
So
right?
he's allowed to do sins because he's not a human.
He's allowed to do sins.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but we say that it's physically impossible for him to have done any sin in virtue of him being infallible, the infallible being. He's a divine being,
Well,
and
yeah,
he's infallible.
he doesn't have any rules. He could literally just like beat a newborn baby to death, and it wouldn't count as a sin because he's infallible.
Oh yeah, but Jesus Christ cannot do the logically impossible. So God is omnipotent, right? But he cannot do the logically impossible. So he is actually bounded by the laws of logic in a way. So that would be a contradiction if he were to commit a sin, because then he would be violating his omnibenevolent nature, right? So therefore, God himself cannot do the logically impossible, according to Christian philosophers and how we define omnipotence, right?
So wait, how do we define omnipotence? I don't know what that means.
It was traditionally defined, like by Thomas Aquinas and the medieval theologians, is that omnipotence is God being able to do anything that's logically possible. Yeah, God being able to do it.
But beating up a child is logically possible. I could do that. In fact, I could do it. Like, I honestly, if a child tried to beat me up, I think I could win.
Yeah, you can do that, but God, in virtue of him being omnibenevolent, cannot do that because that would contradict
so the
his
act
omnibenevolent.
itself isn't a logical contradiction. He just has the contradiction.
That's correct. So
yeah,
you can do it.
So he's a contradiction. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So he cannot do it because then he would be violating the laws of logic because he would be contradicting.
No.
Nature.
He wouldn't be. He would just be violating his own nature, not the laws of logic. It's logically possible to beat a kid up. This isn't like, can he draw a square circle? Right?
Oh yeah, but if he's omnibenevolent, he himself cannot do it, even though the act itself, like from other beings, can.
So there's a lot of stuff God can't do. So that's why omnipotent just like isn't the right word for it. He can't do everything.
Okay, sure, but a lot of times Christian philosophers will define omnipotence as being able to do anything that's logically possible. But if you don't want to call it,
beating up a kid is a logically possible act. So that just like doesn't make sense, you know.
Yeah, but if I mean it might. So if you were like an omnibenevolent being, right? If you were all good, then you couldn't have beaten the child, right? Because that would be an evil thing, and you can't do an evil thing as an omnibenevolent being, right? So maybe like
what you're saying is he's limited by his omnibenevolence.
Correct. Yes. There you go.
So to say God is limited, so omnipotence isn't the right word because omnipotence means you're unlimited.
Sure, then maybe you can pick any other term. That's just going to be a semantic dispute.
He's pretty powerful. He's
pretty powerful. We could say very powerful.
He can do half of the acts.
Okay, that's fine. We can go with that. Yeah,
he can do like just a bit less than like humans or whatever.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can go with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and so going back to the proving to you the resurrection of Christ, right, and why Christ really rose from the dead, right? Again, the minimal facts which all historians believe in. Do you know Bart Ehrman?
I haven't met him. He was supposed to show up on one of these lives, but he chickened out. Maybe we'll reschedule with him.
Yeah, so Bart Ehrman and Gerd Luderman, these are big atheist secular historians, right, would all concede to these minimal facts where they would say, like, yes, Jesus did really exist. He was really crucified.
Bart Ehrman says he resurrected?
No, but he would say, no, so the resurrection would be an inference from the best explanation, right? So what they would...
what does Bart Ehrman say about the resurrection?
Oh, he doesn't believe in it.
Well, why are you, so we want to quote that guy?
Because I wanted to quote for him that he believes in the crucifixion, the death, and the post-mortem appearances of Christ to his disciples. That Christ appeared to his disciples after he supposedly died. But they would say it's a hallucination theory. They would take the hallucination theory that the disciples hallucinated. But
well,
then
why
I
are
have
you talking about his
idea.
Hey, Egyptian, you're talking too fast.
Oh, sorry, sir. Okay.
Like you're kind of yelling and you're talking really, really fast. Like, can we, when people speak that fast through as many things as they can, they're trying to like sneak in a bunch of stuff. I think like you, and I'm not saying you are, but sometimes when that happens, people go through that fast. It's what magicians do. They like, they do things really fast. Take a card. Look at this. I'm over here. And they're doing all these things so fast that you miss the tricks.
Okay, let's do it. Yeah.
Yeah. But I just want to like figure out what the hell you're talking about. So are we accepting Bart Ehrman as a historical expert of some kind?
Yeah, so I would say he's absolutely an expert in ancient history, for example, right?
But he's an atheist?
And he's an atheist, yeah.
Okay. So what conclusions, so you just, you pick some of his points and then disregard the other ones? Is what you're saying?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
And some of his points would be that, and not only him, like a lot of other.
It sounds like you should debate him.
Well, no, because I can debate him, right? But then I want to convince you as well, not only him, right? I want to convince you.
I don't know anything about him, though. Why don't you just ask me what I think?
Okay, sure. So, again, okay, I'll go through the argument and let's see what your thoughts are about it, right? So the argument says that there are these historical facts, right? That's not controversial among historians that Jesus existed. He was unalived on the cross. He was later seen by his disciples. But then the secular historians will say that these were hallucinations, right? But so
that's what I'm saying. You're saying what they think. Ask me what I think happened.
Okay, sure. So what do you think
about which thing?
Oh, do you believe that Jesus existed? If we start from there,
maybe. I don't know.
Oh, so you would be skeptical of the historical evidence for the existence of Christ as a historical person?
Yeah, I'm skeptical for sure.
But we have about maybe 6 independent first century sources about his historical existence.
Sure. Yeah, I haven't looked into him that much, and from some of the stuff I hear is that they're not all that believable. But, they were written much later, and someone was like, yeah, these people thought that Jesus was alive. And so to say that someone thought Jesus was alive doesn't prove that he was alive. But, sure, let's say he was alive. Then did he die on the cross? I don't know. Same sources are saying that, and so it's kind of skeptical of that, too. Did he come back to life just because people saw him? Well, who saw him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so by the way, Mezzo, I was also going to use non-Christian sources, first century non-Christian.
Who saw him?
Okay, yeah. So with the post-mortem appearances, right? You want to go straight ahead to that, right? So, do you first want me to convince you that he was crucified on the cross, or do you want to skip over that?
I don't care. Lots of people get crucified on crosses. That's not that.
Okay, so you can accept that as a fact. Okay, so he was crucified, died on the cross. Then your contention is with the appearances of Christ after his death, right? Okay.
Yeah. Who saw him?
Oh, his disciples.
How do we know that though?
Sure. We can know that because in Josephus, right, who's a first century Jewish historian, right, claims that his disciples were martyred for their belief, right, for their belief that they saw Christ, right?
Hold on. Who of the disciples saw him?
Oh, specifically, yeah. So what's going to be, I would say Peter, right? We have great evidence that Peter did see him.
Peter, but this is all in the Bible, though.
Oh, but it can be proven even outside of the Bible. That's the great news. That's the great thing, right? That we can actually prove this even outside the Bible.
You don't have to believe the Bible.
Yeah, you don't even have to believe the Bible for
The
you
way
to believe in the
I've read this
resurrection.
Josephus stuff, and it's just like Josephus is saying some people think that the Bible's true. Basically, they're saying that these guys think that like the Bible stuff happened.
The Bible stuff happened.
Yeah, but I don't think the Bible stuff happened.
Oh yeah, I mean, but he's like a very. I mean, a lot of people will take his history about what he writes in history, right? Not his theological views, right? So yeah, I mean, you don't have to agree with everything.
Does
he says,
Josephus say, and then Jesus rose from the dead, or does he say, I heard from someone that Peter thinks he saw Jesus?
Well, he doesn't actually mention the name specifically of the disciples, right?
Well,
but
that's
he
what
does
we're
say,
talking about is the disciples, though.
Okay, so you want specifically Peter? Okay, so Peter
Or anyone.
by name.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the three names that are going to be non-controversial when it comes to these appearances is going to be Peter, Paul, James, the brother of Christ, and yeah, these three I would say are very, very solid, right? Okay, so for
Those
Peter,
are all
right?
from the Bible, though, right?
Oh no, so I can even prove it from outside of the Bible, right? So for Peter, outside of the Bible would be one of his followers called Clement, right? And Clement wrote an epistle, right? And this is outside of the Bible, right? Because this epistle is not in the Bible; it's not in the canon of the Bible. But
So
it
it's
was
like
the first century.
apocryphal.
Yeah, they consider it to be no. So they would believe that it's from Clement, but it's a church father writing. It's not like inspired by the apostles themselves, because he wasn't an apostle, right? So the canon of the Bible has to do with the apostles themselves being divinely
Wait, is
inspired,
Jesus
right?
alive right now?
Right now?
Like, if he came back to life, did he die again?
Well, Jesus resurrected. He died and then he resurrected 3 days later, right?
And then did he die again later?
Oh no! Now he's in heaven. He's gonna live forever, right?
That would be like if like someone came back to life, we'd be like, he's over here. That'd be
Yeah,
easier,
but he's in
easier
heaven.
than doing all this ancient history stuff. That's like, it's really hard to trust all these sources, especially when they say things that are kind of like, magical.
Mm-hmm.
Like it makes it really just makes me skeptical of the whole story, I think.
Yeah, but Mezzo, remember, we're not positing the resurrection as a historical fact. We are positing that
Let's
the
just say
surrounding
it is.
facts.
Let's say that he came back to life. I'll accept that.
Okay.
He came back to life, and then what? What's the next step?
Oh, then Christianity is the truth. There we go. Then you should
Oh no,
become
it's
a
not.
Christian.
That just means that like people can come back to life. That's true in other religions too. You haven't proven Christianity.
Oh,
There's
no, but
lots
if
of
I can
religions
prove it-
where people come back. In fact, there's even non-religions where it says there's zombie stories and stuff like that. Things coming back to life doesn't mean that just because someone comes back to life doesn't mean they made the universe. Right? That doesn't follow.
Well, but you would say that it's like nomonologically, like physically impossible for someone to self-resurrect, right?
I don't know. You just said that it could happen.
Oh, as a logical, I mean, it could happen from God, right? As a supernatural act, but it's not going to happen as a natural or a physical act, right?
But if supernatural acts can happen, then that can totally happen, right?
Sure, yeah, and that's why that would be like that would prove like
Yeah, but just because supernatural acts happen doesn't mean Jesus is God. That doesn't follow.
Well, okay. Well, how about if Jesus claimed to be God and said, "I'm going to prove it to you by my resurrection"?
Well, he's a
Would
liar.
that make it? Oh, but what if he actually resurrected? Then he wouldn't be lying, right? Because then if he claimed to be God and said,
not necessarily. He could be doing a trick.
that he didn't die, like he tricked the people that they thought that he died.
He can come back to life. He knows that trick, and then but then he says he's God, so people will follow him. But he's not really God. He's just like a wizard, right? Do you believe in sorcery?
No, I don't believe in that stuff.
Well, it's in the Bible, though. I thought you guys believed in sorcery.
Maybe like evil demonic acts, like something.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying. So Jesus could have been like the Egyptians. You're Egyptian, right? So when
That's right.
Pharaoh and Moses and they throw the snakes and then they do their stick snakes with their Egyptian magic. It says Jesus could have just gone to Egypt. This is what Celsus thinks. He was an ancient writer, an extra biblical writer. He thought that Jesus just went to Egypt and learned all these tricks where he could like turn water to wine and these kinds of things. And so he just did that, and he does this resurrection trick and is like, I'm God, do whatever I say, and then people followed it. Like, that's possible, right?
I mean, it's possible, right?
Yeah.
But it might not be probable, right? So I mean,
I think like if we're comparing tricks to actual miracles, we always have to accept the thing that isn't actual miracles, because Anytime you're like looking at an event, especially like an ancient historical event, and you're trying to like determine the veracity of it, like the truthfulness of it, you have to explore every single possible natural explanation before you jump to the supernatural ones. So
That's right.
Jesus learning Egyptian tricks, maybe there's like a potion type thing that you can drink and appear dead for 3 days and then wake up. Like that kind of thing is potentially natural. And until we can like fully debunk that, we can't assume that this guy's God.
But I feel like this type of like skepticism, like I feel like you're employing a very, very high level of skepticism,
Thank
right?
you.
Like,
Thank you. Yes, I work at a high level.
Yeah, but the problem with that is if the problem
What's
with that
the opposite of skepticism? Gullibility. That's what I always say. My grandma taught me that.
Yeah, but Mezzo, like the problem with that then is like you get into these skeptical scenarios by Descartes, like how do you know you're not in a dream? How do you know you exist, right? And that gets us into a very, very big mess, right? And that's why like
Wait, hold on. Just because I don't think magic happens, now I might be stuck in a dream?
No, because you want epistemic infallibility, you want absolute certainty, right? And that doesn't exist in epistemology.
No, I just want to rule out like non-magical things first. This is like, look at when Houdini was doing his you know who Houdini is, right?
The magician?
Yeah. So he was a magician, so he knew about tricks. But he was very intrigued in the afterlife and the occult. And so he and his mom had a secret code word. And they said, let's make a code word. So if either of us dies, we know. And they shared the code word with each other and no one else. And we said, we'll go to mediums and try to see if they can talk to you and get the code word. And they planned it in advance. They ran a death experiment, which is sick, right? And so he afterwards, after she died, he went to all these mediums and tried to rule out the natural explanations to accept the supernatural. And every single time when the table started floating and like the stuff started shaking, because he was a magician, he was able to say, you're moving that with your foot. This is on wires. I know how you're doing this stuff. What's the code word? And they never, ever knew it. This happens with every single supernatural explanation. When we really dive into it and look into it and we come up with an answer, it's always a natural explanation every single time. So until we rule out all the natural, we can't be accepting the supernatural. That's gullibility. I think we deserve to be that skeptical.
Sure, but when you offered that magic potion that Christ drank as a possibility, right? Wouldn't that be magic in a way? Wouldn't that be like a supernatural act?
No, so sorry, I wasn't saying like in that case. I wasn't saying a magic potion. I was saying like a medicine type of thing. Like if there was a thing that just would make someone, you know, it could just be like Benadryl, right? Like it just makes you like so asleep. You know, those kinds of things exist. I don't think that is what it is. I don't think the guy ever came back to life. I think that he died on a cross and then someone took his body and never put it in a tomb. And then later when they opened the tomb, he just wasn't in there. Right. That's what I think happened. And then I think all the stuff that's said about they saw him after was made up. I was like in a pseudo cult for a little while. I know how those mindsets work, and people in cults will believe fucking anything. People who know Kim Jong-il or knew Kim Jong-il personally and golfed with him believe that he got a hole in one every time he golfed. He didn't. That's not true. They believed it because they were brainwashed.
In a cult.
Yeah. And when people are willing to die for their belief, we look at that and we don't go, wow, that must be true. What we do is we look at it and go, that guy must be nuts. He was brainwashed in a cult, just like we see, you know, cults do that in modern day, right? So I don't know if that they really did. I don't know if Peter and these fucks all like actually died for their beliefs. I don't think the evidence for that is very strong. I don't care. If they did, I'm less likely to believe it, right? I think they're nuts. That's my take on it.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. So you actually are aware of the minimal facts argument in a way, because that's how they argue for the resurrection. Well, they'll say he was crucified, died, right? And then he was later seen by his apostles, but then they were hallucinating or something, right? But you don't even take the hallucination theory seriously, right? Or,
I don't think like hallucinating. I just think that people wrote down. I don't think anyone really saw him. I think that was just written. But when you read the Bible, the way those, and like they go into great detail when they're writing like the birth And when they go into great detail about like, and there he walked across the water and he met these people and he preached to this many people and turned the bread in. And then they don't go into very great detail on all of the magic stuff. But then after he comes back, it's like, and then he came back to life and we all saw him and that was the end. Bye. And it just like wraps up. It seems to me like it was written as they went along or after. And then people were like, fuck, he didn't come back. We're going to look like idiots. We all thought he was going to come back. I'm just going to write down that he came back. We have seen absolutely, like even in this live, I've seen people so delusional that they think things are true that they'll like write down. I have a guest that came a while ago who was like wrote books that are on Amazon where she has full conversations with God and they like hook up. They fuck. Right? People really think that that's what's happening to them. Brainwashed individuals will write down anything. So just because it's written down doesn't mean we necessarily trust it. I think that they wrote it in after the fact. That was Hadassah, for those of you guys who are wondering. But for those that like, I think they just like were wrong. They realized they were wrong. So they hid the body and wrote it down that they were right. We were right. We told you we were right. So then the people who saw it were like, no, you weren't. That was bullshit. But the word still spread. Afterwards, they were validated later by their lies. That's what I think most likely happened. But who knows?
And Mezzo, what about like? So you would? I mean, a lot of historians will accept like a sort of like quote unquote rule where they say poor martyrs make poor liars, right? And so they would say like, oh, these people wouldn't have lied if they gave up their life. People wouldn't do that, right? Give up their life for a lie.
I think they were convinced. I don't think they were lying. I think they thought it was real.
Oh, okay. And so you think that, so then you would say it's a hallucination then, right? If it wasn't a real resurrection, or you would say they were hallucinating?
I don't think they hallucinated the seeing him. I think they didn't see him, but that they still believed he was God. We've seen this happen with cults in like modern days. There are some people who still think that Charles Manson is the shit. They're still in it. They're alive today and they still like look up to him, and it's been disproven now, right? But they still think it's real.
And okay, Mezzo, what do you think of like Paul and his the conversion story, right? Where he had that experience, right, on his road to Damascus. You wouldn't say that he was in a cult, right, before having that experience, because he was actually persecuting the Christians.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple like obvious explanations. Is like, well, yeah, maybe he never existed. That's possible. Maybe he made the story up and he was like, I know how to get people to listen to me. These people are starting to believe in Jesus. I'll just say I talked to Jesus. That's pretty easy. He also could have like been convinced. He could have had like some sort of a like psychotic meltdown and thought he's talked to Jesus. We've seen that happen. You've seen that happen in modern days with people that you don't think they really did, right? Like people have religious experiences that you deny, right? Like when a Muslim has a religious experience, you're like, well, that one's not real. But to them, it is real, right? Like it could have been anything like that.
Yeah, but and so even with Paul, right? But you would say that Paul actually believed that he saw Jesus because he was also martyred for that.
I don't know. I'd have to ask him.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean,
the thing is like sometimes I talk about this Sasquatch story, and I do a whole bit with it. It's a bit of a trick, but I'll do it a little quicklier with you. Fucking quicklier. I'm a mess without Joel. Fastlier with you, where I tell the story about how I was out hiking and I went and found a campsite and there was eggs cooking on this pan and Sasquatch walked up and I have eggs with Sasquatch and then I go about my business. And the point of the story is like the hiking, the camping, the eggs, all feasible. Like if that's the whole part of the story you hear, maybe this is true. It's not that exciting story. Once Sasquatch shows up, you're going to be skeptical of the whole story. Now you're like, did any of this shit happen? Does this guy really find eggs on a campsite? The whole thing starts to seem fake. So when I read this story and suddenly there's like people are walking around on water, I'm like, this seems made up. The rest of it I'm super skeptical of. So I think we all should be. Like as soon as you see magic in a story, we go, okay, this is most likely mythology. Let's look at this really skeptically. Like we should be as skeptical as I am, if not more, to make sure.
Yeah, but Mezzo, that's why what we do is we don't say that we don't go directly to claim that the resurrection is like a historical fact. We abductively infer that, right, from the surrounding facts, right, that might not be that controversial, right, like him existing.
You have to debunk all the natural explanations.
That's correct. Yeah, and that's what Christians have done. Christians are trying to do, like Gary Habermas and Michael. Like they look at the hallucination theory, right, as a naturalistic explanation, or the lying theory, or the stolen body theory.
But someone could have just written this all down later, right? Like 50 years later, someone could have just written all this stuff down and made it up. Did they look into that one?
Yeah.
Still looking. Yeah, look into that. I would look into that one next.
Sure, but I mean, they will infer that probably, right? They didn't make it because history is all about probability in a certain sense, right? We can never really be absolute certainty. We cannot not have absolute certainty.
So probably a guy came back to life.
No.
If we're doing probability, that's when you say so probably not miracles. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm saying if we're doing probability, it's probably not miracles.
But they'll say like probably they didn't make up certain facts, right? Because they were analyzed for it, right? And they wouldn't.
Shaza keep muting these like see my pussy people. I'm never gonna see one if you guys keep blocking. It's like I'm trying to get to him fast enough. We'll get there one day. Look, just because it's written down doesn't mean something like impossible happened. I'll share with you another story and tell me if you think that you know who LeBron James is.
Yes,
he plays like basketball.
Mm-hmm.
I live in Los Angeles, and I had a opportunity to not just meet him, but to play basketball with him. It was like,
that's really cool.
I think,
that's
cool. It was really cool. This was like back in March, I think it was. So it's months ago now, like in the spring. But it was like a one-on-one challenge at the Venice Beach like courts. It's like this outdoor thing.
Wow.
There's like an audience there, one-on-one, and he played hard. I spanked him. It was 10-1. So, and I know that sounds crazy, but this is a true story, right? So, do you believe that?
Oh, it can very much be true. I don't know why I would. I mean, I trust you, right? You seem to be a reliable testimony. You gave like a reliable person. You wouldn't usually lie, right? So I can accept
keep
that.
in mind, I have chronic back pain. I'm shorter than him, and I never played basketball, but I beat him 10-1, and I did a 360 slam dunk on him.
Oh, you said you beat him 10. Okay, I didn't hear that.
I beat him bad.
Before.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, so the probability of that is going to be very low. Right?
Well, why is that so low? There's no magic involved.
Yeah, but like if we take in like these facts that he just stated, right, it lowers the probability heavily, right? That this is a professional basketball player who just dedicated his life to the game. You're not a professional, but you have a back pain. You can't like play the game even. So that's going to make it very highly improbable that you beat him in that game.
Do you think it's probable that people can come back to life?
It's possible. I mean,
the only way that that's possible is if you pre-assume that he's a god, right? If it's a human, then obviously that's impossible. So
that's impossible.
So if you're doing it probabilistically through history, the only way to think it's a miracle is if you presume God is true.
That's right. That's right.
So I think that's where it's like you're kind of like leaning into your bias. And by the way, mine is a true story. Just so you know, like, and there is no magic involved. And I did dunk on him, and he said it was awesome, and he said I'm the goat at street ball. Like he normally.
No, you're joking right now, right? You're joking right now, right?
No, this part is true.
Really?
Yeah. And there was people watching. Like this is a true. I have more eyewitnesses than saw Jesus. Right? Seriously, like right. So how many people saw Jesus after? Like 12 people.
The claim is 500 from Paul, right? And in 1 Corinthians 15.
Oh, well, even then I still had more.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's written down, right? So that means like I have actually, honestly, like better evidence that I did this than of Jesus, So you believe me now?
So I believe you, and well, I still don't believe you in a while.
This is like you're being overly skeptical. I think here I'll just show you. I have this real quick. This is pretty cool. This is an actual like a notarized letter here that says, during a one-on-one game of street basketball between myself and LeBron James, known for his job as power forward on the Lakers, played at the outdoor courts on Venice Beach, just like I said. This was 4:40 p.m. March 28th, 2025. Not only beat LeBron 10-1, but also performed a 360 slam dunk by jumping over the Laker in a phenomenal act of basketball, where he offered me a high five saying, "Damn Mezzo, you're the GOAT at street ball, dog." This is on paper, okay?
Okay.
And it also mentions here that there was a crowd of 1,546 people in attendance watching the game, and they all cheered in unison saying that was the best in-game dunk of all time. And I actually have signed affidavits of all 1,546 people who came to verify that this is true. This is signed, dated, notarized. Okay, like this is a much better evidence than any of the historical evidence that you have for Jesus. The gospel stuff, not signed, not dated. Josephus stuff, signed, not very clear, not this, like, not notarized. Like, I have a much better document than them, right? So now, like, obviously you believe me now, right?
I can believe you, right? Maybe you've hired the probability now with all the things you're presenting me. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you have it. So with a good enough evidence, we can be believed with writing, and I think that more than anything, this showcases why Christianity can lead people to be gullible or dishonest. Do you really believe me?
Well, I think you're a good person, right? Just from seeing you in past events, right? Past shows, I think you wouldn't lie, right? So based on this inductive experience I have of you, then yeah, I sort of believe you. Why wouldn't I believe you? I think you're innocent until proven guilty, and you haven't been proven guilty yet.
All right. Well, there you have it. I am the GOAT at street ball. You heard it from the Christians first. Thanks, Egyptian. I'm going to go on to another guest, but it's been nice chatting with you, okay?
You too.
All right. It was long enough, right? It was long enough. It's notarized. Josephus, welcome in. Oh, fuck.
Joe Feces.
Joe Feces? Your microphone is not...
But it's a play on that. I was going to say.
Well, your microphone's like really like low or something. It sounds like we're in your pocket.
Hold on, give me a second.
Are you driving or something?
No.
Are you in the dryer?
Better now?
Try it again.
Is that better?
Yeah, there we go.
All right. So my name is actually a play on Josephus. It's Joe Feces.
It's also a play with poop.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing about that guy saying, the last guy saying that, I'm an atheist. I've been up a couple times. I recently changed my name to that.
Yeah, I recognize your picture. What was your old name?
Austin. That's my real name.
Austin. Yeah. I love Joe Feces. That's a great name. Yeah, like I don't I want to hear what you have to say, but like sometimes when they do the stuff, like I haven't read all the history. I don't know all the stuff. To me, it's like, even if like Josephus said that he saw Jesus like wake up from the dead, I still don't like believe he's God. Like that's not enough for me. But yeah, what did Joe Feces actually say?
I mean, he also talks about Hercules like he's a real person. So
yeah, I think I've read that before.
Yeah.
Well, he says, and the Greeks believe in Hercules, and the Christians believe in Jesus. He's just saying that the things that people believe in, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But you can drop me down.
Right,
Are you doing a special thing for atheists today, or like you have like a theme? Like
No,
sometimes we get a square.
the new thing is you just can say one thing, and you did.
Okay.
You nailed.
I
Like
said a
honestly,
thing.
you fucking nailed it. You did great. Okay. All right. Thanks, Joseph. I'm gonna get that wrong every time. Josephus. Joe Feces. It's a good, if you for people who are, if you're pregnant and you're thinking about baby names, something to think about. Joe Feces. And speaking of feces, Cheesy's here. Welcome in.
Hey, good morning, Mezzo.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I actually requested up by accident, but I'm glad I'm here.
That's all right. You're an atheist, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, you're allowed to say one thing. I'll let you retract the thing about requesting it by accident, because that would be one thing. Let's retract that and then say the thing that you do want to say.
Appreciate that. No, I wanted to mention to you a few weeks ago, few months ago, you helped me out with something. You gave me some advice on how to talk to my kids about religion because they got questions. Yeah, and about a month ago, I was listening to Justin's live, and one of my kids overheard it, and I guess all he heard was the word God, and he came up to me and said, "God created us," because he's been going to church with his mom.
Mm.
Yeah, and I just the advice you gave me was just calmly explain to them what some people believe and what I believe, and hopefully they find their answers in life eventually.
Was it well received?
Not at first, because he's not a great listener, but because it happened the next day anyways. He told me like, God created us. So I explained it to him again, and this time it seemed like it got to him. Yeah.
I mean, I think that's good. Like, there's a easy way in to that, which is just to be honest. And I have that kind of too, because like I'm in my garage, but my kids are like eating lunch through the wall here, so sometimes they can hear what I say. Normally at nighttime, they're like, when I do my things, they're asleep. But on these ones, people might notice I swear a little less on Sunday mornings because they can probably hear me through the walls. And every now and then they come in here and they get stuff out of the garage, so I have to be a little careful. They know all the swears, but you know, still, like, you don't want to hear Dad doing them too much. But yeah, it kind of comes up, and I think one of them does believe and the other one doesn't. That's my suspicion. But mostly what they learn from is just like at school. They're like, at school, someone said Muslim is true. They'll say, I'm like, no. Yeah. So you know, it's interesting, and we'll see how all of our kids grow and develop. And you know, just be honest with them, and you know, don't hide your beliefs is my advice for sure.
Yeah, I try to do my best to be honest with them.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you're busy with them, so I'll let you get to it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the weekend. I got them for the weekend.
Yeah, I got
Thank you.
Right, take care.
Have a great day.
Yeah. That volume, I know that child volume. Yeah, it sounded like maybe a remote control car. What do you think that was? Something was whipping around on the floor in there. Legos are usually being thrown around. Stuff like that. We get, you know what I started watching with my kids is Survivor. And this is actually a funny story. And Amir, I'll be right with you. So my kids were watching this cartoon called Total Drama Island. That's like a cartoon version of Survivor or something like that. And I was like, there's a real show about this, which I've never like watched Survivor. I've met a Survivor contestant. I worked with one once, but I was like, yeah, well, and I kind of looked up. I was like, is this show family friendly? And it says it's close enough. And it's pretty fun. They're 10. They can handle it. And it was a remote control car. He said, okay, all right, go play with your kids. Turn me off and go play with the kids. And so I was like, let's watch one. We started to watch. We're a few episodes in on like season 14 is all we could find on Hulu or something like that. And so they're into Survivor. We watched like 2 or 3 episodes. And then yesterday I go outside and I'm just like, hey, you guys remember to put bug spray on, right? And they're like, yeah, we have bug spray. I'm like, what are you doing? They're like, we made a fire. Fuck. They did. They had a magnifying glass. They learned it from the show, and they were like scorching this wood, and they actually had it smoking. It wasn't like blazing, but they had it smoking. And so it was a fun, teachable moment to be like, let's do this with grownups. But yeah, let's check this out. Let's try it and see. And so we learned about convex lenses and all that kind of stuff. But I was a little bit like, holy shit, they're just out here burning stuff. And we live in Los Angeles and it's summertime. That's a very dangerous thing to do. So I frowned upon it, but I did it in a fun way where they were like, we thought we were going to be in trouble. And I was like, no, let's just do it right. Just call me out here. It was really cool. Anyway, sorry about that. Amir, welcome in.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
Perfect. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Have you been here before, or do I remember you from like a different live?
This is the first time that we're speaking, although I have been on the Deconstruction Junction a while ago, and I spoke to a gentleman called Tony.
Yeah, I don't know Tony, but well, welcome. What's your age? What's your religion?
Well, I'm 37, and I'm not religious myself, but I do believe in God.
Okay. Is it like a Jesus God, or just like you're a deist?
It would be a deist, not a a Jesus God, quote.
Well, a lot of Christians will say, "Oh, I'm not religious. I just think Jesus is God, and I worship Him every day and pray with my friends about it." So I just wasn't sure where you're at with that. But we're kind of talking about the Bible God and why people should let go today. Seems like you already have. Oh, Tony's joyful, right? Yeah. God, I never remember his real name. Are we supposed to dox him like that? I don't know if we're supposed to. I guess that's normal. That's known.
He openly introduced himself as Joyful or Tony on our
Oh, okay,
calls.
yeah. I wasn't sure. I always forget that. I'll never remember people's real names. Like Joyful is Tony. Justin is Justin, so that's easy. Joel's real name, of course, is Agnes. People don't know that a lot. I don't know if we're supposed to share that. But yeah. Anyways, my name just is Mezzo, so it's kind of easy to remember that one. Yeah, but so you're a deist, and we're letting go of the Bible God. Maybe you should tell us why you did let go of the Bible God. Were you raised Christian?
I mean, I never had the misfortune of being brought up as a Christian in the first place to let go of him.
Can you guys hear my dog groaning in the background?
I can't hear him now.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I can see why people would believe in a particular Christian God. It's not something that I advocate, and for all the reasons that you have and other hosts on this show have criticised, yeah, there's too many problems, I think, in that regard.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, the overarching concept there of a God is something that I completely subscribe to. And in fact, in order to kind of maybe kick things off, I was looking to maybe ask you a question, Mezzo.
Sure.
Do you believe that naturalism gives a better explanation for why anything at all exists rather than the God hypothesis?
Not for why, but for how.
Can you make the distinction there between the why and the how?
Yeah, why to me implies like a meaning, like a purpose behind it. How is like functional. Okay. I know that they're somewhat interchangeable sometimes, but like if we're going to be specific, I would say why are we here is a big different question than how are we here. Does that make sense?
I agree.
Yeah. We now that we have like evolved minds, we can add why to stuff. We can add why answers to things. But the how is more just a functionality. Like, how did things come to be? Probably naturally. You guys can't hear my dog? He's popping off over here. This is my dog that doesn't normally show up.
I mean, this is a completely side skirmish because I'm actually quite interested in learning more about the distinction between why and how. Do you think every why question can be transformed into a how question? I mean, just take, for example,
colloquially, yeah. Like normally, I think people like do kind of interchange those a lot. I'm just saying, like, if we're gonna if you're about to like dive into a philosophical discussion, then I think it's worth making that distinction. Just so you know, too, we're not about to dive into a deep, long philosophical discussion. We're talking about Bible God today. So like I am going to ask you to come back on another time, but just to be kind of quick here, like we can make that distinction just so that it's I think it's important to know the difference between when we're saying like why is the universe here, we're asking like, did God make it for a reason? Do we have a purpose? But if we say how is the universe here, we're saying like what's the mechanisms that are at play that like developed this to be the way it is.
Yeah. Would you agree that naturalism still leaves us with unexplained laws or conditions, just as classical theism leaves us with an unexplained God?
Yeah, I don't think everything's explained.
Okay. And if both naturalism and theism require brute facts, what would make you more confident that naturalism is the better rational stopping point?
Yeah, sure. I mean, just because when we make any observations, we can see naturalism at play, and we can't see supernaturalism at play. Every time that we have like uncovered the secrets of something we thought was supernatural. It turned out to be natural. So there's a bit of an inductive reasoning at play where we can like scope that back and say if it's always been, if every time we check it turns out to be natural, then I think it feels safe to assume that whatever happened back then at the the brink of the universe was probably also natural. And also just like we don't see minds existing without brains. Like I don't believe that there's like a brainless mind existing in nothingness before the beginning of time. Like that's just something I've never seen or experienced, or have any good reason to believe to. So that's why I lean towards naturism and naturalism. I do both naturism and naturalism.
I would actually be in agreement, and I would suspect that there is some mechanism that naturally exists that would explain why our universe has come into being. I'm trying to consider it even bigger than that, as in, whatever that explanation is, it would be amenable to its own explanations, as in it would be contingent on something else. And if we continue to ask, well, what is that contingent on? Then inevitably we get to this brute fact, whether it is a naturalistic brute fact or something that transcends naturalism altogether. We're going to be approaching that brute fact, so to speak. And for me, that brute fact that grounds all of reality, I think it is more logical to suggest that it is a deity, a mind that acts with intentionality, that is transcends everything.
Where did you get the idea for this deity?
It would be through philosophical inquiry and placing metaphysical truths over empirical reasoning.
So it isn't from like religion at all. It wasn't like, oh, you think that they were kind of close but got the idea of God wrong?
No, it's not from religion.
So without like any influence from religion, you looked at the world and the universe and the facts and came to the conclusion that there's like a guy behind it, like a mind at least?
A mind, yeah.
Why would you think there's a mind? Like I think to me this is just such an egotistical approach. It sounds like when like we thought we were the center of the universe and the sun went around us, and then when we learned that that wasn't true, we thought that for sure we're the center of the galaxy, and then we learned that's not true. We're in the middle of the universe, and like every time we, like humans, make a discovery that of this grand scale, we get like less and less like centered, and I think that like our ego wants us to be the other way, like our collective humanity's ego kind of thing. And so like it sounds to me when it's like so therefore whatever created the universe must be kind of like me. Like it doesn't have hands, but it has the most important part of me. It has a mind. That's like the most valuable thing is human mind. So it must be a mind like that, not human, but a mind, It just seems like you're projecting, like you're personifying the universe in a way.
Yeah, you can say that with perfect utility. I think for our predecessors, our ancestors, they had the right train of thought, as in they understand that if natural processes have an origin, then it raises the question, can a system explain its own creation without appealing to something outside of itself? They didn't obviously understand how far back the natural explanation goes, which is why I have maybe the intellectual humility to say that I believe there is a naturalistic explanation as to why our universe came into existence. It could be quantum fluctuations, it could be multiverse theory, but it just pushes the question back further.
Something planned it though?
The word planning here, when we talk about something like a god, is probably not the right word to use, but then equally I sympathize because I don't think there are good words that we can use, because the word planning almost to me is synonymous with someone that is thinking, and thinking in itself would put a limitation on God. Planning would put a limitation on God. It almost implies that there was a duration of time that God was contemplating, yeah, you know what, maybe a universe is a great idea, reality would be a great idea, but God is atemporal, so words like planning, thinking don't apply to God. But for the simplicity,
does the God that you believe in want to be called God? Is it like, does it have preference in that way?
I wouldn't suspect so, no. I mean, I'm referring to it as God for simplicity purposes. I do think maybe there's probably a better word.
I think that you shouldn't. I think that's hyper complicating it. If it doesn't want to be called God, then like doing that does yourself a huge disservice, because immediately we're like, I am trying to like decipher which parts of the religious gods you're incorporating versus which ones you're making up yourself, you know? And I think you should maybe call it the source, or like, you know, the Taoism is maybe a little bit closer. Like it could be the Tao or the process, or like even nature, just call it nature, something like that. But like when you use the word God, the rest of us in this discussion have to go like, is it the guy in heaven with the beard on the throne and he commands genocides, that one, or a different one? And like we're trying to like think of like what God it's closest to, because you've used the word God. They're already using that word. I think you'd be better off like you could honestly just call it like before, or what the thing that like thought about the universe is the Ragaga blonde. Just make up a word for it and then define it, and that way like we don't get confused thinking that it's a, you know, God from the Bible or something like that. You know, I just think that would be helpful.
No, you make a very good point, because the word God itself is going to be conflated with every single religious connotation of what a God is. Equally as well, you have to be somewhat careful on how you would label this God, because labeling it something like the source or nature would imply that it is naturalistic by its own definition. So you kind of want to give it an attribute that is almost synonymous with classical definitions of a theistic God, without reducing it down to the religious sort of God, a God that is intervening, that's throwing out commandments, that's going to judge you, etc. I don't know what a good word would be for that.
I've heard people go with source, like the source of all things.
Yeah. So I'm saying, for the purpose of this call, I'd like to clarify that I'm advocating for a supernatural source, but not a God, and I'm happy to roll with that.
Yeah, that's why I'm an atheist. I think if there is something out there that's like making universes, I don't think God would be the right word for it. I don't think there is one, a thing out there making universes. But if there is, and it's like, I don't think, just God doesn't seem like it would apply to it. Source, Tao, nature, like these are all better words for it, because that thing would be occurring naturally as well too, or at least it seems like it would have to be, unless it was created by a bigger God, but then you run into the same problem. So anyways, Amir, look, let's talk another night when we're doing more deism stuff, but people are here to hear about the Bible more. I will tell you this, the thing about connecting it to the Bible God, and how like sometimes it does seem like what you're saying, we should apply some of those type of theistic views to it. I often talk about the Cat in the Hat. You know the book, The Cat in the Hat?
I don't actually know, but
well, it's like a Dr. Seuss book. Oh, you're British or something. Who's the British Dr. Seuss? Let me look this up.
That's one for GPT.
Let's see here. Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, Alice in Wonderland.
Let me see. That might not be the best one. Let me see here. Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, I know Winnie the Pooh.
Okay. I'm not as familiar with those. We'll try Winnie the Pooh. You're reading Winnie the Pooh, and you're like, this is great. These frickin' animals, they're beautiful. We got the bear named after a turd. You got the sad donkey, you know, it's like the depressed donkey, And then this like fucking angry rabbit who's just like, I think bad mother. I think was a bad mother. And the rest, right? And then you're reading it and you're enjoying it. And then you look on the back of the book and it says, this is from the fiction section of the library. And you're like, what the fuck? This stuff isn't true. I thought this bear was talking and the honey and the pig. Oh man, these aren't real stories. Shit. All right. So you take the book back and you put it in the library and you put it in the fiction section. And then you go back home and you go, I still think that the talking bear was real though. Right? Like that's what I feel like deism does a lot of the time. They look at the Bible and they go, obviously this isn't it, but the main character is still real. That's the part that we still believe in. You took the main character from the Bible and you're trying to like apply it to this. Now I know you weren't raised Christian, so it's a little bit different for you, but I feel like all the like teachings of deism and people who do this were raised in that way. And like the way we use the word God is because of things like the Bible, the Quran, and like the Hindu Vedas and stuff like that, right? We're using the word God because that's what the ancient people used. It's not the right word for it.
I mean, on the point of your analogy, just before we conclude, I don't necessarily think that's a bad way of being able to ascertain truth. I mean, like, let's say, for example, Harry Potter. Harry Potter is a fictional story. We can all agree to that. But King's Cross Station, which is referenced in Harry Potter, it's a very real place. It exists in London. It's a station. Now, if someone uses the correct methodology of being able to discern what is truthful and what's false, they could still walk away having read a fictional book and still saying that fictional book references somewhere that actually exists, King's Cross Station.
Yeah.
So the analogy can go both ways.
Jerusalem is real. Right? I mean, like, absolutely. You can be like, Jerusalem's real. I think that the more like in line thing would be like, yeah, obviously Harry Potter's fiction, but wizards are true. Because I read about it in Harry Potter. Like, obviously this story is not real, but like wizardry now I believe is real because of the book. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like that's what deism does.
Okay. Well, that's maybe a debate for another time, Mezzo, and I'll be happy to hash it out with you.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming up, and appreciate you, Amir, and thanks for reminding me that what Joyful's name was. I never remember that. All right. Thanks. Yeah. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Good enough, dude. Right there. Yeah. Look, the deism, like the benefit of it is that you have let go of the Bible God, which means you are free of all the horrors of the Old Testament, all the horrors of the New Testament, and all the stupidity of both Testaments, then old, new, and I think current, like all the stuff that people believe currently is still silly and gone, and you don't have to worry about it. So deism is for sure a big step up from Christianity as far as like your moral reasoning and your just like believing and being gullible, that kind of stuff. But it does seem a little bit like you're still doing a God of the gaps in the end. So that's kind of where I land with it. We've run the guest box empty though. So if you are a Bible believing person, please jump up. I'm going to have to just really quickly put a song on and refill my water because I'm parched as fuck. What song do we end on here? That's good. We'll be back in just a minute. bad groove right there. I wouldn't say it sounds like I sold my soul to Satan or anything, but we're definitely like on the right track. We're on the right track. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It is the top of the hour, 10:13 on the dot. We're here solo bolo today. What else rhymes with solo? Solo bolo Rolo? Doing a solo Rolo? Not sure what we call that. I'm willing to let up two Christians at it. Yeah, I've listened to the little post rock. I'm willing YOLO. We're doing a solo YOLO. You only solo once. Marco Polo. Solo Marco Polo is funny because you say two people. Wait, is Polo his last name or is it two guys? There's Marco and Polo. Is that right? Those are two guys? Jolo. We're doing a solo no Jolo live today. That's pretty good. And I'll take up two Christians at a time if you guys want to hop up and talk about why we should let go of the Bible God or why we shouldn't. If you think we should hang on to it, please come up and let me know. Now I'm going to drink this water. All right. A couple of advertising things to let you guys know about. We have a merchandise store. Link in bio, and we can sell. I haven't shown this in a while. For people who haven't seen it, you've probably all seen it. But I haven't shown this in a little while. The Bad Bible Debate store. These beautiful tote bags with Bible verses. You see that? I mean, they're pretty big. They're really sturdy, and they have a nice nice pocket on the inside that says BBDs there. And you can keep all kinds of stuff in here. You get like, this is a moo-moo. You can keep a moo-moo in there. Newspapers. These are like whiteboard markers I keep in here. All kinds of stuff. And then, yeah, and it has a nice picture and it has a Bible verse right there. And these are for people who are deconstructing, right? If you're deconstructing and like maybe your family's still Christian or something like that, you can wear this around them and they'll think you still believe in God, right? And then what you do is on the back, it even says on the other side, it has the Bible verse written out, but it's in cursive. So it's kind of like no one's going to read it that close, but you can read it. And it says here, Ezekiel 23:20, and this is a real Bible verse. She lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys, and whose emission was like that of horses. So this is that famous Bible verse about donkey dick and horse cum, and not the other way around. It's important to remember that, like it's the size of the donkey dick, and then the amount of the horse cum, and you don't want to just don't get those mixed up. So you longed for the lewdness of your youth, when in Egypt your bosom was caressed and your young breasts fondled. So that's there. And of course we have, there's other verses too. We have the Amalekites tote bag, the slavery tote bag. Oh gosh, there's a whole list. In fact, I even have, I used to have this. Hey, there we go. Check that out. There's a better advertisement. The Bible quotes. Now you can see God up there has the Amalekites one. There's the bears, of course, the horse, and then the Leviticus slave laws. But I forgot, we did some new ones recently. I'm trying to remember what else we have. Let me look this up. Here we go. Bad Bible. Oh yeah, we have the palm tree, talking about how your boobs are like palm trees. We have the ones about babies being dashed to pieces. We have Jesus wanting to see the earth ablaze, and of course a tote bag about the Ezekiel bread made of cooked on human shit. And so you can, if you are going to the bakery, God, that would be really great. I bet, honestly, if you got these for grandmas, I bet they would just wear them around and not read the verse and not realize what it was. And that's actually a really good idea. And while you're there, pick yourself up. We have shirts, of course, that say God is make-believe. And I don't know, maybe cups. There might be cups or something like that. All right, that's the ad. Let's get back to it here. Which one are we doing? We're doing Let Go of the Bible God. Okay, let's switch over to Let Go of the Bible God for a little bit. Get me back on. Hoodie, please. Yeah, you could fit any one of your own hoodies. You could fit right into those tote bags, and they should fit in there. I bet you could fit, honestly, 2 or 3 hoodies. They're pretty sizable tote bags. You could probably fit 2 hoodies, and then your shirt. If you got a shirt from here, the God is Make Believe shirt, of course, is reversed. Just for you. So you're only cool if you own BBD merch. I heard that might true. That might not be true. I don't know. But it is true that everyone who I've seen who has the merch is cool. That's true. Yeah. So, maybe it's a correlation causation thing, but there you go. Just really quick, I'm going to look over to the tube stakes. It says over here, no one's buying any of the, no one's buying any tote bags. It says here, I'm not going to get one, not going to get any, not going to get one. Too expensive. How much are they? Oh yeah, the new ones are more expensive. The old ones are cheaper, $25. It's a lot for a tote bag, but it's the cheapest you can make it on the thing, and still get rich off of suckers. You guys, in this case, yeah. I should tone down now. When I first made the newer ones, I set them to a higher price, but I should bring everything down to the 25 now. It cost them like $24 or $22 to make it or something like that. So there's not a huge profit happening here, but they are really cool. They are genuinely I do take them to the pool. It's a very sturdy tote, and I appreciate that and the shirt's good too, because when I used to do merch for music stuff that I was in, the merch was dog shit. It was like a really, I call out the other ones I used. I guess it doesn't matter that much, but I used to use like some other merch, they're like made to print, and they were just really, really bad, flimsy things. And this Through Fourth Wall is really good. The other thing in my bio, while you're linking up there, that you'll find is my lips. And if you guys want to read my lips, this is a new Bad Bible website, or BBW, that we're still very much in the middle of making. I wouldn't even say we're in the middle. We're barely at the beginning. But I threw together a little something because I wanted to have the lips page, which is the list of irreconcilable passages. And this is a list of 19, 20 or so. Actually, we got to 22 or 23 Bible verses that, as far as I can see, are irreconcilable. These are things where God does things in the Bible that are beyond justice. They're beyond reconcilability. Is that a word? Fuck. I don't know any words. Joel comes up here and he says the words. Normally he says words that are real words. And then I'm like, mm-hmm. And then people like our combo, like our team combo, because I confirm his words. But then without him, I'm just like, your reconcilabiliterations. Like, I don't know what the fuck that means. No one does. It might not be a word. But on this list, there's some of the list is that are also from the Bible totes, of course, the Bible totes quotes, Bible quotes totes. But, God, maybe we should make one for each of these. It's hard to, when it's like the bears are killing children, which isn't on here, actually. Maybe that one should be. You can make a tote bag with bears, and it's pretty you can hide it a bit, or you can make a horse. But the ones where it's like he's accepting a human sacrifice, I don't know how to like what does the picture of that tote bag look like? Oh, it's in my bio. So if you go link in bio, there should be a thing that says lips or BBWs. What does it say? I don't know if I can click on it. It doesn't let me do it. But if you guys click in, you'll see a cross. That's interesting. Maybe for like a Jesus one, especially that'd be a good Jude the Jude 1:5 verse that I always read, where Jesus kills all the unbelievers in Egypt. That'd be a good one to have, just the cross. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's interesting. Or just like the women shouldn't talk in church. That could be a good one for that. Just a cross. Maybe just a church. That one should just be like a picture of a church. I think I already have one that's like that though. Which one is like that? No, I didn't do that one. I started to and then didn't. Yeah, that could be good. Just like a nice chapel, kind of out in in a open field, and then it just says, "I forbid women from speaking in this church right here." That's an interesting verse. Yeah, that could be it. Women should be silent in the churches, for they are not permitted to speak, but should be subordinate, as the law also says. Yeah, we'll just put that up there. 1 Corinthians 14:34. Who's like popping off in chat that people keep talking about? Susan, if you want to come up and talk, I'll be nice to you about it. We're talking about letting go of the Bible God. If you believe in the Bible God, we could talk about it, because I do. And this isn't totally up for me, but women are permitted to speak here. It seems like that should go without saying, but in the context of Christianity, I think you have to point that out, right?
Oh, sorry. Does that mean me? Is that my cue? Can I go now?
You're permitted.
I actually don't have jokes today. I actually had a real Bible question.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
I'll make a joke out of it. It's fine.
Perfect. So like a lot of my learning about Christianity is coming from watching you guys deconstruct it. And I hear Christians tell you, oh, I don't got to do Old Testament stuff because of New Covenant. And I've seen you counter it. But I kind of looked at it. I'm like, all right, what actually is the New Covenant really covering? And okay, my sins, like I don't got to do sacrificing a ram, or I don't got to do these other things anymore. I have it through this new way. But it occurred to me that the other thing God seems to have changed is that he doesn't ask us to do stuff anymore, like go stone that, go kill the other people, go do my stuff for me, which he seemed to need us to do all the time in the Old Testament. I can't kill this whole swath of people. Please go do it. Yeah. And so I would want to ask a Christian, like, where'd all that go? That's not part of a new covenant, that we don't still got to do a whole bunch of his work for him. So like, how does that explain?
They changed the work. Yeah. I mean, there are verses that say there will be a new covenant where it'll be written on your heart, like that kind of stuff. That language comes from, I think it's in Ezekiel, where it's saying like soon there'll be a new covenant. And then they assume that when Jesus got there, that was it. That was the new covenant. Hold on a second. I just got a tag here. I think that, it is weird because in the Old Testament, he brags about it. He's like, I use humans to fuck up other humans. That's my move. And then he stops. But then he does use humans he says, like, go preach. So he changed the command a bit. We're supposed to then, in the New Testament, just go out and spread the word. But the way that they spread the word was by killing people. so like, the Crusaders maybe took it the wrong way, you could argue, but that's part of the problem with the religion, is that everyone's looking around and like, who's talking to God here? What are we supposed to do?
What are we supposed to do? And like, I get that the rules are changed for me, like what I got to do to get to God, or what I got to do to like be whatever he wants me to be. That covenant seems to cover that, or at least tries to, but it doesn't cover all the stuff we were otherwise doing. And like, I feel like I'd wonder that, like only half of what I should change got covered, just my own salvation. But all the other works I'm supposed to do, why am I not so useful to him anymore? Well, nobody asks you this? I never hear anybody actually ask it.
I think that the issue with the new covenant too is that it's saying that you can do away with the old written law and everyone will just have the law written on their hearts, which would mean that the idea that they're writing down is that in the future, everyone will know what to do. Everyone will know right from wrong. That hasn't happened yet, right? Like we all disagree on shit. So like I think that they were thinking at the time that like Jesus or some Messiah would come and then everyone would just start to agree. It's like, it's how we feel right now. Like, won't it be the case one day where Republicans see their wrongs and everyone will just know that like we should act this way? Like we want that to be true. And so they were wishfully thinking, like writing this down, like one day everyone will know that, stealing is bad and these thieves will knock it off. And then that hasn't come yet, which is like one of the failures of the covenant, is that it's not yet written on our hearts because we all still disagree.
Well, and because if God doesn't, if everybody knows right and wrong better now, God doesn't need us to do so much because more of us are good, I guess.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to go kill the Amalekites because people would just be acting right anyways. We wouldn't have to do horrible things because people were being horrible, because no one would be being horrible. Like that's kind of, I think what they were talking about. I don't know for sure. I'm not a biblical expert in any way. I'm trying to, I don't know if you know, we try to like get away from the Bible here.
Well, part of letting it go is having a good argument. So I was hoping I was wondering what I would say to somebody if they asked me that part, and I realized I've never heard any of y'all talk about it. So I appreciate the.
Yeah, I mean, there's still like commands of stuff we're supposed to do, but it's just never very clear. Like, it would be great, but then Jesus came and said, follow the law. I'm here to say, follow the words of the old law. If the old law that includes punishments, that includes stone your children. And then he says, don't stone this lady. So like, he was a fucking mess. He was all over the place, and each book writes about him differently. And so it's hard to know, right? Like what to actually do, which is what our whole job up here is. We use part of the Bible and we lean into that, and it contradicts the thing that they believe. But if they come up and they believe this part, then we use the other part to contradict that. And like, all we're doing when we argue Bible versus Bible is showing how contradictory the whole thing is, which happens in the covenants, especially since God's never supposed to change his mind. He shouldn't be having like new covenants every 6 months anyways, so it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah. And I was hoping maybe to maybe not trap, but, get one of those contradictions out of, the new covenant talks about you, but it doesn't talk about what you're supposed to do about everything else.
I don't know if it does. Like, where's the newest covenant written? I think it's Ezekiel. What's the most recent covenant written?
I want the update. I want the covenant 2.0.
Yeah, maybe that's the thing. We just need to update the patch here.
I need a new driver.
Where is the new covenant spoken of in Bible? I'm pretty sure it's Ezekiel. Oh, Jeremiah? The days are surely coming. Okay. This is where the phrase new covenant. All right, let's look at Jeremiah 31. Let's see what it actually says. I think this is where a lot of it stems from. It even says in my study Bible, it says the new covenant. The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah. It will not be like the covenant I made with their ancestors when I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt. A covenant that they broke, he mentions. That's so fucking funny when he's like,
the
it won't
petty.
be like that old one, the one that they broke. Talking about you guys. Though I was their husband, says the Lord. Nice.
Cheaters.
But this is the covenant I will make with the house of Israel after those days, says the Lord. I will put my law within them. I will write it on their hearts, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. No longer shall they teach one another or say to each other, know the Lord, for they shall all know me. So here's a contradiction, right? He's saying no one will have to go preach anymore because everyone will know me. And then Jesus came and said, go preach. No one knows who I am. For I will forgive their iniquity and remember their sin no more. And by the way, this whole thing of you don't have to sacrifice animals anymore, you didn't used to have to in the Old Testament. There was loopholes all the time. It was like, and if you don't have an animal, just like pour some grain out or flour or something like that. Like nothing, no rules are concrete. Don't kill unless I tell you to. Everything is like flim flam, whimsy whamsy. And it contradicts. I'm starting to think that this whole Bible might not be true.
Written by, if I were going to write a thing, I'd write of some long ago God that had us do all this other stuff, but now we don't have to. And I don't want to have to explain.
This is exactly what happens in movies. Like we watched The Terminator last night. Have you ever heard of the Terminator movie?
Vaguely familiar.
Yeah. It's got like
liquid people.
This one didn't.
Oh.
That's later. This is the first one. It's just robot people,
Okay.
and we didn't see I know what you're talking about, but I've never watched them, and so we started with the first one, and my wife doesn't want to watch it. I'm like, all right, fine, it's fine. It was a lot of just shooty stuff, but it was cool. It's a robot from the future, and he's Austrian, and he's naked for a decent amount of it, and he's got just huge boobs, nice butt, everything. It's Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? The Governator. And so he but I was looking it up, and there's there's 6 movies total, right? And there's Terminator 1, 2, and then there's Terminator 3, Rise of the Machines, and then there's 2 more, and then there was a 6th one that ignored the other 2 and was like, this is what actually happened after the second one.
Really?
Because they changed directors and stuff, and so they made a new one. It's let's ignore that stuff. And I think they did something like that with the Jurassic Park as well. They were like, yeah, the whole thing where they came to San Diego, let's ignore that and do Jurassic World like that never happened. And so that's not canon, right? And that's what happens in some of these books. They're like, I know that it says this, but this is a different writer, and they kind of do that, and so they're ignoring some books. And also, they didn't have all the books. When I talk about how the people of the New Testament had the Old Testament, that's true, but they didn't have it all compiled in a nice thing here. And they also had the Book of Enoch and stuff that's not in the Bible. So they're doing their best to follow the rules of the story as they're writing it.
But it's a new director comes in, a new writer comes in, and
Absolutely,
oh God,
yeah.
I can't remember the.
Yeah.
What did he say when close enough? They didn't expect us to be able to look at it with a magnifying glass as we are now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were like, we'll just get rid of those ones. But then someone kept them, and that's why we have the differences between the Chronicles and the Samuels and stuff like that. And there's no executive producer, God, who's knows the whole story. And literally in television and movies, it's called the show Bible, which is that's what they call it, where you have this book that's this tells you everything that happens in this, so we can go through and make sure we're not contradicting ourselves. They have to be really careful about it in Star Trek, because they have 50
Yes, I was going to say
episodes.
Star Trek.
Yeah, it's hard. And sometimes they mess
writers.
up.
You're swapping writers, you're swapping directors. You got to keep continuity.
And sometimes they mess up, and then they answer for it. They'll mention it. You'll see things in that where it's because in the original series, the Klingons were just Middle Eastern people. That's how they differentiated them. It was super racist. And so then later when they go back in time and see these old Klingons, the new Klingons that have all their head butt crack thing that they have,
yeah.
They were like, oh, that was a dark time in our history where we were sick and our head shells had shrunk down. That's why that's why that happened, right? Okay, let's move on from that. And they kind of they mention it and skip past it. It's kind of a funny thing they have to do. But I think that kind of stuff happens in the Bible, and for sure happens in a religion now, because everyone rewrites the Bible in their own words now to believe just the parts they like.
If there's I guess I could ask Justin one day, but if there's there were people who assembled the current Bible.
Yeah, but it didn't happen all in one. It wasn't it wasn't
some point,
guys were getting together to make the Bible. That happened over time, over generations.
At some point, somebody's in charge of saying this one is included. These don't rate. These don't make the cut. Mm-hmm. And you explained, or one of you two explained Genesis the other day of chapter 1 and chapter 2. Wait, animals came first or humans first? Which one's first? They're both different. And I thought to myself, I think I said it in the comments, but somebody was in charge of deciding what would get to be included in this final edition. Somebody said, nah, this doesn't work. Why? Yeah, that doesn't, there is an editor somewhere.
Close enough. Yeah,
why aren't they extracting books now and saying these two conflict, one of these is wrong?
I think it's in Jude. They mentioned
you guys love hearing yourselves talk, don't you?
Hold on a second, Chosen. We'll get right to you. I'm talking in Jude. They mentioned the book of Enoch.
Okay.
So, which is not in the Bible. That's one that they took out. But in Jude, it's as it said in the book of Enoch, or as Enoch said, or something like that, and it references these things that are in this book that they later removed. So,
that was
anyways, it's interesting. It's interesting stuff. But Chosen, I'm talking to Amy. I'll talk to you in a second. You'll know when I change, because I'm being friendly with Amy, and then I'm going to be a jerk to you because you're some rude Christian.
I'm sure the nail polish tells me everything I need to know.
Hold on, I'm talking to Amy. My voice is still nice right now. I'll let you know I'm talking. Anyways, Amy, we have a rude Christian on the line here, so I'm going to chat with them. But yeah, thanks for coming up and sharing some of this stuff with us.
I think God needs a better editor, and I appreciate your helping me out.
Yeah, at least an executive producer would do it.
Right.
All right, W's for Amy, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. What a delight, as always, and what a fun conversation.
Oh, I wish you would have left Amy on.
And up next, we're going to talk to Chosen. Hey, you piece of shit. What the fuck do you want to talk about?
Hey, you godless heathen. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I think it's time to let go of the Bible, God.
Of course you would. I mean, you reject your own manhood. So why? It only makes sense that you reject God.
I reject you.
Of course you do. Let's start here.
I was just rejecting my dick.
Why do you have on women's nail polish?
This isn't women's nail polish.
It looks like something a woman would wear.
No. This is in a different area of the store. This is claw paint.
Are you sure? Because it looks very feminine.
I got it at Home Depot.
Well, it doesn't do you any justice. I think maybe you should let it go.
Do you have like a different like color thing you think I should do, or like how do you think I should do my nails?
How about wearing what God gave you, the natural pigment?
Just like natural, like a natural kind of look. Like I could just do like a taupe, or like what would that be? Like
pale like your skin. Pale like your skin.
Like a white kind of, or like a beige.
No, you're not white. White is the actual
like beige,
color.
Though, like
pale
beige.
Anyway, let's get to the raw deal.
If you have a link to where I can get some, I would probably look at those. Do you cut your hair?
That's neither here nor there. If you want to wear woman's nail polish, that's your prerogative. No judgment here. Listen.
Well, wait a minute. You did just judge it. You said I was rejecting my manhood.
All I did was ask. Well, that was a different reason. It wasn't because of your nail polish.
Oh, why do you think I'm rejecting my manhood? Is it because I looked it down at my dick and said I reject you? Because that was after you said it.
Listen, let's get to the real deal. Let's talk about God, right? Because you love having conversations about people who believe in God without having them on and actually conversating with them. I'm glad you brought me up now so that I can show you how much of a clown you sound like.
Do you want me to explain why I did that, though?
It's pretty self-explanatory, but sure, go ahead.
Sure. Well, first of all, I want you to know I also do like talking about like nail polish and style stuff. So I like having both of these conversations.
No, you don't just talk about it. You wear it.
Hey, hold on.
You're wearing it.
Chosen, I'm responding to you. Don't be rude. You said you love talking about God. Let's talk about God. And so I was saying I also liked the nail style conversation that we were having. I was enjoying that. I'm happy to talk about both things with you. I like what I like. I enjoy having conversations about style.
I don't like having conversations about nail polish.
Well, you brought it up.
Yeah, but only because I was inquisitive as to why you're wearing it. It wasn't made for you.
Oh, I like to, it sparks a conversation and we can talk. Like sometimes I'll be like, what do you recommend? And then they'll say you should do a natural look. And then I'll try that. Like next week I'll try a natural look and we'll see how I look with it. And then we can like ask people, or maybe you'll come back and be like, yeah, your nails look really cute today or something like that. And I'll know that it's working. So I do like having those conversations. But as far as the God conversation, I had Amy up here because there was no one else in the box. And so she requested up.
Clown.
Yeah, she's a clown for sure, but she requested up and had a question, so we talked about it, and then I moved on to the next guest, which is you.
Okay. So now
why do you think God gave me nails if I'm not supposed to paint them? What do I do with them?
He gave you nails in order to protect you from infections, right? Maybe you can Google these things. We've learned this in grammar school. I don't know if you finished school or not, but
do you know what happens? My nails, the truth is my nails get infected. And so I paint them actually to protect them from that, which is kind of
I don't know what kind of extracurricular activities you're in that your nails would get infected.
I dip my fingers
maybe you should
into like toxic things usually. I have like bowls of gangrene that I keep just like for other experiments.
Maybe you're inserting your fingers in places there should not be.
Yeah, like in petri dishes full of bacteria and stuff like that.
Okay, sure. Can we talk about the Bible now?
Yeah, what's your favorite verse?
My favorite verse is God bringing down judgment on the godless heathens because of the things that they say about him.
Like when Jesus kills people for being non-believers, you mean?
Where does it say that he kills people for being non-believers?
You just said that.
No.
Wait, what did you say?
I did not. Right. Are you tracking the conversation or are you just loving it to hear yourself talk?
I thought I was tracking. You just said that he like, I guess you said he comes
brought up
down
the
on
name
people?
Jesus. I did not bring up the name Jesus. You did.
Oh, Jesus isn't God?
Does the Bible say he's God?
Yeah.
No, it does not. The Bible says he's the Son of God. See what it means when you try to teach people, but you don't even know what you're talking about?
I read this verse in Jude. Do you have a Bible? Maybe I can correct this.
You have one. Put it up on the screen.
I can't.
Show me where Jesus calls himself God.
So it's going to be reversed, but I can do this here. This is, well, the Bible calls him God. Is the Bible not?
Show me where Jesus I need you to track the conversation, sir.
I don't think Jesus called himself God.
Then why would you ask me, is Jesus God? If you know that
Because the Bible says Jesus is God.
The Bible does not say Jesus is God. The Bible says that he's the Son of God.
Did Jesus get the people out of Egypt back in Moses' time, or was that God?
No.
Okay. In Jude 1:5, it says, now I desire to remind you, though you are all fully informed, except not chosen, of course, once and for all, that Jesus, who saved a people out of the land of Egypt, afterward destroyed those who did not believe. So are you saying Jesus didn't do this?
When did Jesus come into the world, genius?
Apparently, he saved the people out of the land of Egypt. No, that's why I think the Bible's wrong.
Right. So you see how stupid what it is that you're saying.
Yeah.
No,
I
the
agree.
Bible is
no,
not
chosen.
stupid.
I'm cooked. You're
You
right.
just don't understand.
No, you're right.
it.
I'm agreeing with you.
You don't understand.
I read the Bible and it was stupid. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Oh, let's read
You're
it again.
the stupid one.
Now
not the
I
Bible.
desire to remind you once and for all that Jesus, who saved a people out of the land of Egypt, afterward destroyed those who did not believe. This is saying Jesus helped Moses get out of Egypt. Do you think that's
Which
not
means
true?
you don't understand what it is that you're reading clearly. How did Jesus do it if he wasn't there in bodily form? Tell me.
You're right. This is bullshit.
Right. You don't understand what you're reading.
Well, maybe
This is what you
maybe
and
can
many
clear it
other
up for me.
atheists sound like when you try to teach the Bible with no understanding.
Maybe
You're
you can
godless
clear
and
it up for me.
spiritless. Oh, you want me to clear it up for you?
Yeah.
Okay. So Jesus is what you call the living word, right? The living word.
Did he ever refer to himself as that?
The Bible declares him to be the living
No, but did
word.
Jesus in his word say, I am the living word?
The Bible declares him to be the living word.
Are you not tracking the conversation?
Turn to John chapter 1.
Did
and I'll show
Jesus
you.
refer to himself
Turn to
as the living
John.
word?
Turn to John chapter 1. You have a Bible. I don't know why
I'm
you
right here.
have one, but you have
In
one.
John 1, who's talking in John 1?
I need you to read. Stop talking and read.
A minute ago
Chapter
when I
1.
said chosen, the reason I'm asking is because a minute ago
Come
when I
on,
said
you can do it.
Shut up. A minute ago when I said Jesus is
Read,
God.
you can do it.
Chosen, I just want you to understand what I'm
I
looking
just
for
want
here.
you to shut up and read.
Okay.
Chapter 1.
Okay. You know what? You're totally right. John chapter 1. All right. John 1:1 says, a minute ago when Chosen was arguing with Mezzo,
You're an
he
idiot.
asked
Goodbye.
if Jesus said himself that I am God. And he ran. Oh, come on back. Come on back. You're an idiot and run. The reason I'm asking, and I know you're still listening, you don't run fast enough to go to the next live. The reason I'm asking is because a minute ago you said, did Jesus himself refer to himself as God? And I said, no, but the Bible says he is. And now you're saying he's the Word. Did Jesus himself refer to that? Or is it just the Bible refers to him as that? Well, the Bible just refers to him as that. Okay, then we're back to Jesus being God. He was there back in Egypt. Whether in spirit or in person, he's the one who destroyed the unbelievers, which you said was your favorite verse, but you just didn't want to attribute it to Jesus. Look, I think you're a cool guy. Like, you seem like a really nice guy. Just a pathetic runner who's scared of his own words and stuff. That kind of stuff. Muhammad, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Yo, what's going on, man? I'm 27 and I'm a Muslim.
Why do you think I should let go of the Bible, God?
Well, I think it would be I want to clarify that we don't believe quite entirely in the Bible God. We believe in God.
Right? Yeah, but why not? Why don't you believe in the Bible God like Yahweh and stuff? Jesus. And stuff.
So we believe in the same God, right? Like the concept of Yahweh is Allah. But I think that the way they kind of perceive him and whatnot, I think is where we have contradictions. We don't believe Jesus is God. Jesus is a man.
So you already let go of the Bible God.
The Bible God specifically. So I'm sorry if I misunderstood this, but I just thought you weren't you were an atheist, like you didn't believe in God at all. So I thought I'd debate you on God, but the Bible God version specifically, I can't really say I get behind it because the Trinity part never made sense to me. That's why I'm a Muslim.
Well, you know that like when you ditch the Trinity, you can also just not believe in any. Like you don't have to go. Well, I don't believe in all three of them. I just only believe in the one. You can just not believe in any of them. Did you know that?
Yeah, I think that the Bible itself, well, I don't have to believe in any of them. I'm choosing to believe in one because I do believe in God himself. I think that the way he's perceived in the Bible is just kind of invalid. Like I was actually having a discussion about this yesterday, right? And I mean, it was a very elaborate discussion, but ultimately they were saying like, you know, God created us, but we do whatever we want to do, right? And I was like, okay, like that makes sense. But God, and he's like, but God knows what we're going to do as well. And I'm like, yeah, God definitely knows. He's an all-knowing being, right? But then they came up and they're like, yeah, but he doesn't control what we do. And that part I just find a little dodgy, right? Like if God is not in control of everything, then he's not really a God, is he?
Yeah.
So that's kind of where like, that was just like yesterday's debate. But in general, man, like the whole concept of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit didn't make any sense. I believe in, you know, Allah, Yahweh, God, the true God himself. I do believe in that through and through.
Let me ask you
just
this.
these little terms behind them.
If it were up to you, and I'll answer my own questions as well, these are like little hypotheticals. If it were up to you, would you let anyone go to hell ever? Or would you have mercy on everybody? You would send people like to eternal hell?
I kind of would, man. I'm not going to lie to you.
Oh, man, I would. I mean, I know there's some people who are bad, and in their lifetime, they do terrible things, but I would have more mercy on them than you. I would say, look, you deserve a little bit of consequence here, but no eternal punishment for anyone. I would have mercy on them.
I mean, look, I think that that's a valid thing with our perspective, right? Let me ask you a question. Can I throw you a hypothetical?
Yeah, sure.
By the way, I gotta say, man, I love your energy. I love the cool vibes and all that. Like, you know, this is gonna be a really fun conversation, I think. So let me throw you a hypothetical, okay? There's actually a dude I knew when we were kids, and, you know, he actually got sliced in the stomach, right? So he was drugged, and he was sliced in the stomach, and he was, like, 8 years old, right? I'd say, like, the guy who did that, you know, obviously, like, it was a pretty, like, that's an insane concept. I mean, you'd agree it's a bad thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
What would you say of the person who did that? Would you say he's a good guy or a bad guy?
Terrible.
Right, I agree. You know,
yeah, I would lock that guy up for the rest of his life.
Absolutely, but I think he's actually a hero.
I wouldn't kill him or torture him, though.
Right, but hear me out, though. I think he was a hero because he was a great surgeon. You know, he gave him medications to put him to sleep, and he took out his appendix before it killed him.
Oh, is right? That are you just doing a trick?
No. I'm giving you perspective, right? I think that the whole idea of like, oh, is this acceptable or unacceptable?
Wait,
right?
the kid consented to it?
Well, I mean, if you're 8 years old, I don't think you really know much of what's going on, to be honest.
Are you saying that like every murder that's ever happened has been a doctor doing it?
No, I'm giving you this specific example.
Oh,
right?
This one is okay. Yeah, in that case, I wouldn't put the guy in jail. Yeah. In that case, now that I have more information, I wouldn't put the guy in jail.
So that's kind of why, like, the whole thing that here though was perspective, right?
Right.
So I think.
But wait a minute. Now let's go back because you have to answer the questions too.
Give me 1 second.
No. So you tricked me. I'm mad at you. So now if you go back to that and say, hold on, just listen. I get your point. You're fine. If the guy wasn't a doctor and he just like cut this kid's head off to kill him, would you burn that guy for eternity?
For cutting somebody's head off?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I can't imagine I'd know anything about making a good punishment. I'm not qualified.
Oh, you wouldn't know what to do?
I would want him punished, but...
So you just let him go and be like, someone else will deal with this?
No, but the thing is, I think that my punishment...
You don't have any morality of your own?
If this guy cut my friend's head off, I personally would have a very biased opinion. I'd want a very, very harsh,
That's not your friend.
punishment.
It's just, you read in the news that someone's head was cut off and it was an 8-year-old and a person did it and it wasn't a doctor or anything. And they say, hey, Muhammad, what should we do to this guy? You'd be like, I don't know. You'd have no clue.
I wouldn't want to answer that, to be honest, because I would want to do right by the family, but also by the guy.
I'd put the guy in jail. You would let him go?
I wouldn't. I mean, again, I wouldn't want anything because I think that, my personal perspective is not reasonable.
So you were
right?
dishonest with the doctor thing to trick me. Now you're being dishonest with this answer and you're avoiding the question. Are you going to be dishonest this whole conversation?
No, I don't think I was being dishonest. I was trying to give you an analogy, right? So the whole idea of just trusting other people's judgments as opposed to just trusting my own because of the limited information I have. I don't have the information that God has. So
I
when he
gave
says
you
he
all
has a
the
more
information
significant-
about this guy. He was just a maniac.
In
He
this
wanted to cut the head
specific
off.
scenario, you know, for the sake of being fair and because I really don't like that you feel like I cheated you, I don't cheat people.
I do
and I'm
I
not
do the
trying
same
to-
thing to people all the time up here. I think it's fun. You're good.
I mean, I know.
I get people
try
to
be nice,
agree
but-
to Hitler's book a lot. We do this thing where I read them a Bible verse and it turns out to be from Mein Kampf, and they're like, "I love that verse," and then I tell them
That
it's
is
from Mein
diabolical.
Kampf. Yeah, it's hilarious. I get what you're
brilliant.
doing.
I
It's
do
great.
that with Zionists all the
But now we know
But
the
anyway.
information. So let's play the hypothetical
this
out.
information-
Now you know
Okay.
that this guy was just a murderer. Do you think he deserves jail?
I'll play. Yeah, I think the jail would be the least thing. I would say honestly, if you kill somebody, he should be killed too, an eye for an eye.
Okay. I'm against the death penalty personally, but I understand that. Do you think that he deserves to be tortured for infinity years? It's okay if you do. That's all I was asking.
And I can't say I'm sure I would say yes, to be honest.
Yeah. I would give
My
him
personal
mercy.
opinion is no.
I honestly, I give him mercy even on the death penalty. I go, I think what you did is terrible, but I don't want to add more death to this world. So I'm giving you mercy. So maybe you would say I'm a bit more merciful than you. You're a bit more just. You're more for justice, and I'm more for mercy, right?
Sure. Yeah. I would say that's a good way to put it.
Out of the two of us, I'm the most merciful.
The more merciful. Well, yeah. Actually, out of the two of us,
Yeah.
I would say. And I see where you're
is
going.
Allah more merciful than me, or would he do the eternal punishment?
Allah is more merciful than you. So now that you put me in the box, can I go ahead and go?
Yeah, but he's doing the eternal punishment, and I'm not doing that.
Right.
So it seems
So
like
can I go now?
he's more about justice, and I'm more about mercy, right?
Yeah. So I see what the build-up was good, man. 10 out of 10. I got you though. All right. I'm down to have this discussion. So this kind of comes back to my initial discussion, right? Whenever we're trying to understand, how is God merciful when he is having just such a terrible, endless punishment for, these evil people, right? Ultimately, we don't see the full complexity of everything, right? We don't see it. So I think it's more so the better way to kind of look at this is if we're trying to understand how is God merciful, but we're limited to our own perspectives, right? Of course, we're not going to have a legitimate opinion. We're just going to be oh, this does not seem fair, right? Slicing my friend up while he was drugged, that does not seem fair. But ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, it's no, that's actually quite fair. This was, probably for the best.
That's just.
So when you're looking at the perspective,
But just and mercy are opposites, though.
But here's my counterpoint to you, right? So to the guy that you said, committed the crimes, right? First of all, I just want to say, God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he's the most just. He is the most just. Which means that if I commit a crime against you, right, it's up to you to forgive me. God can't forgive me on your behalf. So if you don't mind, can I just switch the crime real quick just so we can make it more valid, more relevant? Is that okay with you?
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me.
Perfect. Okay. So let's say somebody who goes and he's just he refuses to believe in God, right? He refuses to accept God.
Yeah.
Now for us,
I would have mercy and not give that guy eternal torture.
Right. But here's my counterpoint to that though, right? I think that you have to look at the general mercy, which is, it's a lot easier to recognize okay, listen, here are all the evidences. Here are all the backings. Here's why it's morally the better thing. Here's why it's scientifically the better thing, just across the board. It's giving you every single thing, every
That's all
opportunity.
justice and rationality, totally.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're given every opportunity to do the right thing, then you choose to still not do the right thing, right? And to us, it seems like it's not a big deal, because at the end of the day, a lot of bad things we don't see as a big deal. I mean, for God's sake, we let slavery get away with it for over 200 years, right? We didn't think it was a big deal at the time. So our limited human perception of things, our morality is very subjective and it's very inconsistent. So when we look at this, I'm well, we think it's not a big deal when in reality it is a big deal. We're just going based off of our own feelings. But our own feelings have been proven many times in history to be very inconsistent. It's a very unreliable source.
That's why I would give mercy, yeah.
Sure, but that's kind of the thing. It's your perception of mercy, isn't it? See, you think that it's not that big of a deal for
it's
somebody
mercy to send someone to an eternal punishment? Is there any way that can be merciful? If that's so, then you're right. I have no idea what mercy means. If like what you're saying is like sometimes the merciful thing to do is to eternally torture someone, even to the point where you like you replace their skin after it's been burnt off so that it can burn again. Like if there's a way that that's mercy, then I have no idea what mercy means.
Let me ask you a question then. Look at the perspective of the family of the kid who got unalived. I don't know. I'm still learning the TikTok lingo. Is that the right word?
You can say killed or murdered or cut in half or something like that.
Really? I get yelled at every time I do it on other people's lives.
Yeah, they're cowards. You can't say like you can't say like there's slurs you shouldn't say. There's like you don't want to say like I'm going to blank you if you are saying the kill word, then that will catch you if you like say it in that order. And also like stuff that if you say that you're going to do things to yourself that can like really damage you or damage the live and stuff like that. But if you're saying that like some guy killed a kid, like I think that's just fine.
Okay, well, I told you I like this live, and this just reinforces
whatever
it.
they say. Like if some other live says that, follow their rules for sure. Some people are more careful about it, but I don't. Yeah, I haven't found any problem with it.
It's always good to be respectful of the host, right? The host respects the guests, the guests respect the host. So I just kind of go by their their rules. Anyhow, yeah. So kind of back to the original point, though. Would you say that I'm showing you mercy if some guy comes and kills your mom? Yeah, okay, I use that right. Somebody comes and kills your mom, and I just was like, oh, just let him go. It's okay. Would you say that's mercy to you?
Not to me. It's mercy to that person.
Yeah, but again, mercy has to go to everybody, right? Why does he only get mercy?
Why does it have to go to everybody?
Well, because if you're the most merciful, right? There's no terms and conditions that apply. Mercy applies to every human being, not just
so if the crime. Yeah, sure. So the crime then takes away my mom and gives that guy eternal punishing. What I don't think that's equal. I think the most merciful thing would be to give me my mom back and then punish, and then also let that guy go. So that way everybody gets mercy. Everybody gets what they want.
That would make a lot of sense in a perfect world, in the sense of where we just have everything handed to us, right?
In the most merciful world, obviously. Like that's the most merciful world. I know Allah is not capable of doing that because he has to weigh his mercy with his justice. I know that seems great, but there's justice that must be served. The way that I run this analogy, and I haven't ever done this on a live, so I'd like to just kind of test this out. I don't know if it works or not. But there's a boat, right? That is perfect at floating and perfect at sinking. Now, this isn't a contradiction yet because while it's floating, it can be the most floaty boat that's ever floated, right? And then while it's sinking, it can just sink the fastest, the deepest, and just be the best sinking boat of all time. This is the balance between mercy and justice. Is while the boat is floating, it is being just, right? And then it sinks in order, like the sinkingness comes up in order to be the best sinker, and the floatingness during that time, it's not doing good floating. It's only while it's floating, it's the most floaty boat. But is it really like, it's perfect at floating, but if there's another boat that just always floats and never sinks, then technically this one is doing it more, because while the other one sinks to give room for justice, this other boat is being more floaty, right? So it doesn't even have to be a perfect boat. It's just more floaty than the perfectly floaty boat.
Can you run that one again, but like from the halfway point, just because you lost me there for a second? Sorry, I'm walking outside and there's a beep.
So just like justice and mercy have to be weighed, so does sinking and floating. You can't do both at the same time. Okay.
Sure.
Once if you're being perfectly fair, that's just. That's that balance on the water. As soon as you give mercy, your boat sinks. Okay. So if you have a boat that's a perfect floater and a perfect sinker, that's great. That's neat. That's cool. But this other boat, while it's floating, it's not a perfect floater. It's a little bit wobbly, but it floats more. It's more floaty because this one sometimes sinks in order to do justice. This one's doing both, but this one's floating more. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not saying there's a contradiction between being both merciful and justice. I think weighing that and stuff makes sense. I think we all do that. I think the problem comes in when you say Allah is the most merciful, but yet I have more mercy because I don't have justice. I don't have eternal justice in mind. I think that eternal justice to me is nuts. I'll do some justice, I'll weigh here and there, but I have way more mercy than the most merciful.
Okay, I think I got your point. So let me ask you a question, right? Can you be alive and dead at the same time?
No.
Right.
Well, death is a process. There's a blurry line between alive and dead, but I wouldn't say you can do both at the same time.
Sure. I mean, that's definitely like, valid, but I think like the underlying message though, right? Like it's basically the thing is we as human beings, we're limited to yes and no, right?
Not with all things.
We're very binary. Not with all things, but I'm saying like in this thing,
no.
you're either alive or you're
You can
dead.
give I would say we're going to do some justice, but not eternal. Yeah. I think that's
Right,
a
but the
God
point
thing
is-
to be like, you're either eternally damned or eternally in heaven. Like you just have the two options. That's why I'm saying we should have more middle ground where like people who, do holocausts, they like aren't eternally punished, but they also don't get to like hang out in heaven with us. There's just like another heaven that goes on forever and they just live over there, that kind of stuff, like a secluded heaven.
Sure.
There should be more options, just to be more merciful.
You're talking about being more merciful by your perceptions and by your standards, though.
Yes.
Right? Because that's what you're rooting this whole thing is on, like your perception. And that's kind of the point that I'm just trying to make is like your
Am I understanding mercy wrong?
Well, it's possible.
What's mercy mean?
But that. Well, here's. Let me just make my point real quick, though, right? Before we like hop onto the next part. So the point that I'm just making, though, is that we're measuring things based off of a standard. But when we know that Allah is the most merciful, right? That means He's the most merciful by every means possible, which means He's more merciful than me. He's more merciful than you.
Yeah,
that's
but
what the most
I
merciful
just said
means,
that's
correct?
not true, and I
know,
showed why. So
Give
that's
me one
not that's
second.
false.
You
can't
me
just
that's
say
why
it again. I just said it was
No, I
not true.
can. Okay, that's great, but because you said it's not true doesn't mean that it's like, that you're correct. And I'm going to give you an example as to why, right? So Allah is the most merciful, but He's also the most just. And the example that you gave, which was of course based off of human comprehension, right? So already we know that we, all of us, we're limited to being humans and to human comprehension. So whenever you're looking at it, like, okay, well, is that fair or is that not fair? We feel like that punishment may be too severe. But because we know that Allah is the most just, it doesn't mean that He's only just in His punishment, right? He's just in every way possible. So while you might feel like, oh, this punishment is too severe, right? Because maybe He could do this or maybe He could do that. You're limited because you're measuring it based off of your standards. Now, if you ask me this, I'll also say something similar because, again, I'm not going to be dishonest with you, right?
Yeah, I think you're more merciful too, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you could think however you wish, right? But at the end of the day, right, how we think is not a valid unit of measurement. How we perceive the world.
We can't use thinking when we're trying to like debate.
And this, from the emotion,
stuff.
no,
like thought isn't useful. That's a pretty common religious take.
Oh,
I think.
you're baiting me. You know that's not what I
Come
meant.
on, then we
silly
can't
goose.
think.
No,
We can't
I'm
use
saying
thinking. What are you saying?
You can't use. Then let me finish, and I promise you'll find out what I'm saying, man. I'm saying you can't go based off of, oh, I think that this guy should do this because I just feel like that's the correct approach. Is that really a valid?
That is what
unit
I'm
of-
saying, and then I'm giving you the opportunity to say, here's why it's like not merciful. Here's why
here's my
it is.
counterpoint.
Here's why it is merciful to torture people for infinity. Like that's what you have to
Okay.
show me. Otherwise, I do think that I do believe that it's not mercy at all. In fact, it's infinitely unmerciful since there's infinity involved, right? And
So can I give you a counterpoint
you have to, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Show me why burning someone for eternity is merciful.
It's very simple, okay? I could tell you right now, very, very objectively, right? I'm going to give you a scenario now. Can I give you a scenario? You gave me the boat scenario, I'm going to give you a scenario. Is that cool?
Is there a
Are you
boat
ready?
in it?
Let me see if I can make it boaty. Hold on.
There's this one scenario where
okay.
like Noah is, the flood is coming and Noah's son is on the
Mm-hmm.
rocks. That's the one I was going to talk about too. That's like a sort of a boat related, but God like lets the son drown.
So you're like a boat fan, aren't you?
Well, it's just in line with what we're talking about. Like it's
Sure,
a
it is,
nautical.
but
You can do a nautical theme, I think.
nautical theme today.
Well, and
All right.
like there's
Nautical
murder and
theme
stuff
today.
too. So like that's in it. Yeah, it's like a murder mystery on a boat kind of thing. But yeah, so his in your book, right? The Noah's son dies. Is that one?
Yeah. So here's
do
what
that.
I'll do. Okay. Let's say that you're on a boat, right? Have you ever watched what was that one movie with Adam Sandler? They're on the yacht and then somebody gets killed and they got to investigate it. Oh, it's literally called Murder Mystery. Who am I kidding? Are you familiar with that movie? Okay. It's a great way to kind of bring it up because it's on a boat. So I think that'll kind of keep you happy. All right. And I want you to be happy. So here's basically the whole concept here. All right. If he comes up, like if you're on a boat and like the story goes that they were on the boat and there were multiple people who came up and they were attending. I think there was like a whole bunch of big names and whatnot. Then one night, like while they're on their trip, somebody was dead. And so they were looking at it like, okay, somebody's dead. We got to figure out like, who killed the man because we're still on the boat. This killer can kill twice.
Yeah.
So they're like looking at it and evaluating it. Now, here's the question that I have for you, okay? On this boat, you have the option. There's the captain, who's a guy who's on scene. Like, he drives the boat. He's the guy in charge, so to speak, right? You have the cook. He's the one who obviously cooks. You have the cleaners, right? And then you have the detective. That was Adam Sandler's character. And he has been going on for such a long time as a detective. He's tried and true. He's whether he knows his stuff, right? Who would you pick to be the person to investigate what's going on?
The detective.
Right. Would it be because you trust his judgment?
Not his. He's not judging. He's detecting. I trust his detectability skills.
Right. So basically,
do you know who I would trust to do the judgment? A judge. Is there a judge on the boat?
So you would trust a judge, but what if the judge, and he might come and say something that you feel like is a little too harsh? Then what?
Then I would debate.
The point that I'm making,
I would say, convince me about it. Convince me why this is right. Let's talk.
Right. So the point that I'm bringing, right, the reason why I wanted to discuss this with you and use this example is because at the end of the day, you chose a detective because he is literally a detective. He's the best suited for the role, right? That's kind of like the main thing. So ultimately, when you know somebody's best suited for a role where they understand something, you kind of understand like, okay, listen, I won't understand your detective process. I don't understand why you're trying to investigate like all the shoes, right? So you trust the one who knows better, even if you might feel ultimately like, oh, like this is not the most valid or whatever. You know that because he has God dang,
He's got a badge. He's right there. He's got a badge and he's got a background stuff. And so then you're watching him solve this mystery. You're like following him around and he's trying to solve this mystery. And what you realize as you're watching him, you realize that like this guy's a quack. This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. I don't know how he got his detective degree, but what he's doing is weird. Now, sometimes you'll like, there'll be like some weird, like he's sniffing around like a dog, but then you learn later, like he actually like knows what he's doing. He knows how to sniff for stuff. He's smelling for like oils or something that are related to the case. But then like later you catch him and you realize that he's like, he was in on it. Sometimes the detective is in on it in those stories. And then you go, this guy fucking sucks as a detective, and you kick him out. And you put him in jail, right? So just because he has the job title God doesn't mean we can't sit here and go, well, let's analyze this. Let's look into this. Is it really the case that he's a God, or is this guy just a quack? And that's what I'm saying is Allah is kind of like a quack, and we're watching and being like, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. This is crazy. He's murdering people all over the place, and he says he's all good. This is nuts.
You're negating the detective's process and whatnot based off of your own personal
I think
standards.
in this case,
right. So that's
it turns out the detective is a quack.
The same way I shouldn't walk up and be like, I'm going to pilot the plane because you guys are going around the storm when you can get through the storm and get there faster. Your whole logic is you know better, right? And that's kind of the key issue.
No, here's what happened. We're going to let the pilot the plane. All right. And then things are a little shaky. And we go, okay, that's just probably a little turbulence. And then it gets a little shaky again. It's like, I'm just going to go do a quick check on the pilot. And you open the door and there's no one in there. It's just on autopilot. Then we go, hey, we got to get someone else to fly this motherfucker. That's what I'm saying happens with God, is when we look at it and look closely, we realize like there's probably nothing here. If there was a pilot here, they would be doing really bad because we're plummeting towards this mountain, right?
Well, that's the thing though, because you just kind of came in and twisted the whole analogy. The analogy here would be you're flying from California to Texas, right? And as you're flying, you find yourself all the way up and over Chicago. You're going to be like, look, what the hell is this? It's just added hours to the journey. None of this makes any sense. This is so irrational. This pilot sucks. He doesn't even know which direction he's going. This is absurd, right? So you're going based off of your perspective, right? But the thing is, you don't know what the pilot knows. The pilot knows, for example, that you're going to be going directly into a very dangerous storm if you're going directly down it, you go all the way around. Well, because
attention, everyone. Just sorry to let you know we have to redirect because there's a storm, and they let us know, and we go, okay, now we don't think you're crazy. If a pilot just started swerving and like driving and like did a big U-turn and they didn't say anything, and there was like the flight attendants were kind of like knocking on the door and they couldn't get in, and like you didn't know which way you were going, and then you saw that it was like plummeting towards a building, for example, you'd be like, I have a feeling this guy's not that great of a pilot. This guy might be a fucking terrorist.
But that's not actually a legitimate thing, because actually I just flew to DC literally a week and a half ago, and we ended up having to reroute. And they didn't tell us anything until maybe 30 minutes before we landed. So the whole entire time we're like, okay, something's off, something's weird. But they wouldn't tell us anything because they're still trying to figure out where we're going to land before they made the
think that's a
official
bad pilot.
announcement.
I think they should have told you.
Right. But again, you're going based off of your specific standards, when in reality, it's probably limited to the FAA and other rational things. The point that I'm saying is you can't use yourself as a valid metric or a unit of measurement, because you as a human being are inherently flawed in your beliefs.
Dang it, we can't think again. That's a bummer. I think we should be allowed to look into this. We can check with the FAA.
Look into it.
Yeah, sure. We are Muhammad. We're allowed to analyze these things in our world and these things in your book. We're allowed to look at it and go, hey, I know it says this here, but I think we should change this. If that is the rule that the FAA has, that we don't tell anyone until half an hour before we land that we've changed the flight plan, then there's a reason behind it. No one just went like, let's make it a half hour. How's that sound? Okay. It's because it was something else, and they went, you know what? There's a reason behind this. Let's change it, right? And then, of course, and now, and Muhammad, stop, hold on. I know you want to talk really, really, really fast, but like, slow down for a second, because we've jumped to 8 analogies. Okay, we were supposed to be talking about boats.
It's a skyboat.
If the FAA has made that rule, they have a reason, and there's a backlog for it, and it says it. With God, it's you're not allowed to question me. I can't tell you why. You'll never get it. Go to hell. That's so different. None of these are analogous. That's why none of these are analogous. You can question a detective. You put literally, detectives go on trial. When that criminal's on trial, they'll bring the detective up as the witness and be like, yeah, here are the hair samples we found. Here's the clues I found. Here's why I think it was them. And we get to interrogate them and say, are you sure, or are you a shitty detective? Right?
You don't get to interrogate them. That's not true at all.
Yes, you do.
No. I can tell you this from personal experience. I'll ask you a favor, okay, Mezzo?
You can summon police officers and detectives up onto the stand, yes. Have you never watched Law and Order?
No, hold on. But I'm saying that you're saying this as if this is like a way that you can kind of go and interrogate them. We had that exact thing happen. There was a case that happened with these people called the HLF5. Are you familiar with that story?
No, but where is it? Where did it happen?
It happened in Dallas, Texas.
Do you think that they should have been allowed to interrogate the detective?
Do I believe that they should have been allowed to interrogate the detective?
Yeah.
They were able to interrogate the detective. They didn't get the answers that they wanted because the human system is flawed. Fine. The detective just dodged the question the entire time.
Great.
So the point that I'm making by
Muhammad, you just lied again. You tricked me again. You said, we are not allowed to interrogate detectives. I have this case where they interrogated a detective. Great point, Muhammad. What's the next lie you're going to bring up?
So let me go ahead now. Now you're getting spicy, which means you're getting frustrated.
I'm bored of that. You keep on like bringing up other things that aren't related to what we're talking about.
I brought up the HLF5 because your question was this. You said, "Will they allow?"
My point was, we should be able to interrogate detectives. Do you understand my point?
Do you know what the Quran says about what's going to happen after the Day of Judgment? By the way, I think this will make you happy. I promise.
Yeah. What's it?
Have you read the Quran before?
No, I think it's gross.
Oh, that's not nice. But it's okay. You can have your belief systems. So there's a chapter 39, right? At the very end of it, it says, وَقُضِيَ بَيْنَهُمْ بِالْحَقِّ. It says they were judged between them. This is basically the story, like the very end of the chapter, right? It talks about how the people who were of hell were sent to hell, and the people of heaven were sent to heaven. Hold on, let me do this for you.
Normally when people like preach like this, I'll do something like this. So I know it's not like quite the sound you guys normally do, but same idea. Go ahead.
What is this? Oh no, we don't do that, buddy. This is Muslim stuff. Do you have like a humming version of that?
A what?
Like a humming? That's
humming?
What we have like in our video. Yeah, like a song like something like that.
Let me see. That's more of an ooh ah. Let me see. Maybe I can switch it to a.
We're not really catching the vibe, are we?
It's kind of haunting. You like that?
It's given spooky. This is very like Catholic.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it's not really catching the vibe though. Can you still hear me though?
Yeah.
Okay. So ultimately, after all judgment has passed, right, the people of hell will go into hell, and they will be asked, "Why did you not go into hell? Like, why are you here?" And they'll say, "Well, we did this and we did this and we did this." They're not going to say, "Oh, we were unjustly tested." You will get to talk to God about every little thing. You're absolutely 100% allowed to do so when your time comes to stand before Him. Yeah, it's not catching the vibe. I don't know, man. It's not like a Muslim thing. It's like Catholic, Christian type of stuff.
Tell me what to you. I mean, I have all these things.
I told you, do me like that.
Is that more intense?
No, that's kind of weird too. We don't do musical instruments in Islam.
You guys don't use instruments?
No, of course not. Have you ever seen a Muslim come preach with like a trombone?
I don't know. You guys don't have any instrumentation at all?
Not really, no. We don't really need to have like, dramatic effect. We just kind of talk.
What if there was like just kind of a sick electric guitar? Look, if you're just going to read Quran verses, I got to do something to it because people will just leave the live. They hate that shit.
Well, I mean, aren't we talking about God? And that's where we kind of learn about Him, no? I'm just using this as evidence to show you that's not like I'm pulling something out of a magic hat.
Just tell me what it said. Like, what we get judged again later?
No, so whenever we go to judgment on the day of judgment, you're actually allowed to ask God about every little thing. There's no animosity in anybody's heart feeling that they got misjudged and they weren't given a fair chance. That's kind of like the main thing. So your whole thing was like, you should be able to question.
We go and say, is hell not a fitting home for the arrogant or something like that? Or he says that to us.
Yeah, you're absolutely allowed to.
So he's going to say hell is for arrogant people, hell is appropriate?
He'll explain how he explains it. I can't speak on his behalf, to be honest.
So we'll find out later. Don't think now. Trust it now. We'll find out later.
Yeah, I mean, if you trust the source that's been right all the other times, then why not trust it now?
Because I think it's been wrong in the other times. Yeah. So you're right. Yeah, totally. I think that right now, I think it's wrong to send people to hell. And so until that's proven right, I'm going to trust the thing that's been wrong. I don't think so. I think we'll move past the thing that's been wrong. And then if later we get to go to heaven or something and it's like, hey, by the way, hell is real and here's why I send people to it, then we'll go, oh, okay, that makes sense. Or we'll go, that still doesn't make sense. You're not the most merciful. And I'll go, yeah, sorry, the guy wrote that. I don't know why he said that.
No, I mean, you'll get to question God. You won't have that feeling in your heart whenever,
Will I get to as a non-believer? Like, do the people in hell get to question God? What am I doing down here?
No, you'll have that full conversation before you even get there. So you'll go to your destination knowing that's like, okay, like everything's been broken down to you. Now you understand. Nobody goes and wonders like, wait, what the heck? I feel like I got robbed. That's not a thing. Everybody, and it clearly indicates.
So just because the Quran says this, you believe it?
Well, I mean, if the whole concept of hell itself is in the Quran, so if I have a problem with something, I might as well go with the source too, right?
You have problems with hell? I thought you liked it.
No, I literally just said if I have a problem with the concept, I might as well go with the source. It's the same source. If I have a problem, with Sonic the Hedgehog, right, I'll go to the initial source of it to find out more about it, right?
Sure.
So if everything I know from Sonic the Hedgehog is from a book, then I'm going to go to that book whenever I want to understand more about it.
I love that book, by the way. All right. Well, so it will be said to them, enter the gates of hell to stay there forever. What an evil home for the arrogant.
Mm-hmm.
So it's saying that some people go there forever?
Yeah, I never said they don't go there forever.
Yeah, so I think then in that case, there's no way, no matter what he can say, since infinity is at stake, that means it's infinitely just for hell to happen, right? Which means that there's no mercy. Mercy could, like, even if it was like, and you must go there for almost infinite years, but it's infinity minus one, then you have that little speck of mercy. But the moment you cross the threshold into infinity, there is a zero mercy. It's impossible to have mercy and eternal punishment. That doesn't make sense. It's a contradiction in your worldview. And it's why I'm letting go of the Bible God today. All right. Muhammad, come back some other time when we're doing like more Muslim stuff. I think that the boat analogy was cool. I did want to bring up the reason that the Noah verse is so interesting is because in it, he calls God the most merciful and the most just at the same time, which is a contradiction, right? Like those things just don't really work well together. You can't be all forgiving and not forgive somebody. That doesn't really make sense. So think about it some more. We'll talk about it some more later. Okay.
Okay. Wait, can I do some exit music for myself?
No. Sorry. And for everybody who is talking about Aisha and stuff, yes, of course, it is the case that the prophet was a disgusting minor fucker. But I do bring that up sometimes. But Bright, are you here on purpose?
What?
Are you here on purpose?
Yeah. What do you...
Okay, you were clicking for a second. I thought maybe no.
Sorry, I'm turning my volume down. Sorry.
No, you're okay. Here, I just want to let me just mute you because it's like super loud. Just the reason I've been like not bringing that up is because it ends the conversation immediately. When you say that to them, they spiral out of control. It's fun to watch them weasel and say like, yeah, sometimes that's okay. It's like a gross worldview that they share with the Quran, but sometimes it just ends the conversation too quickly. And I want to end Islam. And so if it ends the conversation, he says he'll next time we can talk about that. If you end the conversation, then they don't get a chance to think about the other errors in their religion, and they get stuck on that. Don't think we're not allowed to think thing. Just everything's good. Don't think. Which is I wanted to have a chance to have the conversation because in the every country that has the death penalty for gay people is an Islamic country, right? Like it's a big problem in our world, I think. So I want to be able to like have the conversation with people, and I want to try out this boat thing. So I think it was fun. Anyways, Bright, welcome in. You can unmute now that your volume's all set off, and let us know your age and religion.
23.
And do you have you're a Christian? Okay. Well, look, I'm thinking that maybe it's time to let go of this Bible God. Do you believe in Jesus and stuff?
Also, I just want to say before I answer a question, why do you talk to Muslims if you don't read the Quran or know much about it?
Oh, I've read a little bit of it.
Oh, okay.
I think that,
so
like I just said, a lot of like their worldview can lead to horrific laws and stuff like that. I think in general we should just dump theism. Like we should move on from that. And if they come up and want to talk about it, I'm happy to talk about it. But we are speaking more about like the Bible today. I was raised with the Bible, so I know that one a little more.
Right, I agree.
So do you want me to help you move on from the Bible God? Is there something that's making you think?
Excuse me, sorry, I'll just sneeze. What was the question?
God bless you. Are you ready to kind of move on from religion here? Do you need some help like getting out of this this belief, or what's going on with you? Talk to me.
Well, no, because what exactly would I need to move on from?
Well, you said you believe in the Bible God, like you're a Christian, and that can be, not an ideal way to live. So if you want, we can help you just get out of that mindset so you can start living your best free life and not be, caught up in the indoctrination of your youth. Were you raised Christian?
Yep.
Yeah. So the stuff that they were telling you isn't true when you were raised. Heaven and hell, these aren't real places. There's nothing to worry about with hell, and unfortunately there's nothing to look forward to with heaven, but it means that you have this whole life ahead of you. So I'm just here to help people kind of like get through that and be part of their deconstruction process. So what are you hanging on to? What is it that you're clinging to with religion?
So I have, questioned the Bible before, and I have questioned things about the Bible. And every time I question it, look for the answer, I've gotten it.
So I don't think there's necessarily something that's taught to me that I don't believe in. Maybe I disagree with other believers.
Well, I could actually use your help because I have this website that I started making. If you want, you don't have to read it, but it's called Lips. Have you already heard of the Lips? Were you here when we were talking about the Lips? It's a list of irreconcilable passages. So there's a list here of over 20 verses that I think are just like, there's no way out of this. This is really bad. You know what I mean? And I don't think that you can say God is all good and this happened. So either the Bible didn't happen, right? Or this is good. Let's talk about like in 2 Kings. Are you familiar with that book?
Yep.
Yeah, there's this like story about this Jezebel and they kill her and splatter her blood across the ground and stuff like that, and the horse tramples on her. And then Jehu, which is like a prophet. Jehu's this prophet of God. This is God's prophet. Says, this is the word of the Lord. The dogs shall eat the flesh of Jezebel. The corpse of Jezebel shall be like dung on the field, so that no one can say this is Jezebel. So what's happening? In order to hide Jezebel's body, the dogs ate her to cover up the crime. And then they go shit in the field, so no one's going to like dig through dog shit and find like, oh, here's her eye or whatever. Here's her thumb. And so this is obviously...
Can I...
Yep.
Sorry. Can we start with the New Testament, or is that like, can we do that? It's not because I don't want to do Old Testament, it's just I much prefer New.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you just said that you have answers to all these. So, just to wrap that one up for people who are curious.
I didn't say, wait, I never said that. What?
You said every time I've had a question about the Bible, I got the answer. So I have some questions about the Bible. I thought you
questions I've asked. I've never asked these questions.
In the future, ask about this one. What happens, and I'll just really quickly in one sentence wrap it up. God himself hides Jezebel's corpse from the authorities by having dogs eat her dead body and shit in the field. So it's a God like covering up a murder. Pretty weird stuff. Okay, yeah. In the New Testament, let's see here. We have, what do you want to do? Like misogyny, women shouldn't talk in church, or do you want to do God murdering people?
You go, you pick any. I don't have any preference.
Sure, I'll do the murder. So I think that in the New Testament, Jesus kills Ananias and Sapphira. They're a couple. Are you familiar with the couple Ananias and Sapphira?
Yeah, the one that try to scam God.
Yeah, right. So they sell their property, and the rule is when you sell your property, you have to give all of the money, every penny, to the church because they're starting this new church. And so they kept some back. By the way, that's a weird rule. I don't know if it's a rule or if it's just like that's what you're supposed to do. It's like unspoken. And then they don't. They keep some back, and then they lied to God is the excuse, and then God kills them both. So to me, that's obviously too harsh of a punishment. I think that's irreconcilable. How do you justify lying to make the penalty for lying is death? How do you justify that? You're muted if you're talking.
Because it was habitual. Because it was done in a way to deceive not only the apostles but also the God. So
right.
It's actually the two of them that
that's
died.
What you're justifying. We're trying to say he lied to God, and the penalty is death, and then you were going to justify why that is.
Well, the way that they did it, I think it was Ananias who came up first. He lied and then died on the spot, and then Sapphira came in, repeated the same lie, and then died.
Yeah, they were in on it together. Yeah, they both were punished unjustly for their crime.
How's that unjust?
Well, that's what you're trying to tell me. So obviously, to me, I think if someone lies, they shouldn't be put to death. Do you? Do you think that that's a fair punishment for a crime?
A fair punishment.
maybe not for the whole day, but like for an hour, right?
Yeah. So
so
it
that's
does
more
say-
appropriate. But like he should have just taken Ananias and Sapphira's iPads away or something like that. You know what I mean? Like something that's more appropriate than their whole life. Plus eternal life. Like they obviously would go to hell. Like if God's mad at you and kills you, he's not like, welcome to heaven. You know.
Yeah. So the problem is not that necessarily these people were just lying and being bad, and so therefore God's just going to kill people for being a little liar. It's that these people had intentions in their heart for basically just doing something they know isn't allowed. They know that they're not lying to the apostle, because if you actually go,
My kids
I
have
think
that
a
too. Like
couple
they
of verses
know
later,
they know it's
Peter
bad to
said-
lie. Yeah, totally. My kids know it's bad to lie, but when they lie, I still don't kill them.
Right, but the justice when it comes to God, when it comes to the church, is much more harsher, and unfortunately,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It is.
It's too harsh. It's not fair. It's not even. It's not just. It's overly harsh. That's the whole point. That's what we're talking about, bro.
Right, and what happened when that punishment happened? It says that great fear came upon the whole church in order to learn
terrible.
that there shouldn't
Now
be a
now
law.
there's fear mongering too, and I'll kill every one of you if anyone else does it. This is insane. This is like not any like just or fair way. This is like dictatorship, fear mongering. Like it's like mafia kind of things. Like I'll kill you next if you lie, kind of thing.
It's to show that if you want to be a Christian, necessarily, lying is a very deceitful thing to do, especially when you do it not to the apostles, but to God. You're essentially an evil person whose intentions are wicked. I can show you some Bible verses for that.
Oh, I don't care. I think the Bible's fake, but like what I'm saying is, if true, this is unjust. For example, you think God is real and can hear me right now? Right?
Sorry, say that again?
Do you think God is real and able to hear me right now?
No, because you're Californian. I'm just kidding, yes.
I don't get the... What would that be?
I don't know. It's just a stupid joke. I don't know.
Well, you can do jokes. You just have to like explain it a little bit. What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was gonna be funny, but yeah, yes, he can hear you.
Like it's a... Was it like because I'm liberal or something? Like, is it a California liberal thing, or is it like he's just not in?
No, I don't
he's in
have a
heaven?
problem with liberals. I just thought it'd be funny too because you mentioned you live in California and you dox yourself too, which I thought was pretty funny. I don't know why you did that.
That guy said he wanted to come debate me.
Yeah, but don't dox yourself, bro.
He was being threatening. He was like, come to Puerto Rico and I'll fight you. And then I said, okay, what's your address? And he wouldn't give it. So I said, well, come here. And he's going to come try to fight me, but I'll probably kick his ass. He sounded like a pretty weak piece of shit. Anyways, if you want to do jokes, that's fine. Just warn me ahead of next time before you do a joke, and I'll play some like background music kind of stuff. Okay. Okay. Because it says, I might do jokes, but it doesn't. I don't have a warning for the guests doing it. So just for the audience sake, just tell me in advance, like this is going to be a joke, and then they'll do it. Okay, so God can hear me, and I tell God, hey, God, I live in Texas. That's true, God. I live in Texas. So now I've lied to God, right? Does that mean that I deserve death right now for that? Like on the spot.
Hold on, sorry, there's some freaking noise. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, so no, because you're not your intentions when you're doing that. It's your intentions. The intention is you're like, I'm assuming you're praying and you're saying to God, you lie, right? Like that's a lie, right? That's a sin.
Sure. But by the way, my intentions,
but you're not going around.
Just so you know, my intentions in doing this are to help people get away from religion. I'm doing this lie in order to disprove God and get people out of the church and away from God's word. So that's my intention behind it. But go ahead.
No, I'm talking about when you say you live in Texas and California.
The reason I'm doing that lie is to show that God's not real. Because God, like, you wouldn't think that I deserve death. God would think I deserve death. God is supposed to be all good, but that's obviously insane. So I'm disproving God by telling this lie. So that's, I just want you to know, my intention is to like get as many people away from the belief in God as possible. I don't know if that intention makes the lie, you know, deserve like more harsh of a crime or not, but that's why I'm doing it.
So your intentions when you say you live in Texas rather than California is of course a lie, and everybody would see through it, right?
Well, I mean, not necessarily. I could have made up an address before. Maybe I am in Texas, but God would see through it. He would know I'm lying, and he doesn't kill me on the spot the way he did to them. And so meanwhile, I'm pulling people away from religion, and it's working, right? So that's my intention.
Right. So you're asking, your question is, why doesn't God kill you right then and there?
Because, yeah, it'd be bad to do that, right? That's why.
Yeah, because he has mercy on you.
Yeah. And I think that'd be the right way to do it. That's why this story is so fucking terrible in Acts when he kills these people. And he has no mercy for them.
No, he had mercy on them. He gave him a chance to repent. They didn't repent.
That's not mercy. Say, I'm going to give you one chance before eternally punishing you in hell. That's not mercy. That's not what mercy means. Does nobody know what mercy means?
Hold on. If I hold a gun to your head and I said, say this or that, or else I'm going to kill you, and you say no, then you're just missing your chance of mercy. I just realized that's a bad analogy because you're going to.
It's a really bad analogy, but it is kind of what happened here. I think the merciful thing to do would be to not hold the gun to my head ever. That'd be the more merciful thing to do. And even if I said the wrong thing, like if you say you have to either say potato or potato, and I was like tomato, you'd say I'm going to have mercy on you, even though you did it wrong. I'm going to have mercy on you. That would be mercy, but that's not what God did. God pulled the trigger.
Right. Hold on.
It was actually a great example. Just like people are catching this in chat. It was actually like a really accurate example as to what's happening. God's the one threatening them. They don't do what he wants, and so he doesn't have mercy on them. It's like a perfect example of his merciless will.
Well, we could talk about how God's mercy work if you want me to talk about that.
In this case, sure.
So throughout the whole Bible, God's mercy works with evil people who have evil intention, especially when you go to the Old Testament, which I know you don't believe in.
Jesus kills the unbelievers. We were talking about that earlier. Jesus like destroys people who didn't believe. That was their penalty, death, right?
For what, the Old Testament or New Testament?
I mean, it says it in both. So
I'm pretty sure that's Jesus will do that towards the end times. And in the Old Testament, God did that because they were set against God by doing evil things and disobeying the commands of God.
Well, it just says,
and the penalty of sin
for
is
being
death.
unbelievers, right? Yeah, they believed a different God, so he killed them. Yeah.
No, it wasn't just I believe in a different God. It was I believe in a different God, and I believe in what they teach, and what the other gods taught was evil. Like, are you familiar with what they used to do with the god Baal, or Moloch, or what they would do child sacrifice? And God is highly against like this form of like baby sacrifice.
Yeah, usually. Well, he was against it to Moloch. He didn't mind if they did it to Yahweh. He was like, don't give your sacrifices to Moloch. Do sacrifices, just not to that one. Do it to me. It's not the sacrifice.
I'm sorry.
Itself
Wait. What? What did you say? Hold on, I got confused.
The act of doing a sacrifice isn't inherently wrong. It's who you're doing it to. Yahweh is saying, don't do it to them, do it to me.
Yeah, no, he's saying, do not sacrifice your children to Moloch. Like, I can quote the verse if you want me to. Like, do not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
do
To
child sacrifice.
Moloch.
Yeah. Do not do that. Do not do that
Right.
at all.
Does it say, or to me, or at all ever? Or does it just say,
Yes, it does.
Okay, where's that? Yeah, I want to see that.
Hold on. Let me pull up the Bible verse.
I mean, I haven't read this one, but, because there is, I have this one, hold on. This is the one where they are doing the Moloch one. Let me read it. Okay, Edenu or something. I don't know how to say the old names. Forgive me, but are you here? Are you hearing me?
Are you talking to me? Yeah, I'm hearing you.
So the one guy who worships Moloch before, he's like a war general. I mean, there's a bunch who did, but the one war general, Edenihu or something like that, says to Moloch that he's going to sacrifice whoever comes through my front door, I will sacrifice as a burnt offering if you hand over the Ammonites, which are one of the like tribes of Judah thing there. And so he does, they win, and then he burns his daughter alive to Moloch. And you're saying that there's a verse where Yahweh says, don't do that at all.
Yes, do not sacrifice children unto Moloch. I found the verse.
Okay, what is it?
It is Deuteronomy 12, chapter 12, verse 31.
Okay, what page is that on? Oh, I found it here. It's at 160. You must not do the same for the Lord your God, because every abhorrent thing that the Lord hates, they have done for their gods. There it is. They would even burn their sons and daughters in the fire to the gods. You must diligently observe everything that I command you. Do not add to it or take anything from it. You're right. Absolutely. So that's what he's saying. So if some general is like, hey, Moloch, if you help me win this war, I'll sacrifice anything you want. And then they win the war and he sacrifices his daughter, then Yahweh would hate that. Right?
Yeah, because it's evil. You just sacrifice your own daughter. Why would you do that?
There's just like one kind of problem with it is that that story is about Yahweh.
Oh, really? What? Tell me more.
Yeah, in Judges 11, we have Jephthah, and he makes a vow to Yahweh saying, if you give the Ammonites into my hand, then whatever comes out the doors of my house to meet me when I return victorious shall be the Lord's as a burnt offering. And he does. The Lord is like, deal, you can win the war. They win the war. And then Jephthah comes home and his daughter comes out the door. So he burns his daughter to Yahweh.
Oh, let me see. Hold on.
So it seemed like he did say, all right, yeah, that sounds like a good deal. You burn your daughter and I'll give you the Ammonites into your hands. You can win that battle. Kind of a bummer. I think that was a bummer for her.
Yeah, so I'm reading it right now. If you give the Ammonites into my hand, whatever comes out the door to meet me shall be the Lord's, and I'll offer it as a burnt offering. Yeah. This is it right there in verse 39 that he did with her according to his vow, which he had made. She had never known a man.
Yeah.
It's talking about her virginity right there.
What was his vow?
Burnt offering.
Yeah.
Yeah, but burnt offering doesn't mean literal burnt offering.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah.
So this part, what does it mean?
Hold on, let me pull up.
He
some
made
verses.
a like metaphorical vow to Yahweh. God, Yahweh, whatever, and I mean anything, comes through my door, I'll burn. Wink. That's fun. That's a fun apologetic. I like that one. I like that apologetic. What do you do? What are you looking up right now?
I'm looking up some verses because I'm trying to because I'm going to be honest, I'm googling it.
Well, yeah, let's just look it up together.
Off the top of my head.
Did Jephthah? I mean, there's going to be apologetics. People are going to say like it's not literal or some like crappy apologetics that you can probably find. Some people are going to say like he did it, but Yahweh didn't want him to, but then he shouldn't have taken the deal. Like you would expect Yahweh to be like, don't do that. Like I don't like that, but he accepted it. So that's kind of weird.
So the reason I don't see where it says he literally sacrificed her is because in the verse 39, it says she had never known a man.
Yeah, she was a virgin.
Unless you're suggesting that, yeah,
he burned her when she was a virgin. He burned her alive when she was a virgin. What does her virginity have to do with whether or not she was burned alive?
That wasn't the agreement, though. There was nothing about I'm gonna burn. No, that wasn't the agreement. He says, "If you give the Ammonites into my hand, whatever comes out from the door of my house to meet me shall be the Lord's."
Mm-hmm.
Right? This is he say.
Yeah. Let's look at.
And he says, and I will offer it up for a burnt offering.
Yeah, let's see what Levitical law says, because that's what they were following about a burnt offering and what that means. Like maybe it means like. She has to hold incense sticks or something. I don't know what's burning. Here's the Leviticus. It's the first chapter of Leviticus. And it says what the burnt offering is. Okay, so the Lord summons Moses, saying, "Then when you bring an offering of livestock to the Lord, you shall bring your offering from the herd or from the flock. If the offering is a burnt offering from the herd, you shall offer a male." So this is saying how to pick it. "Lay your hand on the head of the burnt offering and it shall be acceptable. The bull shall be slaughtered before the Lord, and the sons of the priest shall offer the blood, dashing the blood against all sides of the altar. The burnt offering shall be flayed and cut up into its parts." So this is just how to do a burnt offering. This is like what they did with the daughter. The sons of the priest, put the fire, arrange the wood on the fire. The sons of the priest arrange the parts with the head and the sweet. I don't know what that part is. On the wood, that is the fire on the altar, but its entrails and its legs shall be washed with water. So they washed her legs, which is nice. That's probably good. Then the priest shall turn the rest into smoke on the altar as a burnt offering, an offering by fire of pleasing odor to the Lord. So he likes the smell of like the burning, like the burning smell body, the smell of burning flesh and bones and blood. He likes as a smell, it's like a barbecue. Someone's like, "Oh, is someone." You like that charcoal smell in your neighborhood, and like who's cooking? Like it's probably that kind of thing. So that's just how to do a burnt offering. He says how to do it. Jephthah says, "I'll do that to whatever comes through my door. Whatever you need, you pick the sacrifice, God. Make it walk through my door, and I'll do it. And you just help me kill these other people." So they kill the other people, which is like, that's bad too, obviously. And then when he gets home, God is like, "Here's the thing to sacrifice. It's daughter. She's a virgin. Doesn't really matter, but God, to God, like he only values women who are like useful to men." That's kind of like how they just did it back then. So that's why they mention that. Anyway, so they rip her up and splatter her blood and burn her to pieces. Guys, I'm getting kind of hungry. Bright, I'm gonna let you respond to this. Maybe I'll like bring up a few other helpers here. Some of these people might be atheists, though. Jophesus, you were already up here, probably requesting an accent. Let's see. Martin, are you a Christian?
Hey, thanks for letting me on.
Timothy, are you a Christian?
Yes, I'm Christian.
Martin, what about you? I think Martin might not mean to be here. I'm getting pretty close to wrapping up here because I'm starting to get really hungry. But honestly, I think it's all the barbecue talk. Got me maybe it got me a little bit got my tummy moving. The thought of that smell,
Can I just help out quickly with this topic that we're already on?
Yep.
Right. So the vow that Jephthah made in that time, the households normally had cattle around them at all times. So the household was full of animals, and it was
inside the house.
Yes, inside the house as well. They had pet animals, and so Jephthah made the vow rashly, and he said later he regretted it. It was something that he regretted, but because of his vow, he didn't want to break it. And it was a lesson to not make a rash vow. That's the whole point.
Where does it say that to not do that?
It was reference in Ecclesiastes. God says, Solomon says, "Do not make a rash vow, for you must pay that which you owe." It says it very clearly that you must pay what you owe.
Don't you think that's nuts? That's what I'm saying. God should have said.
This is the point.
God should have said, "Don't do it." Jephthah, I know your daughter just walked through, but don't do it. You should have stopped her. Jephthah, you don't have to do this. It's okay. Here, look. Here comes a sheep. A sheep just came through. It's fine. Can God make a sheep walk through a door or not?
Yeah, but the moral of the story, one is God. We have free will. We can do what we want as humans. We choose to kill or to keep alive. But secondly, God is not going to micromanage and intervene, and He will. When we make a vow, we need to take it seriously.
He's micromanaging in the story. He gives the Ammonites to his hands. He's macromanaging. Hold on, Timothy. He gave the Ammonites over to Jephthah. What do you mean he's not involved?
God was with him. God was with Jephthah, but Jephthah shouldn't have made a rash vow. That's the moral.
Did the Ammonites have the free will to win the battle?
No.
Okay, so he does intervene. Cool. Bright, you were going to say something?
Yeah, so I disagree with Timothy here. I don't understand what he's saying, because what he's saying is that God literally committed human sacrifice.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that Jephthah made a rash vow.
And who provided that? What just happened?
Sorry, you guys go ahead and talk. You sort it out.
So, but who provided that?
What do you mean?
Who provided the daughter?
Well, it's his daughter, but God was teaching the lesson to not make a rash vow.
So God commanded the daughter to come out in order to do a human sacrifice to him?
No, God allowed his daughter to come out because that is a lesson for him and many others to not make a rash vow. Because when you make a vow to God, you have to keep it.
Yeah, but this is a human sacrifice. There's nowhere in the Bible where God allows other people to make human sacrifice.
I didn't say he does. But
so what did he do?
He permitted it to happen because God acts sovereignly.
Right. Remind him that he did a human sacrifice with Jesus. That's one too. You guys go ahead.
God works sovereignly through all events. All events is his permissive will. So history, the bad events, even David killing the Hittite and having the child of the husband that he put to death through war, that was God's permissive will. God is sovereign over that, but it doesn't mean that he condoned it. It's his permissive will to teach lessons. God is sovereign over that.
Hold on. That's not what I'm focused on. I'm focused on this. What is this noise?
God didn't command him to sacrifice his child. Jephthah, it's too loud.
I can't hear it. Can you?
The show's starting to end, but it'll just do this for a few more minutes. So just talk over it. Just talk a little louder. It just
So
does this at
what I'm trying
the,
to
it
say-
automatically plays this at the end of the show. Go ahead.
God is sovereign over everything, and He allows things to happen. He didn't command Jephthah to sacrifice his daughter. He allows it in His sovereignty to teach a higher lesson. Jephthah made that choice by himself. That was Jephthah's choice to sacrifice his daughter, and he regretted it. It says the scriptures he regretted it. It was a regretful deed that he did, but God used it as a lesson to not make a rash vow. He didn't condone that action. You understand? God
Yeah,
is
I
right.
understand. But I'm coming from the view that she wasn't killed at all.
No, she was definitely killed. That's not even an argument. You can't make that. That's not.
No, I can.
You cannot make that argument.
Why can I not make that argument?
Because it's a contradiction to what's in the text. That is invalid, and you can't make that argument at all.
I can.
Not
This says her virginity. What do you think her virginity plays?
Oh my goodness. But you're not reading the text.
Okay, dude, this is so loud. I literally can't.
Yeah, it's too loud.
Yeah.
God is sovereign and always believes in the way that He is death. God is righteous in all His ways, and He will never fail. God's perspective is higher than human perspective, and His justice is from eternity. This is from a physical perspective. And I know people hate the truth because it offends them, but only in the truth will they be set free. Without Jesus Christ, we have no life. We have no mercy. There's no mercy and no hope outside of Jesus Christ. There is no grace outside of Jesus Christ. There is no life outside of Jesus Christ. And if you laugh at the cynicism you get to hear about Jesus Christ, then take it. Don't fix it. Because Jesus Christ is hope. He is mercy. He is life. And He is sovereign in all His ways. He is the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. He is sovereign in all events. You cannot live without Him. You cannot breathe without Him. You cannot think without Him. You cannot live without Him. You need Him in your life. Yeah, so may God bless you. May you all come to know Jesus Christ. The wages of sin is death. The price for us disobeying God and going astray from God is death. The price of disobeying and fleeing the source of life
I made
is
it.
death itself.
I made it. Okay, when does this show start? It's the top of the hour, folks. That's right. 3 p.m. It is top of the hour here with Bad Bible Debates. We've got host Mezzo kicking the shit out of this show. It is a rock and roll show. We got Joel, JRB in the sidecar. We got Bright and Timothy in the hot seat. That's right. It is TOTH EBDs. Take it away.
Yeah, we made it just in time, and we're out of time. Thank you all so much for coming here. I appreciate you, Timothy and Bright. That was delightful. Thanks for wrapping up the show so nicely. Joel, just
I didn't say anything. You were
nailing
playing
it
so
as
loud.
always. Honestly, Joel, this might have been one of your best days here.
Yeah,
No
I felt that
mistakes?
too. I felt that too.
All right. Well, Timothy, Bright, did you guys want to keep talking? I'm going to shut the show off, but you guys can hang out afterwards. Okay. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Raid on out of here, and
Bye. Have a good Sunday.
Yep. Enjoy.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye bye. Oh, he's gonna. Oh. He's leaving.
Wait, what? They just left? But
Yeah, so maybe we can talk if you want.
no, Jesus.
You don't want to talk about the story and iron it out and have understanding.
What are you saying? Let me hear what you have to say. Because I actually was interested in what you were trying to say before you got so loud.
Yeah, it was very loud. But I'm not trying to. I feel like you were taken in the hot seat too fast. I don't think you have the full story, really. I'm not trying to criticize you, but I don't think you have the full context of the story. So obviously that God was always for the Israelites. He rose up in the book of Judges to save Israel from their enemies because they music is bad.
Yeah, he's just trolling, which is kind of funny, but
yeah.
really
So basically, the Israelites were being defeated by their adversaries. But God rose up different saviors in different times to try and keep Israel alive.